Interlude, a long time ago. As speeder rides went, it was a relatively short one from the Senate Rotunda to the Jedi Temple, but early evening traffic in Galactic City was dense, and the personal cab that carried Darth Sidious lost precious minutes in the slowdown. It was all he could do to keep the rage from his face. The fate of the Force itself was at stake, and it was unbearable that the scales of destiny might be tipped by something as mundane as a traffic snarl. So much was happening so fast that even Sidious, a master manipulator, struggled to keep track of it all. Just minutes ago, the Senate had passed a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, the climax of years of backhanded scheming and quiet engineering of the body politic by Sidious and his master, Darth Plagueis. Sidious was one of the senators nominated to succeed Valorum, and he had little doubt he'd win the coming election and ascend to the highest office in the galaxy, Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Once there, he would manipulate galactic affairs with unparalleled power, and he'd have no more need of Plagueis. It should have been the crowning moment of his life, but Sidious' hands trembled in his lap, and his mouth had gone dry. His conversation with Jedi Master Dooku earlier today had shaken him to the core. According to Dooku, the Jedi had discovered someone so strong in the Force he was believed to have been conceived by his own midichlorians. The boy was 9 years old. Sidious had met the boy already and felt nothing of him. He was just a short, round-faced, sandy-haired child, tagging around after Queen Amidala with a look of constant confusion. Dooku said he was a slave from the backwater world of Tatooine. Yet Dooku's former apprentice Qui-Gon Jinn believed this boy was the prophesied chosen one who would be created from the Force itself, and was destined to bring balance to the galaxy, correcting the tilt toward darkness that Sidious and Plagueis had accomplished nearly 10 years ago after their month of intent meditation on Megiddo. 10 years ago, when they won their etheric war, and gained for Plagueis the power over life and death, they thought the Force bent and supine before them, at last applying a tool they could use to further their control over the galaxy. Yet now, as incredible as it seemed, the Force had struck back, creating this child from nothing as a reaction to what the Sith had done. Perhaps, Sidious thought with horror, the Force did have a will after all, and that will was to destroy the Sith. If so, then this boy truly was the prophesied chosen one. That was what Plagueis seemed to feel, but Plagueis was an old decrepit Muin, a mystic recluse no longer fit to be Dark Lord. Sidious planned to rectify that shortly. Right now, he needed to find out what was happening with the boy. As soon as he alighted the speeder cab, Sidious hurried up the broad outdoor stairs to the Jedi Temple's entrance. As he neared the door, he spotted small familiar forms ahead, silhouetted against the inner light as they left the temple. He slowed, straightened his blue-black senator's robes, and forced his face into a generous smile. "Ah, Master Jinn," he called. "Is that you, Master Jinn?" 3 figures heard his call and stopped just past the door. Closest was a tall man with long brown hair and a beard. Qui-Gon Jinn was Dooku's discipline, and while he carried himself with independent pride, it was not the stubborn, aristocratic kind Dooku had. Whereas the old Count of Sereno placed himself in judgment over the whole of the Jedi Order, Qui-Gon held himself aloof from the rest, making his own choices, owning no one explanations. He was, Sidious and his master had agreed, the most dangerous kind of Jedi. Yet when his eyes fell on Sidious, Qui-Gon allowed a gentle smile. "Senator Palpatine, it's a surprise to see you. What brings you to the temple?" "In fact, Master Jedi, I was looking for you," Sidious said between exaggerated pants. It was also good to appear feeble before his enemies. Standing over Qui-Gon's shoulder, his smooth-faced apprentice Kenobi, Sidious recalled said, "We heard you've been nominated to succeed Chancellor Valorum." "Congratulations, Senator." Sidious drew in breath and gave a sheepish smile. "The election hasn't happened yet. Frankly, I'm not sure I want to inherit the trouble that brought Valorum down. If nominated, I'll accept, of course, but that is not why I wanted to see you." He swung his gaze back to Qui-Gon, pointedly ignoring the sandy-haired little boy half hidden behind the master's robes. "Master Jinn, I've come to tell you that, against my express wishes, Queen Amidala has set herself to return to Naboo." She claims she can raise an army to liberate our world from the Trade Federation. She'll be departing within the hour. We know, said Cade. We're on our way to assist her now. He gestured back to the landing platform, where another speeder cab had sat down beside Sidious. She has requested our continued assistance, and we will oblige. Sidious had known that, but he gave a relieved chuckle and said, I'm so glad to hear that. To think, I came all this way here to beg you to help her. I've grown quite fond of the Queen, Cade said with a light smile. I wouldn't want to see her harmed. Nor would I, Sidious lied. He'd arranged for the girl's election because he thought her a pliant puppet. She was becoming much more of a nuisance than he'd expected, and if she died on Naboo he'd be relieved. As an elected official, you understand, I cannot countenance her starting a war with the Trade Federation, especially not when we're all still hoping for a diplomatic solution to this conflict. I'll make sure the Queen is aware, Cade said. I think she knows what she can expect of us. Good. Master Jedi, please make protecting Amidala your highest priority. And please, keep her from doing anything more rash than she already has. Again the little smile. I will do my best, Senator. Very good. That's all I wanted to ask of you. Sidious gave a relieved sigh and let his gaze fall to the real object of his attention. This young man, Skywalker, is it? I believe we've met. The boy looked up at him and nodded. Yes, sir. No need to be afraid of me, Sidious chuckled and looked back to Cade. I heard this one was of interest to the Jedi Council. They say he shows great promise with the Force. When will his training start? From his eyes, Cade was clearly curious as to where a senator had learned this. He put a protective hand on Skywalker's head and said, Anakin indeed shows promise. For the moment, the council has elected not to train him. Sidious allowed an honest frown. The Jedi like to indoctrinate their members at a younger age, but if what Dooku had said was true, they'd be fools to throw away one with his potential. Is that so? Then what is to become of him? Until the council reaches a final decision, Anakin will be my ward. Cade's hand moved down to squeeze the boy's shoulder. Behind them, young Kenobi restrained an uncomfortable frown. Sidious understood instantly. Cade was infamous for his casual disregard of the Jedi Council's orders. Whatever their reason not to train Skywalker, this master clearly intended to ignore it and instruct him anyway. This simple-sighted, gentle-voiced man, a timid boy, filled Sidious with dread. He understood them as the most dangerous threat he'd ever faced. With his independence, his compassion, his intuitive grasp of the living force, and his fearless determination to follow his conscience, Cade was the kind of teacher who could shape Anakin Skywalker into the being the Force has created him to be, one who could undo all the darkness the Sith had wrought for the past 1,000 years and tip the scales back toward light. Doing his best to stifle fear, Sidious asked, is the boy to come with you to Naboo? That could be quite dangerous. Have you ever seen a pod race, Senator? Young Skywalker isn't new to danger. Cade smirked. The boy smirked too. Kenobi remained tight-lipped behind them. Reproachfully, Sidious said, I hope you keep Skywalker and Amidala both out of danger, Master Jen. Men our age have a responsibility to look out for the young. Seriously, Cade said, I will protect them both with my life. Sidious knew he meant it, and he knew there was only one way to save the grand design the Sith had spent centuries working toward. Kenobi cleared his throat. Master, the Queen will be waiting on us. Of course. Cade clapped Skywalker on the shoulder. Let's get going, shall we? Thank you for coming all this way, Senator. It was no problem at all, said Sidious. I only want to safeguard the Queen and our world. He watched them descend the stairs and get into the speeder cab. Calm, thoughtful Cade, Kenobi fighting a frown, Skywalker looking like a confused little boy. He had the potential to become so much more. The Force itself had made him for that purpose, but right now he was still a child. He was vulnerable. He could be killed in the battle ahead. But, Sidious thought, how better it would be to take this unformed boy and mold him. If he really was the chosen one, how sweet it would be to turn him off the chosen path and make him into a vessel for the dark side. The Force had fought back against the Sith, but the Sith could fight back against the Force. These thoughts swirled in Sidious's head as he rode his speeder cab back to the penthouse registered to the owner of Damask Holdings. Darth Plagueis' abode on Coruscant was as secure as any place could be, but it didn't feel that way tonight. When Sidious entered, he found the gaunt black-robed Muin pacing anxiously across the living room carpet, rasping harshly through the breathing mask he'd been forced to wear since his near-fatal assassination attempt almost 20 years ago. There was so much else for them to talk about: Amidala's reckless return to Naboo, the Lumen election, the rule they would supposedly share as joint Supreme Chancellors, though Sidious had no intention of sharing power with anyone. Instead of those things, their conversation turned directly to Anakin Skywalker. "I intercepted Master Jin as he left the Jedi Temple," Sidious explained. "He had the boy with him. I saw them leave on Amidala's ship." Plagueis' head bobbed on his narrow, crooked neck. "I had a vision, Sidious. A glimpse of the future." His master wasn't prone to oracular moments. From what he'd said, those had been more the providence of his master Tenebrous. Sidious asked, "What did you see?" "So much was unclear. What we can use the boy, Sidious. We can turn him toward a darker path. I saw that in my vision. And to turn him, we must first kill Qui-Gon Jinn." Sidious allowed a toothy smile. "Master, your vision is impeccable. I spoke with Jin just an hour ago. He says the Jedi Council has refused to train Skywalker, and so he will take the boy on as his ward. You can be sure Jin will try to train him in the Jedi arts no matter what the Council says." Plagueis nodded feverishly. "Then Jin must die. That is more important than anything, even stopping Amidala's foolish rebellion. We must let our allies on Naboo know." "Not Gunray and the Neimoidians," Sidious waved a hand. "I will tell Maul. That will be enough. He'll not fail us." Plagueis nodded again. Sidious had been walking a tight line and training the Zabrak into his Force-powered assassin. Maul considered himself a Darth, a Sith Lord and Sidious' honored apprentice. To Plagueis, Maul was just a weapon to be used and disposed of, no apprentice at all, and thus no breach of Bane's rule of two. To Sidious himself, Maul was something in between. It didn't matter exactly what. Sidious cared as little for the rule of two as he did for Plagueis' delirious lust for immortality. In his quest to control his own midichlorians, the old Muin had fallen into maundering introspection, leaving Sidious to shoulder the grand design. Plagueis had been great once, but he far outlived his time. Thankfully, something would be done about that soon. Sidious had planned to continue using Maul as his apprentice once Plagueis was disposed of, but the arrival of Anakin Skywalker brought startling new possibilities. The boy was young enough to be groomed, but not young enough to be a useful apprentice the way the Zabrak was. In time, once Skywalker was old enough, he would become a weapon far more powerful than Maul ever could be, but that was years away. For now, Maul would do. Assuming he killed Qui-Gon Jinn on Naboo, nothing was more important than that. Plagueis trembled as he lowered his body onto the sofa. The Muin looked out his penthouse window at the eternal dance of the Coruscant skyline and said, "Even if Maul fails, there are other things we can do." "Maul will not fail. If he does, we will still rule the Republic as co-chancellors. We will find other ways to separate Skywalker from the Jedi and mold him." Still, Plagueis trailed off, breath still rasping through his mask. Sidious stood beside him, above him. The old Muin had never looked so old. His pursuit of immortality had cost him everything else. "I did not expect the boy," he said. "I did not expect the Force would react to what we'd done to it." The revelation had shaken Sidious to the core as well, but with the politician's skill he projected confidence before his master. "Perhaps we did underestimate the Force. Perhaps it even has a will. But what does it matter? The Force has shown its hand. The best it could manage to counter us is a confused, frightened child. In time we'll make that boy into a weapon of darkness and further wrestle the Force into submission. Master, we are Sith. We follow no one's will but our own. Everything else, we force to submit. Haven't you told me that? Time and again." Plagueis lifted his head. "You are so confident, apprentice." Sidious laid a hand on his master's shoulder. In a few days' time, we will be the most powerful beings in the profane galaxy and in the Force. Why shouldn't we be confident? Very true. Very true. Plagueis looked back at the window. We should discuss the election. Make sure you have enough votes. Or will you talk to your minions on Naboo first? I will speak with Maul. That is the most important thing. Plague was not in agreement, allowing Sidious to slip out of the living room toward the penthouse's secure communicati suite. In a few days, he thought hungrily, the Chancellor's dais would be his. Plagueis would be dead. And, more important than anything, the Chosen One would be ensnared in his web. And then, once the Force's greatest weapon had been twisted into a Sith tool, Sidious could finally complete the grand design. Black joy filled his heart. Even the will of the Force would bend before the will of the Sith. Chapter 21. 7 hours after being informed of the situation by the Empress herself, a platoon of Special Ops stormtroopers from Bilbringi arrived at the second wheel space station, orbiting Ord Mantell. 4 hours after that, Scarlet Star docked at the same station, where his crew quickly met face-to-face with their local contact, who had been monitoring the activities of Mandalorian mercenary Thorm Rao and his crew. Their contact confirmed that Rao was still aboard the station, with most of his people currently inside the wheel and not going anywhere soon. With that assured, the members of this joint operation had time to lay a trap around Rao's ship and prepare for his seizure. With everything in place, all they had to do was wait for Rao and company to head back to their transport, and the trap would close around them. Still, without the Force at his side, Shadow Vale could only have a bad feeling about this. Oren Vevik, Hondo Kar's brother-in-law, had joined Shadow and Ange inside Scarlet Star's main hold while Aslan had gone to rendezvous with the strike team. The Imperial soldiers had docked their assault craft at a nearby hangar, one of the pricey ones with sealed blast doors to ensure privacy, while a smaller patrol ship hung in space above Ord Mantell, watching the second wheel from the outside. The platoon commander had apparently gone to the station owner and asked permission to arrest Rao's team at his current location. Said owner, a squat and ferociously stubborn Rybut, had refused to allow stormtroopers to disrupt his station, but a few agents had gone in plain clothes to stake out Rao's current location. A video feed from one of their holocams projected inside Scarlet Star's hold now. It was nighttime hours on the station and the ambient lights were dimmed, allowing the sign reading Madame Sorella's All-Species Pleasure Emporium to glow out all the brighter. Patrons trickled in and out in ones or twos, and after 3 hours of waiting they still hadn't seen anything that looked like a gang of Mandalorians. Rao took a dozen of his people and went in there around the same time the imp showed up, Oren Vevik explained. He bore resemblance to his sister, with pale skin and dark red hair. Like Shadow and Ange, he was dressed in unassuming spacer's garb. That was almost 12 hours ago, Shadow said dryly. There's no time limit at Madame Sorella's, Vevik said, though she does charge by the hour. Looks like Rao's people got into some good money recently. We'd already figured that part out. Ange glanced at Vevik. Did Hondo or your sister tell you what they've been up to? Not specifically, only that they've riled up all the wrong people. Which at this point is pretty obvious. Vevik's eyes darted between them, waiting for elaboration. When none came, he said, if you're thinking about going into Madame Sorella's yourselves and finding them, I guess you could try, but I wouldn't count on it. That place takes up 5 whole decks, and when they say auspicious, they really mean it. What about Madame Sorella? Bloated and ugly, even by Hutt standards. Vevik glanced at Shadow. I don't think your Jedi mind tricks would work on her, though I suppose you could try. I'd prefer to wait here, Shadow said. On the Empress orders, Aslan wasn't telling the stormtroopers that they'd lost touch with the Force. He certainly wasn't telling any Mandalorian. Suit yourself. Vevik looked back to the live holo feed. Could be quite a wait, though. Even your kind get tired eventually, Anne said. I don't think it will be much longer. She was right about that, relatively speaking. After sitting in Scarlet Star's lounge for another hour, they finally saw a big herd leave Madame Sorella's. There were 13 of them, just as Vevik said, mostly men and a handful of women, all of them dressed in Mandalorian Beskar with helmets tucked underarm. They certainly weren't shy about flashing their activities. "Time to get moving," Shadow said, and turned on his comm. "Aslan, do you copy? Ral's people are on the move." "We see them," Aslan replied. The view from the hollow feed shifted as the trooper recording it fell in behind the Mandalorian herd, trailing them from a face distance. "We are heading to intercept now." "Understood. We'll meet you there." By the time Shadow turned off the comlink, Ange and Vivek were both on their feet. The latter picked up the blaster rifle he placed on a tabletop, slung it over his shoulder, and said, "I'm not dressed for a party, but I can come along anyway." "Thanks," Anne said as she checked the charge on her blaster. "After 12 hours of recreation, I'm hoping Ral's people will be all tuckered out and go down easy." "That'd be nice." Vivek glanced at Shadow. "You bringing your lightsaber?" Shadow put a hand at the pouch on his belt. "I've got it. Candosii. I always wanted to see a real, true blue Jedi in action." Shadow let the comment pass without response. Vivek made for the exit first. Shadow and Ange held grim looks for a second, then moved to follow. A gaggle of 13 raucous Mandalorians in full armor certainly drew attention, and Aslan figured that at least on some level, Thorum Ral must have intended that. Since Yaga Alshis had taken over on Mandalore, the warrior clans had mostly kept a low profile, the opposite of what Ral was doing now, and she had to wonder whether he didn't know exactly why he snatched Ganner and Kel Yobis and probably those other missing knights. Having your historic enemies rendered helpless would make anyone cocky. Before joining the strike team around docking pad 34F, Aslan had donned the standard scarlet armor of an Imperial Knight. It made all the gathered soldiers, some in white stormtrooper shells, others in plain clothes with plasteel armor strapped on, look at her with respect, even veneration, but it didn't stop her from feeling helpless. Normally she'd be able to feel their prickled nerves and intense concentration in the Force. Now she felt blind and deaf at once, forced to rely on mundane sight and hearing that provided only an echo of the insight the Force did. She tried to remind herself that these normal men and women were highly trained and thoroughly competent, capable of finishing this mission even without the Force. It didn't reassure either. It just made her feel unnecessary. The platoon commander, Colonel Savin, was crouched next to Aslan in a dark hallway adjacent to Pad 34F's locked entry portal. His white stormtrooper helmet gave him a direct feed from the men trailing Ral's gang, and Aslan was relying on him for updates. She, Savin, and a dozen other stormtroopers waited in silence, and Aslan tried to count seconds in her head to guess how much longer it would take before Ral walked into their trap. It seemed to be taking more time than expected, but it might have been her nerves. She leaned close to the colonel's helmet and asked, "What's going on? Are they getting close?" "Not yet." Savin's voice was hesitant. "They're not taking the direct route here, but they haven't stopped any place yet either." "But are they getting closer to us?" "They were. Now they've changed course. Moving counterspin, away from the landing pad." Aslan sighed. If Ral and company were going to burn 12 hours at another pleasure palace, she'd go in there and drag them out herself, Force or no Force. She'd played the waiting game long enough. The corridor went quiet again, and as she resigned herself to more waiting, Aslan picked up a faint roaring noise, muffled through bulkheads but still recognizable as a starship warming engines. Based on their position, it could have come from any landing pad on level 34, but it struck her as a bad omen. Then it became worse. Her comlink buzzed, and she turned it on. At the same time, she heard a voice speaking to Colonel Savin, telling him the same thing. "This is Spotter 1, the speaker said, identifying themselves as the Imperial Patrol ship in Ord Mantle's orbit. "We have visual on landing pad 34F. Blast doors are open. Spacecraft appears to be emerging." "Is it Ral's?" asked Savin. "Mandal Motors design confirmed." "What the hell is it doing?" Aslan whispered to the colonel. "Ral's people are still here. Do they have another ride?" "Spotter, can you get trajectory for Ral's ship?" "It's holding tight around the wheel. Might be moving into dock at second location." Aslan's hand squeezed to a fist. They know we're onto them. They'll extract from a new location. Spotter, watch that ship, Savin said. We need to know exactly what docking bay it enters next. Affirmative, Colonel. We have the voice stopped mid-sentence, as though the signal had gone out. Then it came back again, saying, we have 6 ships fresh from hyperspace and inbound on our position. Scanners mark as 6, repeat 6 Mandalorian Beskar-type starfighters. Evasive maneuvers, Savin snarled. Defend as long as you can, run if you have to, but watch Rael's ship. Do you copy? Hostiles coming in fast, Colonel. Helm is trying to evade. The signal started to dissolve in static. Shields damaged, attempting, lost target. There was a screeching noise over the comm, and the signal died. Savin pounded a fist against the wall and said, all units, ready to move out. As the stormtroopers crouched in the corridor rose to their feet, Aslan told the colonel, if we start a fight with the Mandas in the middle of the wheel, station management's going to be furious. It could be a major diplomatic incident. Savin fixed his black visor on her. The operation is under your command, Master Ray. Aslan stared at her own reflection, distorted by the helmet's curved visor. She knew there was only one order she could give. Move out now. We'll take them where we can. Once Aslan explained what had gone wrong, Shadow broke into a sprint and began racing through the second wheel's corridors, weaving around crowds of people, forcing himself through places where slow-moving pedestrians packed tight to block his way. Ange and Vivek kept up best they could, but their desire to see Rael captured could never compare to Shadow's pure desperation. His race to intercept the Mandalorians before they escaped was slowed not just by intervening bodies but by his ignorance of the wheel's layout. He grabbed Ange's tracking device, which overlaid his position and that of the position of the Imperial's trailing Rael on a 3-dimensional schematic of the station, but he repeatedly had to stop, summon the holo map, and reorient himself as he moved through second wheel's twisted insides. Rael's people seemed to be moving toward the outer rim of the station, toward the docking sections, but the Imperials trailing them were too few to slow them down. Shadow, Ange, and Vivek were closest to joining them, but they could only help so much. They finally converged with their targets near the entryway to docking level 23. From one central lobby area, they could access all 6 hangars on this level. Likely Rael's ship had already set down in one of those bays and was waiting to extract his team. There had been no further messages from the Imperial patrol ship in orbit, and it had likely been destroyed by the Mandalorian's Beskets. Aslan's team was too far away, but Rael could board his ship and be gone within minutes. The only hope was to try and delay them. By now the Mandalorians had donned their helmets and they exchanged a strolling pace for an urgent trot. Counting the 3 Imperials who trailed them, it was 6 against 13, and the 13 had better arms and armor than any of the 6. Even if the Force were with Shadow, he'd hesitate to engage. But because the Force had abandoned him, all he knew was desperation. When he and his allies closed in behind the Mandalorians at the lobby entrance, he barely felt afraid as he plucked his lightsaber from his pouch and ignited both blades. Leaving his companions in the doorway behind him, Shadow charged into the lobby and shouted, "Halt!" 13T visor helmet swung on him, but no one raised a weapon. Shadow skidded to a halt and held his saber in a slanted defensive pose. He had to keep talking, keep stalling. Which one of you informed Rael? The Mandalorian stared for 3 long heartbeats. He heard footsteps behind him, Ange, Vivek, and the Imperial agents coming to help. Still none of the masked warriors raised weapons. Finally, one man tall, with maroon armor marked by gold stripes, said, "I'm Thorum Rael." Shadow hadn't even decided what he'd say next. His jaw hinged open and worked for sound. Then Rael's right hand came up, plucking a pistol from his hip holster. Shadow saw the first shots come at him and shifted stance to block them. The first 2 ricocheted off his blades. Then other Mandalorians grabbed their weapons and opened fire. Plasma bolts came so fast, and without the Force to anticipate them, Shadow was overwhelmed. He felt an instant of panic, then pain, scalding awful agony welling up from his right flank. Laser fire kept coming, a blinding luminous hell on all sides. He keeled forward, saber arm dropping. He tried to summon strength to raise it. Then another blast took him in the crook of the arm. Pain shot up from the inside of his elbow, his saber dropped, and his nostrils filled with the reek of burning flesh. Then the pain in his right side faded, leaving only tingling echoes of sensation. Needles and pins. Shadow could no longer keep balance. He tripped forward, and the deck came up to meet him. He felt the hard impact of head on metal, but it felt distant and weak. Shadow must have rolled onto his back, because he watched as slashes of light dance back and forth above him. He was too weak to move, and his vision blurred. He felt washes of pain and washes and numbness, and even the light show above tried to fade to black. Eventually, the firefight ended. Shadow still couldn't move. A dark face appeared above his, and though his sight blurred and out of focus, he could see Anya's desperate eyes and working mouth. Barely. He felt her hands on his left shoulder. He couldn't feel anything on his right side at all. Shadow thought Anya was trying to tell him to hold on. He tried to think of a reason why he should. As the world faded to black, it occurred to him that the Force was life, and all life was the Force, but the Force had left him, and any life without it would be hollow and false. Better, he thought, to die now than live the life ahead. When Aslan and the stormtroopers reached the lobby of docking level 23, they already knew that Thorum Ral had escaped. One of the surviving Imperial agents had told them that, and also that, in his words, the Jedi was down. Aslan had tried to assure herself that she'd have felt it if Shadow had died. Shadow, whom she'd known longer than any Imperial. Shadow, who'd been one corner of an unbreakable trio, her, him, and Cade. Then she remembered that she'd feel nothing, not even that. When she sprinted into the lobby, the sight of Shadow's blue form sprawled on the floor made her stagger. She dropped to her knees beside Anya, who cradled the Twi'lek's head in her lap. Two more men, Imperial agents in plain clothes, stood around them, while a third, their Mandalorian contact, slumped against a wall and clasped his wounded shoulder. All Aslan cared about was Shadow. Her eyes took in his damage. Multiple blaster wounds had torn open his abdomen beneath the right rib cage. Clothing and flesh had charred together, and she couldn't tell how bad it was. His right arm had been hit too, at the elbow, and lay twisted at a grotesque angle. She saw that bone itself had been vaporized, and only strands of skin and muscle held forearm to bicep. Vomit rose in her throat. When she swallowed the bile in her throat, she opened her mouth to call for a medic but realized that Anya was doing just that. A couple of Imperials dropped beside Shadow. Anya slid away from him and, taking Aslan by the arm, pulled her back too. The women remained on their knees, and Aslan still struggled to keep from fainting. Shadow, Aslan whispered. Is he Kene? He's still breathing. Anya looked back at the medics, who shielded Shadow from view. I don't know. They'll do all they can. Imperial medics might not know how to treat Twi'leks. She opened her mouth to say that, and add that what he really needed was a Jedi healer. She shut her jaw and breathed through clenched teeth. Nothing in the galaxy made sense anymore, and she needed it to go back the way it was, but it wouldn't. She had no idea how she could live the rest of her life like this, confused and helpless. Ral's people, all gone. We didn't get any of them, Anya said sadly. She squeezed Aslan's arm tight. We need to tell the Empress right away. Tell the Empress that Shadow was hurt or dead, that Ral had escaped, that their grand mission was a total failure and they'd never tracked this contagion to the source. That the Imperial Knights and Jedi alike were doomed, and that she, Aslan Ray, who'd been both, and still served both in her heart, had failed them. Chapter 22. The gray-haired woman blinked, her eyes dry, but her hands still gripped Ania's shoulders hard. Ania's first instinct was to revolt from it all, her hands, her eyes, the words she'd just spoken. She looked away and tried to jerk free, but the woman would not release her. You're not my mother, Anya said. My mom's dead. No, she's not. Yes, she is. My mom died at Torn Station, by Kashyyyk at the end of the Sith Imperial War. My dad died there too, and Your grandfather, the woman said softly. My father. Anya dared look at the old woman again. Her eyes were wide and dark, her face narrow with high cheekbones and a sharp nose. Her mother had looked like that, perhaps. Anya had last seen Marin Solo a decade ago, but she had no holos of her, nothing to preserve her appearance and memory. We were all at Torn Station, the old woman said. You, Bennett, and your grandfather were on fast start. You were loading the ship full of Alliance troopers who wanted to join Admiral Stassi's renegades. I was going to fly out on a different ship, my father's ship. She sniffed and cuffed Ania's cheek. He wanted to fly out with you. He wanted to see you so much, Anya. 10 years on that awful day was a jumble of memories Anya had tried to suppress, but parts of it stayed with her, vivid and painful like glass shards, watching the weary Alliance troops pile into fast start, the klaxons that blared when the Imperials attacked Torn Station, the panic that clogged the halls when fast start's artificial gravity failed. Most of all, she remembered her grandfather, that slow, kind, white-bearded old man whose name she'd never known, summoning some invisible power to speed them through the halls to the escape pods, and ultimately to throw Anya through one hatch as fast start's hull began to tear open. The old woman's words sounded almost plausible, but Anya revolted from them still. You could have heard about that anywhere, she muttered, though it would have taken impressive sleuthing skills. Up until Anya had been reluctantly thrust into the heart of galactic affairs last year, she'd been just one more speck of flotsam floating around the galaxy unnoticed. The old woman didn't seem put off by her reluctance. Anya, I know you. You grew up on fast start. You used to get excited every time we pulled into a new port, even though most of them weren't much to look at. You spent a lot of time tinkering with machinery and droids. She smiled wistfully. You already got along with BG-7, but you never liked DB-12 that much. Anya shivered. She couldn't imagine how anyone would have figured out which droid she liked or disliked as a child. Her mind worked frantically to deny what seemed increasingly like fact. My family died at Torn Station. All of them. My parents, my grandfather. Arlen, the old woman said. Your grandfather's name was Arlen Fel. He was a Jedi Master. Anya swallowed. She was intensely aware of that over a dozen Mandalorians were in this room with them, watching and listening, but she couldn't look away from the old woman's eyes. When fast start broke open, he threw me into an escape pod. This invisible hand picked me up and carried me inside. And then the hatch just shut behind me. The woman closed her eyes. A tear rolled down either cheek, but she smiled. I'm glad. I'm so glad he could do that for you. At the end, I always tried to keep you apart from our family. I thought it would be best for you, best for me. Anya still didn't understand. If this woman really was her mother Marin, it didn't explain why she'd been kidnapped by Mandalorians and taken to this hovel on an anonymous planet. Did your ship get off Torn Station? The old woman nodded and opened her eyes. Her hand stayed on Ania's shoulders, like she was afraid to let go, and wet trails still gleamed on her cheeks. When I saw fast start tear open, we tried to look for survivors, for escape pods, but there was so much wreckage, and the Sith kept attacking. I thought we had to flee, but we should have searched harder. Anya looked to either side, at the Mandalorians still watching. Who are all these people? Where are we? Circus. Near Mandalorian space. These people are She stopped herself. These are your family. Anya looked at them again. All those hard, staring faces belonged to strangers, and she couldn't see any of herself in them. She jerked a step back and finally broke free of the woman's grip. Family. Mine. Like blood relatives. Some of them. Family is more than blood. For half of Ania's life, family had been nothing except a memory so painful she tried to forget. So what? You sent my relatives to kidnap me. The old woman took a step forward but didn't reach out. Ania's feet stayed planted. I had no idea you were alive until a year ago, when the news net started talking about an Anya Solo who'd helped bring down the Sith. I knew it was you, not just your name. I can't see in your face the girl you used to be. So you've been trying to find me all this time. The galaxy is a big place, and you seem to be avoiding attention. Anya couldn't argue with either of those facts. How did you find me on Essels of all places? I heard about what ship you were traveling on and who your companions were. 2 weeks ago, some allies heard a group matching that description got into trouble on Mon Gaza. We searched nearby systems and heard that you'd pulled a big heist off a pirate on Socorro. From there, we started looking at wealthy planets where you'd go to spend that money. Eventually, we heard ships matching the two from Socorro, and Mon Gaza had set down on Essels. Anya thought about that for a moment. You must have eyes and ears in a lot of places. I do. Anya had no idea what this woman was, what she was doing. She looked around at those hard Mandalorian faces and asked, "What is this place?" A place to hide, to listen and watch and wait. For what? The blond man in black and gold armor said, a chance to bring down Yaga Arches. It took a second for the name to click. The reign in Mandalore. What are you? Some kind of rebels. You can't think of it that way, the old woman said. And you're with them? The broad-bearded one said, your mother's our leader, girl. Anya stared at that half-familiar face like she was seeing it all over again. The old woman smiled sadly and nodded. I don't get it. Anya shook her head. How could you? How could my mother be involved in this? My mom, she was just a freighter pilot. She trailed off. She'd always known her mother had kept secrets, but never imagined anything like this. This is something I have to do, Anya. The old woman's face went stern. I made Yaga Arches. That means I'm responsible for all he's done, and I'm responsible for stopping him. Anya stared into that face, and 1,000 protests caught in her throat. In that hard-lined face and cold dark eyes there was certainty that could not be denied. Her last resistance broke, and she finally accepted all these unlikely, unwanted revelations as truth. That was little help. She still had no idea where she could go from here. In the end, the tracer Guri had planted on the Mandalorian ship led them to a single location. Circus was a world covered in green continents speckled with blue inland seas. It was a quiet place with barely any settlements, notable only as an old Mandalorian frontier colony located just outside the borders of their space proper. Anya was down there, but the task of retrieving her had become far more complicated. It had started with a headache. During their initial training session, Jael had opened Kira's awareness to the Force and instilled her with a wordless wonder unlike anything she'd ever known, then retreated to his cabin for rest. Kyra had been left exhilarated and anticipating another session. However, when Jael emerged from his nap several hours later, he'd looked pale and gaunt. Salk had sat him down on the sofa in free agent's hold and plied him with a cup of caf before Jael had finally articulated why he looked stricken. I can't feel the Force, he said, eyes and voice equally empty. It's just gone. What do you mean, gone? Salk had asked. Kyra had sat there with him but remained silent. The idea of losing touch with something so miraculous seemed to her tragic and terrifying at the same time. I mean, I felt this headache, this light fever, and now I can't feel the Force. At all. Jael had reached out toward the toolbox sitting on the table across from him, as though trying to summon it with an invisible Force grip. It hadn't budged an inch. Salk had continued to prod him, asking in earnest confusion how the Force could have just stopped working for him. That had only made Jael more flustered. Voice thick with desperation, he'd asked Kyra to try and touch the Force herself. Quietly dreading the thought that she'd, too, been severed from that power, she closed her eyes, forced her mind to focus as Jael had shown her just hours before, and used an invisible hand to lift the toolbox off the table and bring it over to her. That had calmed Kyra but done nothing for Jael. A few hours later, while Jael fretted over his sudden loss of the Force, Salk announced that their target seemed to have stopped moving through hyperspace and set down on Circus. At that point, Free Agent had been 5 hours outbound, and with Jael suddenly deaf to the Force, they'd had no idea what they'd do on arrival. When they'd been just 2 hours from Circus, the next blow fell. The headache and fever that took Kyra hadn't been so strong she needed to lie down. Worse had been the realization of all that sorrow and fear. Knowing that she was about to lose touch with the Force was bad enough, Worse was that she'd gotten only a tantalizing glimpse before it had been cruelly snatched away. By the time Free Agent arrived over Circus, she felt cold and hollow inside. That she'd hardly understood what she'd lost seemed to make it worse, but seeing Jo slumped in the co-pilot seat, face still pale, and eyes sunken, proved that his was the greater grief. Salk set Free Agent into a steady orbit over Circus, then turned to the others in the cockpit. "Our tracking device says the Mandalorian ship is parked right beneath us," the Mon Cal said. "I tried using visual scanners to spot it on the surface, but all I saw was forest." "You mean they ditched the tracking device?" Jo asked. "Maybe. They could also have thrown up a camo net or used some kind of sensor jammer to hide their ship. Those are pretty common for smugglers and mercenaries." Kyra asked, "Are there any settlements nearby? Any place they could have gone to?" "Maybe. Take a look." Salk tapped webbed fingers across the sensor console. A two-dimensional image projected in front of them, and Kyra and Jo leaned close to look. It was an orbital image of the surface, depicting a vast sprawl of trees. Salk zoomed in on one section of the map and pointed out a clearing within the forest. "I think these are artificial structures." Salk tapped 5 circles in the clearing. "They definitely look too regular to be natural." "How big are they?" asked Jo. "The largest one is about 10 meters in diameter, the smallest half that size." "Not much of a settlement," Kyra muttered. "It may not have to be, if it's just a temporary hideaway," said Salk. "It could be the Mandalorians, or some smugglers. Or it could be some settlers who've been there for decades and just want to be left alone," Jo said, frustrated. Kyra understood how he felt. Nothing here was going as they'd hoped. She asked Salk, "Any sign of anti-air defenses? Long-range sensors?" "Not in the clearing. There's no telling what they have hidden in the forest." The Mon Cal blinked large eyes and said, "I think we should drop closer and try hailing them." "That would ruin the element of surprise," Jo said. "If they're really the Mandos we're looking for, odds are they have long-range sensors and can see us here anyway. Listen, we were talking about trying to buy Anya back in the first place. We definitely have the hard money to try it. There's no telling how much the Mandos will want for her." "I know. But Jo, you can't go in and fight right now. You just can't." Jo's face twisted. He wanted to argue with Salk but couldn't. He looked like he wanted to scream too, and could just barely hold it in. Kyra said, "What about AG? What about Skywalker?" "If this thing happened to us," Jo said, "what makes you think it hasn't happened to him?" That hadn't even occurred to Kyra. She hadn't tried to puzzle out how the both of them could have lost touch with the Force within 6 hours of one another. She knew nothing about how that mystic power operated or what could have shut off their access. "Still," she said, "we should at least let them know." "Agreed," Salk said, and activated the comm console. "I'll hail Skywalker's ship directly." Jo crossed his arms over his chest. "Let's hope he hasn't flown off and left AG on the operating table." Kyra wanted to say that was unlikely, but she was certain of nothing anymore. They waited while Free Agent's comm system tried to find and connect with Minix. 1 minute drew out to 2, and finally Salk said, "We're unable to connect with Skywalker's ship." "I'm not sure why." "Try hailing the Thrumble Foundation directly," said Jo. Salk patched in another call to Essels. They waited 2 more minutes, then a third, before a miniature holo image of Curie flickered to life in the cockpit. "It's a pleasant surprise to hear from you," the so-human droid said. "Have you found Anya?" "Maybe," Salk said. "We were trying to hail AG or Skywalker." "Are they still on Essels?" Yuri shook her head. "No, they left over a day ago. They went together on Minok. I was able to repair AG without any problems." Kyra asked, "What about R2 and C-3PO?" "They went with Skywalker as well. I'm surprised they haven't tried to contact you. Skywalker paid for all the repairs on AG and 3PO himself. I assumed he was going to find you and make you pay back your half." "We've got nothing from any of them." Salk shook his head. "They didn't give any indication where they were going. Skywalker said something had come up, and they all left on short order. He was being tight-lipped. You didn't ask, J.O. said. Yuri shrugged. It was hardly my business. I'm sorry, but I just don't know. I'll tell you if I hear anything, of course, but my business with them is done. We understand, Salk sighed. Thanks for your help. After they signed off, the cockpit fell into a grim, uncertain silence. Kyra was the one to ask, what do we do now? Try to hail them. It seemed the only viable option. Even if J.O.'s force powers had been working, he wouldn't have been enough to take on a camp full of Mandalorians if that was indeed what they had waiting for them. The former Imperial Knight looked down without responding. Hands rested on his thighs, balled into fists of quiet anger. I think, Kyra whispered, we have to try. J.O.'s fists unfolded. He nodded without looking up. Salk, take us in and prep the comm. Watch out for anti-air fire from the surface. Salk bobbed his head in a grim nod and got to work. Anya and her mother sat in one corner of the low-domed chamber called a Karae, apparently, and sat down in simple wooden chairs to talk. Some of the Mandalorians that had been in the room left, others lingered but stayed out of earshot. Anya still didn't feel like she had any privacy, but she forced herself to listen to what the old woman, the one she'd known as Marin Solo, was telling. Her mother had been a Jedi. That part wasn't wholly surprising. Anya had known she was connected to a Force-using family for a while, even if she had none of those talents herself. Marin had been about the same age as Anya was now when she left the Jedi Order, voluntarily shut herself off from the Force, and sought to make a new life. She refrained from explaining exactly why. Marin also said that her mother Tamar Skirata had been a Force-using Mandalorian, the great-granddaughter of an Old Republic Jedi. Marin had tried to avoid both halves of her family and focus on the one she'd made for herself, her husband Bennett, and Anya, her daughter. For a long time it had worked. Then the Sith Imperial War had started, drawing in both the Jedi and Mandalorians. Marin had become entangled with both sides of her family again, and both of them had been present during that awful day at Torn Station. Anya listened to it all. There was nothing unbelievable and nothing that jarred with her memories. During the last stages of that war, her mother had left Fast Start behind to help the Alliance and the Jedi. As a child, Anya hadn't known more than that. Her parents had still tried to shield her from it. At Torn Station, Anya had been reunited with her mother for the first time in months and met her grandfather for the first time. Hours later, it had all gone to hell. It hurt to remember that. She could tell it hurt Marin too. When it seemed like her mother was finally done, Anya said, "You've told me a lot, but there's more I don't understand." "I know. There's a lot I still haven't told you. You said you made Yaga Arches? That you're responsible for him? What does that mean?" Marin took a deep breath. "I killed his father, long before you were born." Anya blinked. "You mean when you were a Jedi?" "I didn't do it as a Jedi." She tapped the center of her chest. "Not in my heart. I don't understand. Yaga and his father killed two people who were close to me, two Skiratas. One was like a sister to me. The Arches killed her because they thought she was me." Anya felt like she was being sucked into a downward spiral. "Why did they want to kill you?" "Because I killed Yaga's uncle, Jevern Arches, the Mandalore." She closed her eyes slowly, as though summoning a long-gone vision, then opened them. "That was almost 50 years ago. He was the first man I ever killed. I took his head off with a lightsaber." Marin must have been a teenager at the time, not even a full Jedi Knight. Anya didn't have to ask how that experience would have settled on a young woman, how it would harry her for years to come. She already knew. Anya shook her head to clear it. She tried to cut through this long chain of reciprocal revenge that had begun long before she was born. "I get why Arches hates you, why he's after your family. I get why you want to get rid of him, but you didn't make him. You don't understand. You killed his father, I get that, but that doesn't mean." "Yaga was there when I killed his father," Marin said. "I was ready to kill him too, to get justice for Nanette and Dorn. But his helmet came off, and I saw his face." She closed her eyes, remembering again. When they opened, they were haunted. He was a child, not even a teenager. He'd just seen me kill his father with force lightning and was terrified. So I let him live. She swallowed. That was a mistake. I need to correct it. Marin said nothing else, hunched forward in her chair. Those sunken eyes stared into an unseeable distance. Anya shivered and leaned back in her chair. She wanted to get far away from here, to have nothing to do with this woman who twisted childhood memories of her mother into a grim specter. She felt like she had on Essos after learning she was part of some fabled lineage that had reshaped the galaxy again and again. She wanted to get up and go. It didn't matter where. She didn't want this legacy or anyone else's. She just wanted to run, to owe nobody anything, to be free. But right here, right now, she had no place to run to. She didn't know how much time passed before a young man sporting a trim beard came up to them. "But Voodoo," he said, "our sensors picked up a spacecraft. It's dropped out of orbit and approaching our position." Marin was immediately on her feet. The sorrow was gone from her eyes, replaced by cool focus. "Activate weapon systems. Start tracking it?" "We already are." "Did you make sure to throw a camo net over the ship?" Marin asked as the other man led her across the carrier to a set of consoles attached to a generator that looked out of place against the otherwise primitive structure. Anya joined them, indulging the faint hope that help was coming for her. The black-armored Mando and the gold-armored woman were already at the console. Tess said, "We covered our ship, but they could have still spotted our encampment from orbit." Marin planted hands on her hips. "What kind of ship do they have?" "Still working that out," said the blonde. "Figure out fast, Hondo," the bearded man said. Hondo grunted and tried to adjust something on the console. Anya, curious, bent close to her mother and asked, "What's Bavodu?" "Mando for aunt or uncle." Marin put a hand on the bearded man's shoulder. "This is Liam. Call him your second cousin." "Pleasure meeting you." Liam nodded and sounded like he meant it. Anya just nodded. She wasn't in the mood for more family introductions. Reunion with her mother was trying enough. Finally, Hondo said, "Got a lock on that ship. Looks like a Corellian VE 7800. "Hold fire," Anya shouted. "I know that ship. Those are my friends." Hondo scowled. Marin said, "You told me you weren't followed." "I didn't think we were." He looked at Anya. "How'd they track us?" "How am I supposed to know?" "Don't you dare shoot at them." "What if they shoot at us first?" Marin's expression went hard, and fear seized Annie's gut. She realized that her mother was thinking about opening fire on Free Agent, even knowing what she knew. Marin never thought the woman who'd raised her could be capable of something so harsh. The last 10 years must have changed her. It was preferable to thinking that she'd been this cruel all the while. But then her face softened. Marin relented. "Hail them? See if we can." "They're hailing us," Hondo interrupted. "I'll open a channel." "You want to talk?" "Let me do it." Anya stared straight at her mother. Marin stared back. Ania's gaze chipped some hardness from her mother's eyes. "Do it." Anya shouldered Hondo aside and bent over the console speaker grill. 8G. J-O. Hold your fire. Repeat, hold your fire. It's me, Anya Solo. The comm system was simple. Rather than a holo, the response came through audio only. J.O.'s voice was enough to warm her. "Anya, what's going on? What's happening down there?" "Really long story. Hold position. I'll figure out where you can land." She looked back at her mother. "You will let them land?" Hondo looked at Marin and shook his head. The old woman bit the inside of her lip, then said, "There's a clearing 2 kilometers north-northwest of here. Different from the one Hondo brought you in through. They're going to come here and you're not going to harm them?" Anya didn't look away from her mother. "I've got an Imperial Knight and an Assassin Droid as friends, and you really don't want to mess with either." "I'm aware." Marin crossed her arms over her chest. "We'll let them through. And they can leave when they want to." After another tense moment, Marin said, "Yes." Anya turned back to the speaker grill and gave J.O. landing instructions. When he signed up, she looked to her mother once again. more softly than before she said, "Thank you." "I don't like this," Hondo growled. "Soon everybody's gonna know we're here. We'll have to pick up camp and move everything again." "It wouldn't be the first time," Marin said. "Have we heard anything from Warren yet?" Tess shook her head. "Nothing. I thought we'd have gotten something by now." "Have you tried hailing him?" Tess nodded. She looked worried. Anya had no idea what they were talking about. Frankly, she didn't want to know. All she cared about was seeing a G-37, Jo, Sok, Kyra, even that prissy protocol droid who knew way too much about her family line, though she guessed this part wouldn't be in C-3PO's memory banks. When she stepped outside, she realized the sun was coming up. The sky was cast in shades of pink and soft violet. Strong light in the east was crusting the tree line and sweeping away shadows that chilled the clearing. As she tried to approximate the direction her friends would be coming from, her heart sank to see more Mandalorians emerge from their huts wearing full armor. A few clasped weapons in hand, others kept them slung over their shoulders or holstered at their hips. They wouldn't allow this to be a happy reunion. Anya looked back at the carrier from which she'd come and saw Marin emerge with Hondo and Tez on either flank, both their faces masked by visored helmets. The Mandalorians all knew which way the newcomers would arrive from and angled to face it. Anya followed their visors, and when the first body emerged from the tree line, she ran forward in greeting. Forcing all the worries of the past hours behind her, she took Jo by shoulders. He clasped his arms around her waist and squeezed so hard it hurt. She vaguely recalled them being mad at each other but couldn't remember why. When she pulled back from the embrace, she looked at the other arrivals, Kyra, Sok, and that was all. They looked lost, tired, and afraid. "Where's AG?" she asked. "What happened on Essels? Is everyone okay?" They were all spilling out their own questions. Was she okay? Had they hurt her? Why did a bunch of damned Mandalorians want her? Would they let her go? Marin couldn't answer a lot of those questions, but not the last one. Slowly, seriously, she turned from her friends to face the Mandalorians. They formed a loose ring around the group, and in the rosy dawn light they looked like gleaming faceless statues except for her mother. Marin stood at the rear of the group, and her eyes locked with her daughter's across the distance. Jo grabbed her arm and leaned in to whisper, "Anya, talk to me. How much danger are we in?" "I don't know," she said honestly. "Better keep that force magic ready." He squeezed her arm tighter. She looked sideways and saw his head make a tiny shake. "It's gone," Jo whispered. "I can't use the force." Anya didn't understand, but understanding didn't matter. She swallowed hard, then told her friends, "Come on. I want you to meet my mother." Chapter 23. The metal portal was sealed in front of them, and before they opened it and stepped forward into Cade Skywalker's ship, Eli and Darth Talon paused to ready themselves. Since the Force had abandoned them, they'd both been mentally grasping for stead. Their failure at Ord Vaxel had been a humiliation, and they'd been set to return to Sajo in defeat when Eli had noticed the escape pod drifting just outside the edge of the Vaxel system. Because they had nothing to lose, they gambled to wait and see if anyone came to retrieve the pod. The risk had paid off, or so it seemed. Eli took nothing for granted now. That was why both of them carried blasters, along with lightsabers, and why they'd again donned black plasteel armor vests to protect their torsos. "Be ready for anything, apprentice," Talon told him as she reached for the controls to open the airlock. Her voice wavered, as though she were reassuring herself. As she tapped the button with her left hand, she hefted a blaster rifle in her right. Eli gripped his own weapon with two hands, and once the airlock's heavy hatch grinded open, they stepped into Minok. There was one person waiting for them in the adjoining hall, and not who they'd expected. It was a Zeltron woman with blue hair, pink skin, and Eli thought distractedly a figure that put even Talons to shame. The Zeltron had both hands in the air, but there was no fear in her voice when she said, "Welcome aboard, Shudda. Never thought I'd see you again." "Where are Cade Skywalker and Jerry Asen?" asked Talon. She had her blaster level dead on the woman's chest. "They're in the main hold." "What was in the escape pod you retrieved?" "Chut, Shudda," the Zeltron said. Be patient and we'll tell you everything. And if you shoot me, Cade'll carve off your head tails one by one. Just a warning. Get on with it, Talon grunted, and lowered her blaster a few inches. The Zeltron nodded and turned around. With hands still in the air button and Susie and swing to her hips, she led Talon and Eli down several narrow hallways before they reached Minix crew lounge hold. Two men were sitting on the sofa along the far wall, one light complexion, the other dark. The dark one had a rifle cradled in both arms and, without rising from his seat, shifted the barrel to track the two Sith as they approached. The blonde-haired man, meanwhile, grinned and rose to his feet. When we got close enough to the Zeltron, he hooked an arm around her waist and pulled her in for a kiss on cheek. "Give you any trouble, Meshla?" the blonde man asked. "Way less than usual." The Zeltron lowered her arms. "You gonna be fine here?" "Yeah, we've got this." "No," said Talon firmly. "All three of you are our prisoners. You will stay in this room with your hands in the air. Jerry S.N., drop your weapon." The dreadlocked man on the couch didn't budge. "You first, darling." The blonde man seemed unconcerned by all the leveled blasters and creeping tension. Interposing himself in front of the Zeltron, he crossed his arms over his chest, bearing red cross-shaped tattoos that laced bicep and forearm. He smiled, like this was all some weird joke, and only when he smiled did Eli realize this unkempt roughneck was Cade Skywalker. He'd known Cade Skywalker once, a long time ago. Eli had been one of the younger Padawans, and Cade one of the oldest. He'd been inseparable from his friends, the blue Twi'lek Shadow and red-haired Aslan. They'd said he was a prodigy, but also prone to bad tempers and recklessness. Still, Eli had looked up to the older apprentice as something he would want to be. The academy on Asus was a long way off for them. Cade's eyes raked over Talon, then Eli, then back to Talon without a flash of recognition. To the Twi'lek he said, "What's with the outfit change? You discover modesty when you lost the Force. Honestly, that clunky vest just ain't your style." "This is no joking matter," Talon said with restrained anger. "Who's the little bouquet you've got tagging along? He looks young, and he's got none of those Sith tats. Is he some kind of apprentice?" "Yes." "Well, ain't that something? Guess somebody has to train a new generation. Except, oh wait, they don't, 'cause you've all lost the Force." "Stop joking," Talon hissed through bared teeth. "Stop now, or I'll shoot you." Cade chuckled and raised his hands. "Sure thing. I just wanted to see if you've grown a sense of humor since I flew your boss into a sun." "Eli," Talon growled, "take his weapons." "Eli." The name sparked something small on Cade's face, and his eyes tracked the younger man as Eli removed the blaster and lightsaber from his belt. He stuffed those things into his own, then stepped back. "Cade might be fine giving up his gun," Jerry said from the couch, "but I'm not. You can try and wrestle it from Jerry if you'd like," Cade said as he and the Zeltron stepped back to the sofa. "I wouldn't recommend it though. That man loves his weapons." "You've got a 2-to-1 advantage, guns-wise," the Zeltron added as she and Cade sat down. "Isn't that enough?" Despite her anger, Talon didn't press them. She said, "I don't know how you survived, Skywalker. At the moment, I don't care. I know Morgan Cord, your mother, was down on Ord Vaxel. She jettisoned an escape pod from Nile Corliss' hijacked ship and left it for you to pick up. What did Cord give you?" Cade crossed one leg over the other and leaned back. "You must have some idea if you've gone to all this trouble to hijack my ship." Eli wondered what Talon would say next, and was surprised when she came out with the truth. "Nile Corliss is an associate of Darth Maladi. We believe she's responsible for the affliction that has cut us off from the Force. Cord has him now, which means she can lead us to Maladi, and whatever she gave you can lead us to her." Cade thought over her response for a moment. "Not bad reasoning. You've just about got it. One thing you missed, though. With you as our captive, we can get to Cord directly," Eli said. "With her son as their hostage, they could get her to do anything." "Bright kid," Cade grunted. His eyes lingered on Eli, then swung back to Talon. "I've got to say I'm surprised Maladi would do this to her own kind. Got any light to shed on that?" I have not seen Milady since Lord Krayt's death. She's had no contact with the one Sith whatsoever. Cade's brow creased in thought. Well, that's interesting. I guess we're all in the dark. We will not be, once you hand over whatever cord left for you. Cade didn't budge. What happens then? We just part ways, all amicable. We'll discuss that when I see what your mother left for you. And only then. Cade looked at his companions. What do you think? I got no love for them, the Zeltron said. And no trust either. But they do have 2 blasters to our 1. Not to mention that armor. What do you think, Jerry? I can get 1 headshot off easy. The second one, that's a little harder. Then I guess we better do what she says, Cade shrugged. Blue, go get the package. The Zeltron started to rise, but Talon snapped no. Call your astromech droid. Have it bring Quarter's message. Suit yourself. Cade took a comlink out of his pocket and flicked it on. Hey, R2, bring in the gift Mom sent us. A few seconds later, they heard a sound coming from the corridor through which they'd entered. Talon and Eli backstepped, allowing space for 2 newcomers to pass. 1 blue and white dome-topped astromech droid and 1 rather tired-looking human woman about the same age as Cade, with the same blonde hair and light eyes. Eli didn't know the woman, but Talon did. Gunnar Yates, daughter of the former Nina Khalid Stay, currently called Morgan Cord. Yates followed the astromech into the middle of the room, interposing herself between Cade on the sofa and the 2 Sith. Eli sidestepped to keep his aim on Skywalker while the newcomer put her hands up and said, I guess I should be honored you know so much about me. Why did your mother leave you here for Skywalker? And where is she headed? If I knew that, do you think she'd have left me behind? Yates growled. That witch who was never my mother, not in any real way, knocked me out and dumped me in an escape pod when I tried to talk to Corliss. Whatever game she's running, you know as much as I do. To Eli's ears, her anger seemed genuine. The Force might have told him different if he'd had it. Maybe Talon's ears were sharper. She'd lurched 2 long steps forward, hooked an arm around Yage's neck, and pinned the woman to her chest while her blaster stayed aimed for the sofa. The 3 sitting there hadn't risen, hadn't budged. Jerry's rifle was still aimed at the Twi'lek, but now she had Yage for a full body shield. Sitting very still and speaking very softly, Kay said, What about our deal, Talon? The Twi'lek ignored him and started edging for the corridor, dragging Yage with her. When the human tried to jerk free, Talon dug forearm into her windpipe, choking her, and told Cade, I will take Yage back to our ship and make her tell us where Cord really went. Shoot at us, and you'll kill your own sister. Still quiet, still calm, Cade asked, Is this really how you want to play it, Shudda? You were a fool to ever let me aboard your ship. No, darling. He shook his head and sounded almost sad. You're a pure wormo forever coming on mine. And then, without warning, Eli's blaster tried to flee his hand. The barrel jerked up. His finger squeezed the trigger on instinct and blasted a shot into the ceiling. He bleated for help, looked sideways, and saw Talon holding tight to a rifle that tried to fly away. At the same time, Yates snapped an elbow up and back, jabbing the Twi'lek in the chin. Eli could barely track what happened next. Jerry shot up from the couch and let free with his blaster. Yates ducked low so his deadly shots could Talon's chest again and again. The Twi'lek's armor absorbed the blast in a series of sparks, but the force of impact took her off her feet and slammed her against the wall. Cade was on his feet too, one hand held out, like he was using the force to pin Talon there. Eli wrestled his blaster under control and tried to bring it on Skywalker, but he heard a door, closed all this time, hiss open beside him. He glanced sideways in time to see the massive 2-meter-tall assassin droid right before a long mechanical arm hit him so hard it dented the plasteel vest. The weapon flew from his hand, and Eli was thrown through the air by force of impact of Skywalker's impossible use of the Force itself, and landed hard against the wall near Talon. His head cracked against the bulkhead, and he fell to the floor right next to her, dazed and gasping for breath. When the world stabilized around Eli, he saw he was still on the floor next to Talon. Neither had a weapon, and 5 separate figures loomed a half-circle around them, each one sporting a blaster aimed to fire. "Okay," Skywalker said. "Now we're gonna have a real talk." Frankly, it should have felt more satisfying than it did. Cade had wanted to see Talon defenseless before him for a long time, and the shock on her face when he started using the Force had been a pure and simple delight. The thrill wore off fast, though. The stakes they were dealing with went way beyond his grudge against one Sith Shudder, maybe beyond anything he'd ever faced before. After pulling the 2 Sith to their feet, wrenching their arms behind their backs, and strapping their wrists together, Cade and his team moved Talon and Eli to the sofa and dropped them there. By now the whole group had converged in Minok's hold. Gunnar had a chair of her own and sat with the blaster in her lap. Delia half-perched on the Dedrick table and fixed Talon a smug grin. Jariah paced back and forth with his blaster resting on one shoulder. A G-37 stood still and intimidating as only an assassin droid could, while R2-D2 and C-3PO stood the corner, watching quietly. As for Cade, he was trying to figure out what to do with Minok's 2 new passengers. Delia offered her own suggestion. "What do you say we dump these 2 out the airlock and get on with our business?" She said it flippantly, but Cade knew she meant it. Blue knew how to hate as well as she knew how to love. He balked from the suggestion, though. He'd cut down more than his share of Sith in combat, but killing unarmed prisoners made him a little queasy inside. More, he asked himself if these 2 were really Sith anymore, since they couldn't touch the Force. Stripped of their powers, they hadn't proven hard to take down. What were they now except a Twi'lek with some weird tattoos and a confused kid? Maybe that would be Cade soon enough, just one more sack of meat, as limited and fragile as anything else. He'd been trying to keep spitting distance between himself and the prisoners, as well as his sister. But if this virus thing really was spreading across the galaxy, passed from host to host and leaving 99% unaware, then it would get to him sooner or later. Or perhaps it wouldn't. It hadn't yet, and he recalled something else his mother had said. Back on Coruscant, the Empress alone was unaffected. That could mean anything, and Cade didn't want to get ahead of himself. He told Delia, "I'll think about. Depends if these 2 can give us any reason to keep their carcasses aboard." Off in the corner, C-3PO whispered, "R2, are you certain he's related to Master Luke?" "I struggle to see a resemblance." Since he'd been given a good prompt, Cade showed the 2 captives a predatory smile. Talon didn't look intimidated, but the kid winced a little. There was something familiar about him, something Cade couldn't place. He didn't think he'd seen him during his spell in the Sith Temple, though there'd been a handful of acolytes who hadn't yet painted themselves red and black. No, the kid seemed familiar from somewhere else. Cade decided to stab in the dark and hope it hit a soft spot. "Hey, Eli, how do you like your master? You been with her long?" The kid looked away and said nothing. "She teach you to unlock all that inner anger yet? All that dark passion poodoo? I bet it made you feel powerful. Way better than Jedi school, am I right?" The kid flinched. He must have been on Ossus 10 years back. He'd have been young then, many levels behind Cade, Shadow, and Aslan, but there was still something in that face, in that name. Eli Horn, there it was. Cade recalled that his father had gotten killed by an angry mob when the Ossus project had first gone sour. He kept on training as a Jedi, though despite all the hurt that must have brought him, hurt that would have gotten bottled up until he'd ended up in the Sith hands, and they'd shown him better use for it. Cade felt for the kid. He couldn't deny it, but that too was something he couldn't let get in the way. Gunnar was there to remind him in case he forget. She cleared her throat and said, "Whatever we're doing with these 2, we need to decide fast and get moving. There's no telling how far ahead our mother's gotten." "What's your suggestion, then?" "Keep them as prisoners. We'll have time to interrogate them. They don't look like they'll crack easily, but your Force powers might help." Cade certainly hoped so. "What about their ship?" "Keep it? I doubt the computer has much on it, but we might be able to get into their nav system and retrace their course all the way to wherever the one Sith's base is." Cade hadn't thought of that. Sounds like a plan to me, he said. He called on the Force to raise Eli to his feet without touching him. Another invisible jerk pulled the kid away from Talon and nearly knocked him into a G-37's immobile metal frame. Gun, Jerry, you take the kid over to his ship. Once it's secure, you three are going to seal the airlock and release docking clamps. He nodded at Talon. The shutter stays here with me. AG, you can help me keep an eye on her. Blue, R2, go to the cockpit and start checking systems. I'd be quite happy to assist, a G-37 said as R2-D2 wheeled out of the room on Delia's heels. Once we're underway, I would like to contact Free Agent and see if they have recovered Anya yet. Sure. Once we're underway. Cade looked back to his sister. Once our ships are separated, we make way for Greespace together, right? Of course. Gunnar rose from her chair. And while I'm on that Sith ship, I'm putting a call into the Empress and telling her what happened. All of it. I don't think she'll believe me if I tell her I disarmed two Sith and hijacked their ship by myself. Cade restrained a frown. Deep down, he'd always known that he couldn't play dead forever. He'd made too big a name for himself during the war to stay anonymous, and more, he'd never really expected that Skywalker legacy to leave him alone for good. Hoped, but not expected. And he'd learned how far hope got you. Cade planted fists on his hips, sighed deeply, and felt the last 2 years slip away. Yeah? Tell her what you have to. I have a feeling we'll be meeting Miss High and Mighty once we get to Greespace. Then let's get moving. Gunnar slipped behind Eli and grabbed his right arm. Jerry. He waved an arm toward the hallway. Right behind you. Cade let them march Eli toward the exit. Right before they slipped away, he called, Hey, kid. Your dad was Riker Horn, right? The kid looked back. He didn't say anything, but his expression was answer enough. Cade gave Gunnar a little nod, and she pushed the kid out of the room. Cade watched the place where they'd been. It would take time for Gunnar and Jerry to secure that ship, and for R2-D2 and Delia to make sure Minik was in flying shape. He looked down at Darth Talon, who remained exactly where she'd been since a G-37 dropped her on the sofa. This time, though, she looked up to meet his eyes. He looked at hers, really looked at them for the first time since she'd come aboard, and was shocked by what he'd found. All the Sith he'd known, including her, had sported irises dyed red gold by the dark side. Sometimes his own had taken on that shade when he'd allowed himself to go to the worst places inside him. That dark side stamp was gone now. Talon's eyes were a gentle blue, incongruous on her scarlet and black face. It was so jarring he had to look away. She said, We are going to Greespace. Is that where your mother and Lady Malady are? There was no point in lying now. Yeah? You didn't know? She shook her head. What are they doing there? I was gonna ask you. I have no idea, Talon said. There was something hollow in her voice, something afraid. It was in her eyes, too, those soft blues suddenly planted on a ferocious Sith-stamped face. They unsettled Cade to the core. They said that something fundamental in the universe had been upended. Well, he said, I guess we'll find out together. As Morgan Cord was picked up by a set of gree tentacles and carried like an oversized doll through Darth Malady's lair, the worst part was that she wasn't even granted the relief of unconsciousness. She was forced instead to watch a succession of horrors parade before her eyes. They carried her down long corridors carved from red rock into chambers packed with old scientific equipment. She passed dozens of tall glass cylinders, many large enough to fit a human inside. Some were empty, and other contained twisted bodies pickled in brackish green fluids. She barely recognized one mutated form as a human, another looked like the shriveled husk of a nerf. After that, she was carried into another chamber, where transparent cages lined either side. She felt sick inside as they passed the desiccated remains of a dead Bith slumped against the glass. Its skin was flaking and dry, its bulbous head partway crumbled, but old clothes still hung on its skeletal frame. The black eyes, eerily, were still intact, and their dead gaze seemed to hold Morgan's as she was carried past. Finally, the gree took Morgan through another set of doors and down some spiraling ramp, past shelves packed with old-bound books, jars of pickled organs from alien bodies, and barbed metal tools crusted with blood. As awful as it was, Morgan tried to burn it into her brain. She was an intelligence agent by training, and the key to survival in any situation was knowledge. She had to see everything, remember everything, because anything she saw here might be the key to escape. When they reached the bottom of the stair, the gree carried Morgan across a grated floor and laid her on a waist-high table. She was still inert, unable to do more than blink or twitch her fingers. She stared upward at the walkways clinging to the chamber's high red stone walls. She marked the gree who carried her ascend the metal spiral and disappear, but she heard someone else in the chamber with her and knew who it must be. Morgan was terrified. She couldn't help it. Her heart pounded in her chest as Mady loomed in from her right, dark brown eyes evaluating. If her eyes were dark, it meant Mady no longer had the Force, that she was deaf to it like Darth Talon and all the Jedi, but that knowledge did Morgan no good, paralyzed and helpless as she was. Mady shifted out of view. A moment later, Morgan felt something cool and metal against her right wrist, then heard the click of a primitive metal lock closing. Then Mady reappeared. In one hand, she held a syringe filled with transparent liquid. The thin needle glinted in the light as it drew close. "Shish," Mady whispered. "Calm down, core calixed. You want to move again, don't you?" Morgan couldn't speak and couldn't move. She lay there, helpless, as Mady stuck the needle in her arm and injected his liquid. The Sith witch stepped away, out of view again. As Morgan listened to feet scrape across the grate and the tinkling of metal utensils, she felt sensation return to her body. It spread out from her arm, a tingle at first, and when the tingle was gone, she could move her fingers and twist her wrist within the cuff binding her to the table. When Morgan had enough strength to move her arms and legs, Mady said, "You can sit up now." She swung her feet off the edge of the table, then used her free hand to push herself into an upright seated position. Her legs dangled off the table's edge, and she looked straight ahead at Mady. The Sith woman stood 2 meters away, well out of kicking range. Her arms were crossed guardedly over her chest and head was tilted so long black hair shadowed her face. This was the Mady whom Morgan had known, schemed against and matched wits with for over a decade. But there was something different about her too. Morgan couldn't tell what, not yet. Mady seemed to be waiting for her to speak. Morgan remembered the last thing the Sith had told her and decided to start there. "You said you've been waiting for me to come. Did Corliss warn you? I thought I had taken care of him." "You did," Mady said. "I didn't know you smuggled yourself aboard his last shipment, but I suspected. I hoped. I left him dangling out there for you, core calixed." She smiled then, baring pointed Deveronian teeth. Morgan had never seen her grin before. It was disturbing. Morgan swallowed. "You used him to deliver the virus to your Sith friends. Though I guess it's ex-friends now. Did you know Darth Talon's after you?" Mady shrugged. "I expected someone would be. But what is she without the Force? Corliss didn't do only that for you, did he? Since your hold-up in Greespace, he was your middleman with the Mandalorians. What else did you have him do?" She waited for a reply. Very seriously, Mady said, "You didn't answer my question." "What question?" "What is she without the Force?" It wasn't rhetorical. Morgan blinked. "She tried to fight me. She'd have killed me with the Force, and probably could have without it too. Well, she was outnumbered. I surprised her, and I was just trying to escape, not beat her." "Answer the question." Mady snapped. "What is she?" "What?" Morgan stared. The Mady she'd known had been tightly wound, scheming for scheming's shake out of an apparent need to prove her own genius. She had, in truth, been much like Nina Calixte. The Mady present now was a woman liberated from herself, and that meant she was more dangerous than ever. Morgan thought hard about an answer that might satisfy her. She remembered something Cole had told her once, a very long time ago. He'd spoken his concerns that some Jedi relied too much on the Force, and that without it they'd be as helpless as children expelled from their homes. "A child," Morgan said. She was still fast and deadly and graceful, but she seemed lost, like a girl looking for her mother. Mady nodded, apparently satisfied. She looked sideways, as though something had caught her attention, but when Morgan followed her gaze, she saw just an empty wall. Mady kept staring at nothing. Seconds passed, and Morgan began to feel unnerved. Finally, the Sith looked back to her and said, "Corliss was essential. You're right about that. He worked with Auchas and hired Mandalorians to capture my test subjects. And the other Jedi and Imperial Knights who went missing. That was you." "Oh, yes. It took many tries to get it right. Aux people were at the floating world too, after the battle where so many Sith and Imperial Knights were slain. They scavenged bodies near death and brought them to me. Those were fruitful experiments." Morgan had expected that, but it still twisted her stomach to think of the beings who died in this awful laboratory. From what she'd seen on the way in, this place had been around for many years. Mady wasn't the first to have occupied it. Grimly she asked, "How many experiments did it take to get it right?" Mady shook her head, ignoring the question. "Corliss helped me spread the virus, and not just to the Sith and the Jedi, and the Empress's little followers. No, this is much bigger than them. To get it to the Sith, we placed a live carrier inside a hyperspace-capable pod, sent the pod out to where the Sith would find it. He explained that to me." "Did he tell you about all the other places we sent pods?" Mady saw surprise on her face and smiled. "No. Oh no. You used to know how to ask the right questions, Core Calixed. You've gotten soft. Too much time cooped up wherever the Empress was keeping you." "How did you know the Empress was keeping me somewhere?" Mady ignored that question too. "What I am doing, the new galaxy I am making, it must be total. So we sent pods to the Barandu, the Coronet, the remnants of the Gensere, the Theran listeners. We even tracked down the Falinasi. We were thorough, Calix Cord. This must be total." Morgan swallowed. No, this was not the same woman she sparred with all those years. This Mady was at least partially mad. Unfortunately, she was also still a genius. "What, exactly, are you trying to do?" "You know already. You understand. Jedi, Sith, Imperial Knight, all the other schools of the Force. What is the thing that binds them? What is the fear they all share?" Mady's voice dropped to a stage whisper, as though imparting vital truth. "Silence. But why are you cutting them off from the Force? You're a Sith." "Was Sith," Mady corrected. "There are no Sith anymore. No Jedi, no Imperial Knights. No Falinasi, no Gensere, no Barandu, no Theran listeners, just children. Living in silence, lost, trying to find their way." Morgan was speechless. She'd heard of Jedi voluntarily giving up their Force powers, but not Sith. That Mady would seek to deprive every Force user in the galaxy of their sacred talent shocked her. That she'd pulled it off was astounding. Mady uncrossed her arms and held them wide. "Where are we, Core Calixed?" "Tassa," Morgan muttered. "Yes, but what is this place? Do you have any idea?" Mady shook her head. "No. Of course you don't. How could you? This is an old place. It existed long, long before us." "I guess that from the look of some of those bodies." Morgan tried for glib. "Those gree don't do house cleaning." The gree are special. So special. The one who carried you in here, Rakatl, has been in this place for 300 years. 300. It was harder to think of something to say to that. That's a long time to stay on one job. "Oh, they have been remunerated all this time. That's why I found this place, you see." "No, you don't see. Let me explain. Let me give you knowledge. You love knowledge, don't you, Core Calixed?" Mady paused, awaiting confirmation. Morgan nodded, and she was off again. "There was time, before Darth Krayt fell, before he became obsessed with your son, and let Roan fell and Gar Stasi outmaneuver him. When Lord Krayt ruled supreme, he tasked me to find the relics of Sith Lords past. I love knowledge, Core Calixed. I lust for it and I chased it. I uncovered some relics of Darth Sidious, you call him Palpatine, and it doesn't matter where. I traced them to the lair of his master Darth Plagueis, and found a place called Abera. There were still some secrets there, and I traced things further back, from Plagueis to Tenebris to Acheron. She tilted her head back and looked up the room's tall shaft. This was his place. Darth Acheron labored for decades here, experimenting, scheming, researching. Acheron and we were of like mind. Acheron treasured knowledge. He was a scholar, a diplomat. He made allies among the gree. I'm sure the Force helped him with that. Tassa was still their library world. Acheron gathered samples of their tomes here, their records, their catalogs, their histories that go back to the departure of the Celestials and the dawn of civilization. Rakatl and the others have been laboring here, translating their libraries into basic for 300 years, all the while funded by one of Plagueis' endowments. Plagueis was a rich Muin. Malady's face twisted in another sharp-toothed smile. Don't you understand the genius of it? The Sith operate on a scale beyond vermin minds. Their design is drawn on a map of centuries. Not anymore, Morgan whispered. Malady grew sober. Yes. Exactly. It's all over now. Everything ends and everything begins. What did you find here beyond old tomes? Morgan asked. For over a decade, Acheron and Tenebris had a project. A brilliant project. Malady recrossed her arms. They developed a virus that targeted midichlorians. It killed the midichlorians and killed the host. It was a plague to eradicate the Jedi, but they never used it. It had a single flaw. Malady held up one red finger. The Sith were just as vulnerable. They tried again and again and again to develop a virus that would only kill light side users. They could not. Midichlorians do not care what side of the Force they draw power from, and neither did the virus. She shrugged. So they stopped. From what I've gleaned from Rakatl, Tenebris may have killed Acheron and abandoned the project. But the research stayed here, sealed up for 300 years until I found it. You used it, Morgan said grimly. Give me some credit, Corcalix. I had to modify and improve it first. Using Darth Acheron's samples cryogenically preserved all that time, I developed new strains. I needed to silence the midichlorians, not kill them. But why? Morgan pressed. I took many attempts, Malady went on. All those Sith and Jedi that came before, they did not survive their test. But after 2 years, I perfected it. Not just a virus that deforms midichlorians so they can't hear the Force, but one that incubated inside most hosts for upward of a week, giving them plenty of time to spread the disease to others unaware. So you spread it to the Sith and Jedi and all those others. Of more than them? This must be total. I had Corlys speak with his subordinates, speak with them face to face so they'd become carriers, then send them across the galaxy on minor errands. At the same time as the Sith and Jedi were getting my gift coughed into their faces, 100 Force blind carriers were spreading the virus across 100 populated worlds all over the galaxy. Don't you see, Corcalix? By the time the Sith and Jedi knew what was happening, it was already too late to stop the spread. Morgan tried to let it all sink in. Malady might have gone mad, for reasons she still didn't understand, but she was also a genius. She perfected Darth Acheron's virus into a weapon the long-dead Sith Lord would never have imagined, then deployed it before anyone realized it existed. There was one thing Morgan had to know, even if it meant pressing Malady too far. Why me? She asked. Why did you expect me to come? Because Corlys was your bait, Calix Cord, Malady said. Any vermin could have done the middleman work he did. But you knew about Corlys. I knew you watched him closely, back when you were just Calix Day, and I just a Sith Lord. You knew he was my favorite agent, and I knew you'd look for him when the Empress tasked you to find me. And how did you know the Empress would do that? Because the Empress is no fool. She uses the best tools available, and you, Corcalix, are as fine a tool as a vermin could be. Morgan tried to take that as a compliment. Malady's half-mad guesswork was disturbingly insightful, and she was afraid what else she might have discerned. Why me? Why did you want to draw me here? Because, said Malady, my experiment is not quite complete. There's something I need to perfect. Where is your son, Cade Skywalker? Fear became realization. Something collapsed inside her, but she said, Cade is dead. No. I know Cade Skywalker. He's been in my head. In a way, all this is his doing. So I know Cade is not dead. I have you. Soon I will have him. You will call him here for me? Morgan took a deep breath. If you think that, you'd better kill me right now. I can't get you Cade because Cade is dead. No! Mady shouted. Then, as if ashamed of her outburst, she moderated her tone. Cade is not dead. Before I succumbed to my own virus, I felt him. In the Force. In my head. She tapped 4 fingers on her skull. Cade is alive. And if there's one person in the galaxy he'd let in on that secret, it is you, Morgan Cord. And you'd certainly have a way to contact him. Because we are alike, you and I, we love knowledge, and we love the power to use it. Morgan swallowed. Why is Cade so important to you? Because he is Skywalker. Skywalkers are special in ways you can't possibly understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't the Fel Skywalkers too? Yes, but will the Empress come to me, let me take blood samples, peer into her midi-chlorians and find out why they are immune to my virus? No, she would not. And Cade will? Morgan asked. As soon as it came out, she realized her slip. Malady's correct prediction that her disease would not affect Skywalkers has stunned her into making a mistake. The Daveronian grinned. You're going to call him to me, Morgan Cord? I know you will. I'll have a comm system brought down here in minutes, and then you'll do exactly as I ask. No. Yes, you will. For 2 reasons. Malady ticked up twin fingers. 1, you are dying. The concoction I injected did not just reverse your paralysis. It was also a poison. You should start feeling the effects within half a standard hour. Nausea and vomiting will come first, then hallucinations. Then your body will melt from the inside, until blood pours from your mouth and spills from eyes, and only then will you die in utter agony. Morgan's free hand clutched her neck. Blood still pumped, carrying Malady's pathogen. Terror seized her. She'd risked her life countless times, but she'd never wanted to die. It was her deepest fear. Even when she told Malady to kill her a minute ago, it had been an instinctive bluff. Malady smiled. Naturally, I have a counteragent that will delay those symptoms for another 12 hours. And 12 hours after that, with another dose. I've yet to develop a way to neutralize the poison entirely, since I've never had the need to. Morgan tried to open her mouth and get out one more glib reply. All she managed was a sob. In all her life, she'd never been this beaten. Second, said Malady, you will call Cade here because he is immune to the virus. You know that, don't you? Yes, I thought he would be. You're going to call him here, and I am going to test him and analyze him and see what exactly makes him different. Maybe I'll discover a way to render his midichlorians inert also. Maybe, somehow, he'll turn the tables, escape with my knowledge, take it to the Empress and the Jedi, and they'll find a way to restore the Force to themselves. Maybe.
Your son is clever and determined. Anything may be possible. But first you need to bring Cade here. Morgan moved her free hand to clasp her other arm. She squeezed tight to keep herself from trembling. She could find no appeal, no argument, no final ploy that would grant her victory. After all these years of scheming and counter-scheming against each other, Malady had beaten her in the end. I'll have Rakat bring the comm system down, she told Morgan gently. Then you can talk to your son. Chapter 24. It was midnight in Galactic City. Marasiah shifted restless in bed and turned on her side to watch light through the window. Distant spires ringing the government district glowed from within, and headlights from airspeeders traced pulsing pathways through the dark. Everything was bright and moving, and she could feel the cumulative energy of the trillion lives that wreathed the planet. Coruscant was the same as it had always been. That seemed cruel to her, almost mocking. She felt Antares move beside her and rolled to face him. Her husband was on his back, staring at the dim ceiling with clumps of blanket gathered in his fists. Through the Force he emanated anger and confusion blurred by weariness. It was what he'd projected continuously since losing his ability to sense the Force, but the feeling had grown stronger since Darth Krayt had attempted to take his own life. Darth was back in the medical ward under observation. Most of the other Jedi and Imperial Knights there had been released. That, combined with Marasiah's public display of Force powers when saving Darth, had quieted some of the more accurate rumors about what had been going on, but it hadn't stopped them completely, and she knew that with time they'd grow loud again. She knew that, if this great deafness to the Force drew on, she'd have to make an announcement in conjunction with Krayt and Admiral Stasi. Though she'd had days to consider, she didn't know what she would say, or what she could do with her Imperial Knights when they were no longer knights. Like a poor leader, she put off the hard choices, hoping a miracle might save her. The report from Ord Mantell had come in earlier this evening, saying that the Mandalorians who'd been working for Mady had escaped capture. Possibly they'd been tipped off. Several Imperials had been killed and a Jedi grievously injured, and the hope of solving this puzzle had only gotten farther away. She and her husband lay in bed for a while longer, sleepless, unhappy and uncertain. Eventually Antares rose without a word and walked over to the window. He stood in front of it, hands clasped tight behind his back, and watched artificial lights move through the night. After a short while Marasiah joined him. She slipped one arm around his and rested her head on his shoulder. She felt him exhale and gather his thoughts before he spoke. "We can't continue as we are," Antares whispered. She sensed his "we" meant the Imperial Knights, the order they'd both pledged themselves to at a young age and whose values that it always tried to fulfill. The Jedi. They can make their own decisions, but are knights. No one would ever question your loyalty, she told him. Only our abilities. Our usefulness. We can still be your royal guard. Your agents. We'd do anything to serve you. All of us. She knew Antares would. All his life he'd wanted to serve the Empire, to prove himself a worthy vessel for the values it embodied. He'd faced many trials, inside and out, none greater than when his beloved Emperor had betrayed those very values. When forced to choose between the two, Antares had chosen virtuous aspiration over a flawed man and brought his lightsaber against Roan Fel. If Antares could manage that ultimate test, he could survive this. Yet despite what she'd told him, she wasn't sure every Imperial Knight would hold the same loyalty. Since the declaration of the Triumvirate, the Knights had been flooded with eager untrained Force users, even siphoning away potential Jedi adepts. All those young, promising students had found their promise cut short, and Marasiah expected many of them to leave Coruscant and try to return to their previous lives. More worrying were men like Darth, who'd constructed their entire lives around loyalty to the Force's will. They were rudderless now, and some might leave the Knights in search of a new conviction. Some might find the Force's silence too oppressive and take their own lives. In dark moments, she felt surprised that Darth had been the only one so far to try. She knew attempts to comfort Antares would prove hollow. Instead she simply stood with him, head trustingly on his shoulder, and hoped her presence brought small relief. They watched as Galactic City's traffic continued to flow, well past midnight now, and while it seemed they watched for hours, no pre-dawn light crept into the sky. When the communications relay built into her bedstand buzzed, both of them jerked apart. At this hour Marasiah was only bothered for the most urgent calls, and her pulse was racing as she sat on the bedside and turned the comm on. "This is the Empress. Speak. We have a high-priority message directed for you, Majesty." Astral Veo replied, "Audio only." "From whom?" There was a 2-second pause. Then Astral said, as if she couldn't believe it herself, "Cade Skywalker." "That's impossible," Antares said. "Majesty, I think you should talk to him yourself." "Give us 1 minute, Astral." Marasiah turned off the comm and rose from the bed. Antares followed her as stalked toward the exit, grabbing a light violet shawl on the way and throwing it over her nightgown. She made her way from the bedroom across her darkened living space to where she kept her personal communication suite. "Skywalker is dead," Antares told her. It has to be a trick. By whom? The Sith. If Skywalker's alive, he's been missing in action for 2 years. There's no telling what he's gotten up to in that time. Then we'll just have to listen to what he says. Marasiah turned the comm system on. Astral's half-scale hollow image flickered to life in front of her. She took a breath, patted down the violet shawl so she looked halfway regal, and said, "Put him on, Astral." Astral's image nodded, then disappeared. A second later a familiar visage appeared on the holo. Messy blonde hair framed his face, light stubble fuzzed his chin, and his bare arms were laced by scars and tattoos. Mostly, though, it was his eyes that marked him as Skywalker. They had an intensity that was impossible to mistake, even seen through a static marred holo. "Cade Skywalker," Marasiah said evenly. "This is a surprise." "You want a surprise? Wait till you hear what I've got to say." "Sorry, we've got to say. Let me turn this into a group call." Before Marasiah could ask what he meant, Skywalker leaned halfway out of the holo's viewing range. A moment later a second person's image appeared beside his. It was Gunnar Yates. "Are you patched in?" Skywalker asked. "I've got it, thanks," said Yates. Marasiah looked between the two half-siblings. If they were working together itself an unlikely event, according to reports of their past encounter it had to involve their mother and the Sith she was chasing. That Morrigan cord was absent from this conversation was glaringly obvious. She knew from experience that conversations with Skywalker were like trying to tame a rancor, so he focused her attention on his sister. "Agent Yates, explain. How is Skywalker involved in your mission and where is Agent Cord?" "I'll handle that," Skywalker butted in. "Cord's on Tassa, in the Gree Enclave. Darth Malady's holding her hostage. We're on the way now, but we're coming from the Kalia sector, so it'll take us time to get there." That was a lot to take in. "Agent Yates, is this true?" "Yes. After we captured Nile Corliss at Ord Vaxel, Agent Cord stunned me and dropped me in an escape pod, then went off on her own. She called Skywalker and told him to retrieve me." Marasiah allowed herself to feel humbled. Despite having the best surveillance and fact-finding networks in the galaxy at her disposal, she'd had no idea that Skywalker was alive, nor that Cord was in contact with her son. "How do you know Malady has Agent Cord?" "Because they called me," Skywalker said grimly. "She said Malady wants me. Didn't specify why, though I've got a guess. You gone force blind like the rest of Empress?" She swallowed. "No." "Well, neither have I." Skywalker let that sit there. She knew the two of them were distant relatives, descendants of Anakin Skywalker who'd served Palpatine as Darth Vader before destroying him. Her father had told her that Anakin had supposedly been conceived by the Force itself and born by no mortal father, and while his tone had been marked by skepticism, he'd not denied it outright. "Malady wants me," Skywalker said gruffly. "So I guess I've got to go to her." "Greespace is supposed to be inviolable," Terry said from Marasiah's shoulder. "Their worlds have automated defenses that shoot down any foreign vessel." "I'm guessing Malady's going to give me clearance for that," Skywalker shrugged. "Not sure how that helps you, though." Marasiah didn't either, but she knew one thing. With the source of this affliction finally found, she couldn't wait on Coruscant and do nothing. She'd take a task force to Greespace and, as Empress and ruler of the Galactic Federation Triumvirate, demand access to Tassa. Such a bold action would force down the wall of secrecy she'd erected around the crippled Jedi and Imperial Knights. It could even start a war if the Gree refused. Still, it had to be done. She closed her eyes and saw Ganner Krieg in memory, collapsed on the ground, curled up and trembling in existential agony. She couldn't allow his suffering, and that of all the other deafened knights, to continue. "Explain your situation," Marasiah said. "What ships are you on and how many people are you taking to Tassa?" Yates got in before her half-brother could speak. "Skywalker is aboard his Minok. I'm aboard a captured Nemesis-class patrol ship." "Captured from whom?" Sith, Skywalker grinned. I should say, former Sith, since they're as force blind as the Jedi right now. It was another stunner. All this while she'd expected the virus was a sophisticated plot by Mady and her fellow Sith to rob their enemies of the Force, thus paving the way for their ascension. She'd actually hoped it was the case, because it would mean the Sith had a working antidote. Are you saying Mady did all this on her own? Antares sounded as perplexed as her. Why in space would she do that? I don't know, said Skywalker. I'll have to ask her when I see her. But Gunner's got one Sith captive on her ship, an apprentice. I've got the master on my knock. He grinned again. I bet you remember Darth Talon. Her mind flashed all the way to Vendaxa and the Agile, Nubile Scarlet and Black Twi'lek who'd attacked her, Antares, and Skywalker all at once. I do. Are you sure she no longer has the Force? She's not faking. Trust me. He tapped below one eye. Turns out she's got pretty blues without that gold Sith stain on him. Who'd have thought? If the Sith were deaf to the Force too, then perhaps there was no counteragent. Perhaps the Jedi and the Imperial Knights were condemned to extinction, all except for her and Cade Skywalker. The thought filled her with quaking dread, but she reminded herself that even if no antigen existed, it could still be created. Darth Mady needs to be captured alive, Marasiah said. Skywalker didn't argue. Any ideas about how to make it happen? What else can you tell me about Tassa? Not much. Mom said it was some really old Sith lad Mady resurrected. I don't even know where on the planet it is. She said Mady'll light a beacon when I show up. Marasiah expected as much. Mady was too canny to allow her opponents to draw concrete plans against her. It was time to quit talking and start acting. Do not go to Tassa right away. I'll be taking a fleet to Greespace. We will rendezvous outside the Enclave and devise a plan of action together. Is that understood? Yaje immediately saluted. Yes, Empress. Skywalker, to her relief, didn't object. Fine. You've got our comm freak. Hail us with coordinates and your ETA when you're in hyperspace. We will. Before turning off the comm she hesitated a moment on what to say. Then it came to her. May the Force be with you. Skywalker snorted, smiled, and said, you too. See you in Greespace. Marasiah killed the connection. Skywalker and Yaje disappeared from the room, leaving her with Antares. She looked out the living room window and saw the Coruscant skyline, still luminous, now roofed by a violet pre-dawn glow. Antares, she said, hail my uncle, Admiral Stasi, Admiral Yaje, and Master K. Kruk while I get dressed. Tell them to meet us in my office in 30 minutes. Don't explain, just say it's urgent. There's a lot to talk about before we go. The second wheel's owner was irate that a firefight had broken out on his station between Mandalorians and Imperial agents. The red-faced and foaming Rybot had berated Aslan and Colonel Savis and given them an hour to remove their ships from the facility. He'd also declared their actions a violation of the second wheel's neutrality and stated his intention to take his complaint directly to the Triumvirate. But he wasn't totally unreasonable. He had not, thankfully, denied medical help to Shadow Veo. The wheel's doctors were more competent than Aslan expected. They carefully lifted Shadow's unconscious form onto a stretcher and carried him away, and once she'd finally extricated herself from the station owner's complaints, she tracked them down to the station's main surgical center. To her relief, Shadow was still alive. Medical droids had performed an emergency operation the second he was brought in, removing blast-damaged tissue on his abdomen and binding broken organs with micro-sutures. They hadn't been able to do anything with his arm except amputate it at the elbow, but at least they'd saved Shadow's life. He was still unconscious when they put him in the back to tank. The medical chief, a polite element, told Aslan that he'd have to remain in the tank for days to make a full recovery. That jarred with the station owner's ultimatum that they leave the wheel in an hour. The robot, slightly calmer now, allowed them to keep a handful of personnel aboard to watch over Shadow until he could leave the station. The bulk of the Imperial platoon they'd brought from Bilbringi still had to go. As soon as he said it, Aslan determined to stay at the wheel as long as Shadow was here. Her old friend would need a familiar face when he came out of the back to tank. It wouldn't be enough to heal his physical or mental injuries, but it was the least she could do. "Are you going back to Coruscant now?" Aslan asked Ange as the two women returned to Scarlet Star. Aslan had traveled light and it wouldn't take long to retrieve her and Shadow's things. "Maybe," Ange sighed. The supply of good cheer that had sustained her on this mission seemed to have finally run out. "I'm going to try and find Vivek, wherever he went, then have a talk with Hondo Kar. There still might be a way to track Thor and Ral. They know we're after them. That means they'll go to ground." "I know, but there still might be a way." The two women walked into Scarlet Star's main hold. Though he'd never been loud or intrusive, the ship seemed hollowed without him. Grimly, Aslan went to her cabin and began packing her belongings while Ange went into Shadow's and started gathering his. One pack for clothes and equipment, another for the spare armor plates. A small case with backup parts for her respirator. Her lightsaber. It felt heavy and strange in her hand, and for a moment she stood there looking at it, wondering if there was a reason to keep this at all. For the last few years she'd felt torn between her present as an Imperial Knight and her past as a Jedi. Now the dilemma was moot, all her inner turmoil wasted. It felt like the universe had played a sick joke and she never wanted to see this lightsaber again. It was a mocking reminder of what should have been. Ange knocked on the cabin door, interrupting her gathering despair. The woman poked her head through the frame and said, "Aslan, we're getting a hail, priority channel." She nodded, stuffed the lightsaber into her equipment bag, and followed Ange through the hold to Scarlet Star's cockpit. Ange typed her decryption key into the comm console and dropped into the pilot's chair. Aslan leaned over its back as a hollow image of Antares Draco appeared before them. That surprised Aslan, he'd not been involved with the mission thus far. She asked, "What can we do for you, Master Draco?" "I've just spoken with Colonel Slovum," he said. "He'll be taking his ship back to Bilbringi. You, however, are ordered to rendezvous with the Empress in the Outer Rim, near Greespace. The exact coordinates are attached to this message." Greespace. Ange frowned. "What's out there? Besides Gree, I mean." "Darth Maladi is on the planet Tassa," Draco said simply. "We're going to extract her." "Maladi? How did you find her?" "You'll understand if I don't speak on it here, but we've had other agents looking for her also." Of course they would, Aslan thought grimly. The Empress would never leave the fate of the galaxy in the hands of one snub fighter pilot and a couple knights who couldn't even use the Force. It was good news, but her thoughts fell back to Shadow. "Master Draco, Knight Veo is still on the wheel. He's been badly wounded and Colonel Slovin was going to leave behind a few troops to watch over him." "I know. The Colonel told me. I was going to stay too." Draco shook his head. "No. The Empress has personally requested your presence. And Admiral Stasi has requested that you, Commander Dahl, also be present as his observer." "I'm going to check those orders," Ange said. "Feel free to, but the Empress will expect your prompt arrival at the rendezvous point." "Well, I won't disappoint the Empress," Ange said dryly. Aslan swallowed. "Master Draco, with your permission, I would very, very much like to stay with Knight Veo." "Permission denied. The Empress specifically requested you." This was what she'd never liked about the Imperial Knights. Obedience to the Empress or Emperor trumped everything, all the time, and you were always expected to comply like a good soldier. She wanted to tell him that no, she'd not abandon one of the few friends she had left, but she stopped herself. She'd already done that once lately. Softly she said, "Understood, Master Draco. Will Master Krieg also be coming to Greespace?" Something washed over Draco's face she wasn't used to seeing. He reassembled his stern mask and said, Master Krieg will remain on Coruscant. There was something else there. She had no idea what, and she hated this too, but once again she'd have to comply. I understand. We'll meet you at Greespace. Good. The Empress looks forward to your arrival. The holo shut off. Ange sighed and looked up to Aslan. Looks like somebody is less of a screw-up than us. Any idea who found Mady? No, she muttered. It hadn't even occurred to her to guess. Well, I'm not leaving until I confirm orders with Stasi. You have time to leave Shadow a quick goodbye, if you want. He wouldn't be awake to receive it, she knew, but that wasn't really the point. She could still do something, she could still leave a message, to soothe his wounded mind and her own conscience. It was a small gesture, but small gestures were all they were capable of now. Maybe that was all they'd ever have. There was no fanfare as the Empress' personal shuttle departed from the main palace landing platform, sailed up through the clouds, breached atmosphere and finally docked inside the Star Destroyer Jagged Fel.
Nonetheless, the denizens of the galaxy would take note, and one day soon Marasiah would have to give them explanation for all that had been happening. For the vast majority of them, what she'd explain would be incomprehensible. Ever for her, these was so much that didn't make sense. She prayed she'd be able to tell them this epidemic of force blindness was reversible. If not, she would have to couch this crisis in a way that muted its severity for the sake of galactic cohesion. It would be a challenge, but her father had taught her at a young age to never show weakness. A monarch had to be seen as ruling from strength at all times. The Jagged Fel was a royal symbol in itself. The old white-hulled vessel had been passed through 3 successive generations of Fel monarchs, and had often acted as their flagship during difficult battles. She had no idea whether the Gree paid enough attention to outside affairs to understand the ship's importance, but just being aboard filled Marasiah with badly needed confidence. Once her shuttle docked, the Jagged Fel began breaking orbit and maneuvering for the first jump of their long journey to the Outer Rim. Marasiah made her way to the bridge along with an entourage that included Antares and Recede, both in their scarlet armor and ceremonial capes, as well as Admiral Ruff Yates, who'd be commanding the military aspect of the mission if it came to fighting. Her uncle Hagram had stayed behind on Coruscant to manage things in her absence and to keep guard Stasi in check if necessary. When the Empress reached the command deck, she saw that the Jagged Fel had fully moved away from the planet. Nothing but stars spread across the viewports, and the crew was preparing to jump. Through the force she could sense their collective thoughts. The men and women knew where they were going, but not why, and their minds were full of questions stirred by rumor. Still, they felt honored to have their Empress aboard, and were committed to doing their duty as always. Sensing that in her crew gave Marasiah more assurance. The stability of the galaxy rested not just on Force users, but in normal beings doing their humble, essential duties. She forgot that too often. When Marasiah looked to the forward viewport, she spotted the Jedi Order's contribution to this expedition. Cade and Lobacca were hard to miss. Their tall, long-furred bodies were draped in brown robes, and their shaggy heads were turned to face the starfield. She watched their stolid backs as stars blurred and became the light swirl of hyperspace. Signaling Antares and Yates to stay behind, Marasiah walked alone down the bridge's central aisle and sidled next to Cade. "We are underway," she said simply. "Thank you for coming aboard." "This is not an event we can miss," said Cade. Beside him, Lobacca roared soft agreement. She regarded the 2 Jedi with a sideways glance. Both were far older than any human could grow to be, and had seen the galaxy pass through wars and trials Marasiah could only imagine. While Cade showed his 200 years in his hunched posture and graying fur, the Wookiee was still robust at less than a century and a half old. If it came to fighting on Tassa, he'd be more useful than any Force-splendid human. "Empress," Cade said, "I must ask, how far are you willing to go to secure Darth Mady? Is there a place I should stop? The Gree will not take kindly to our intrusion. The Gree will think carefully when they see the fleet we're bringing with us." I've detached an entire battle group from Bastion that will be ready, if we need it. If you mean to fight your way to the gree, many beings will die on both sides, and if anything, it will lessen our chances of taking Mady alive. I know. I'm not hoping for a fight, Master Jedi, but I'm prepared for one. I see, you are your father's daughter, after all. Marasiah flinched. She had to remind herself that Cade didn't know about Roan Fel's last moments, his shameful end. If we can't force Mady to make a cure for this disease, you may spend the rest of your life detached from the Force. After all you've been through, all the decades of strife, can you just give it up? Lobaka responded with a mournful howl. Cade said, "Quite right. We do not want to, but we may have to." "I'll do whatever it takes to restore the Force to us all," she told them. "I promise. Even if it costs the lives of thousands of non-Force users. Are they to be sacrificed so we may regain our powers?" Marasiah was disappointed. She knew Jedi were given to weak-wristed moral dithering, but she thought these two would understand the stakes. The Jedi and Imperial Knights are essential to preserving peace and just throughout the galaxy. This is why our orders exist. What will happen to the galaxy if they go extinct? How many will die then? Masters Jedi, I will do everything I can to cure this disease. I'll make hard sacrifices, if I have to. The galaxy needs our kind. I hope you're right. And I won't argue otherwise, not here. Not now. Lobaka moaned once more. Marasiah didn't understand, but Cade nodded agreement. You're right, of course. Hopefully, we won't have to find out. The conversation disturbed her. It led her mind down avenues it could not afford to go, not if she was to continue ruling from strength. She politely excused herself and went back across the bridge to Antares and Sinde, where she could feel a little more assured. Chapter 25. The newcomers from Free Agent got a stony welcome when they arrived at the Mandalorian encampment. They were quickly escorted inside the largest of the camp's domed structures and made to sit together in one corner, where a dozen Mandalorians could watch them through faceless visors' helmets. They weren't supposed to be prisoners. That's what Anya had told them, and Jo wanted to believe her, but it was hard. She didn't seem like she believed it either. Even harder to believe was that the gray-haired woman who didn't wear a helmet was Ania's mother. They didn't even look similar, not to Jo's eyes. This older woman, Marin, was taller than Anya, with sharper features only partly softened by age. More, they carried themselves differently. The Anya he'd known for 2 years was impulsive and sometimes erratic, oftentimes brave but also prone to running from this she didn't want to handle. Those things were less often fights, more often past actions and future responsibilities. This Marin woman looked weighed down by both, but she seemed to have accepted them. Marin didn't seem much interested in talking to her daughter's companions. As Jo, Anya, Kyra, and Salk huddled in their corner, she was in the opposite side of the chamber, sitting at the comm station with several other Mandas and apparently having some long-distance conversion. That had given Anya time to explain the situation as she understood it, and for them to tell her everything that had happened since her kidnapping. Explanations did little to assure. A feeling of oppressive helplessness had been weighing on Jo since he'd lost the Force, and it was worse now than ever. All his life he'd relied on the Force's guidance. Though it never spoke aloud, it still spoke to him, and he followed his wisdom, forsaking his vows as an Imperial Knight to traipse around the galaxy with Anya. Now he felt derelict and directionless, subject to the whims of a crueler master. Now that they've gone to all this trouble to get you here, what do they plan to do with you? Kyra asked in a low voice. They'd been talking in whispers this whole time, though for all they knew those Mandalorian helmets picked up every word. I don't know. Anya had hunched forward into herself, as though cold. I'm not sure if there is a plan. Then why go to all this trouble to get you here? Because I'm her daughter. Ania's eyes drifted to the woman across the room. She thought I was dead this time. Besides, Jo attempted humor. I doubt you'd have come if they just asked. Very seriously, Anya nodded. I wouldn't have. And I wish, she trailed off before saying whether she'd wanted this reunion at all. She probably didn't even know. Instead, she asked Jo and Kyra, What about you? How in the hells did you two just lose the Force? I didn't know it was possible. It shouldn't be, Jo said. The Force is everything, Anya. It's life itself. It can't just go away. But it did. Believe me, this is more frustrating for me than I explained. He let tired anger seep into his voice. I really have no idea. You haven't heard anything on the news nets about other Jedi losing the Force? We haven't really checked lately, Salk said. We were too busy chasing you. The Mandas haven't said anything. No. I think they're more concerned about me too. She sighed. You know, I never wanted to be popular. Well, it's not just you. Jo jabbed a finger at the group by the comm console. Something else is going down. Do you have any idea what? No. They're trying to bring down the ruling Mandalore. Don't ask me how. I think we should. Salk was interrupted by the buzz of the comlink in his pocket. He immediately stuffed his hand inside and pulled it out, small cylinder hidden in his folded webs. Jo looked around anxiously. Most of the Mandas seemed more interested in the conversation on the other side of the room, and none seemed to have noticed Salk. Who's calling us? And how? Asked Jo. I set Free Agent's computer to relay all calls here, the Mon Cal said. He leaned forward, folded webbed hands together, then held them close to his mouth so he could keep the comlink hidden while speaking to it. This is Salk. Who is it? It is excellent to hear from you, my friend, AG-37 said. His voice was tinny and very faint. They all leaned close to hear. What is your situation? We're on Circus, Salk whispered into his hands. We're with Ania's mother. And some Mandalorians. It's a really long story. Where are you, AG? We tried to call you on Skywalker's ship and didn't get an answer. We were occupied at the time. I am still aboard Minok and heading toward Greespace. Greespace? What's out there? Apparently the source of much trouble. It seems Jedi and Imperial Knights have been losing contact with the Force. Jo wanted to wrench the comm from Salk's hands. Instead, he leaned in closer and asked, how many, AG? All of them, Jo? AG-37's words, coolly delivered, were like a hammer blow. That he and Kyra had lost the ability to use the Force was terrible. That the others had to was staggering. Though he'd strayed from the vow of the Imperial Knights, he still respected the organization and cared about the people in it. Without the Force, what were they? The very order could go extinct. Its former knights scattered aimlessly across the stars as they groped for new purpose. As his mind struggled to grasp this revelation, Kyra asked, AG, how did this happen? Do we know? Apparently a virus manufactured by a Sith Lord currently hiding in the Gree Enclave. Skywalker is on his way there with several captured Sith themselves also deprived of the Force, and will rendezvous with Empress Fel outside Greespace. After a short pause, he added, as you can see, I've been quite busy. We'll come to you, Jo said. There was no place else in the galaxy he wanted to be, nothing else he wanted to do. Anya seemed to pale at the thought of reuniting with both her distant cousins, but Jo didn't care. He needed to get to the bottom of this. He needed the Force back. Nothing else mattered. We have to, extricate ourselves first, Salk said. AG, we'll update you if, when we get off Circus. What's your ETA to Greespace? Approximately 41 standard hours. They might have time to catch up, but only if they got moving now. Jo tried to calculate distance and travel time when a voice said behind him, Hey, who are you calling? Put that comm down. Sorry, AG, got to run, Salk said. He folded his flippered hand around the comm and stuffed it back into his pocket, but the silver-armored Mandalorian who loomed over them didn't look assuaged. Who were you calling? The Mando put one hand on the butt of his holstered blaster. Actually, they called us. We couldn't just leave him hanging. Anya spread her hands. I need to talk to my mother now. Silver Armor stared down at her and didn't move. Anya sighed. Aren't you my cousin or whatever? Aren't a family. I need to talk to my mother. I'm not a prisoner here. Right? You're not, the Mando said begrudgingly. Then I'm talking to her? Anya stood up and nodded at the console on the other side of the chamber. They done with their conversation. The Mando nodded. Good. I'll go over now. Reluctantly, the Mando stepped aside to let her pass. Anya took 2 steps toward her mother when Jo jumped forward and grabbed her by the arm. What are you doing? He bent close and whispered. I'm trying to get us out of here. Us? Yes. Seen this close. Her eyes had a faint wet sheen. That woman over there, these mandas, they're not my family. But she is your mother. Your real mother. Yeah. Ania's voice went hoarse. Her eyes dipped to the floor. But I don't like her, Jo. I don't like any of this. And besides, something big's going down. Really big if Skywalker and the Empress are involved. I can't see what losing the Force has done to you, and to Kyra. I may not understand it, but the Force is important to you both. She swallowed, eyes flicked back up to his. I get that now. And I'm sorry I made a big deal about it back on Essos. That was selfish. He could barely remember their argument. He lowered his hand and gave her a squeeze. Thank you. Really. Thank me once we're out of here. She squeezed back, then withdrew. This isn't going to be an easy conversation. Nothing about this was easy, not for Jo and especially not for Anya. He knew she was caught between 2 responsibilities she'd instinctively tried to flee from. On one side, a family legacy she didn't want. On the other, a galaxy-threatening problem she'd normally try to avoid. That she picked the latter over the former without hesitation, touched him and gave badly needed solace. There was no solace for Anya, though. She took a deep breath, then walked across the room to her mother. They stepped outside for privacy. Morning glow spilled across the clearing, but the air was still cool. It prickled Ania's skin, and she hugged her arms against herself as they walked slow circles around the central carré. My friends don't have anything to do with this, Anya told Marin. You need to let them go. They have someplace they need to be. I'm sorry if this messes up your secret base or whatever, but they have to go. Marin seemed to have expected that. And you? Anya braced herself. She had no idea how this hard, enigmatic woman might react. I need to go with them. Need? Yes. Anya waited for argument. It didn't come, but that didn't mean she'd gotten through to her mother. I have to ask, can you still use the Force? You said your father was a Jedi. A Jedi Master, Marin corrected. But the Force, can you use it? Marin stopped and looked at the clearing's edge. Anya waited for a reply, then noticed that one particular tree had begun to tremble. It took alone, there was no wind. As Anya watched, branches began to snap off as though pulled by invisible hands. They clattered to the earth and began to pile around the tree's wide trunk. And then it stopped. Anya looked back to her mother. Marin's expression was unchanged. Thoughtfully, the older woman said, I gave up the Force for a long, long time. I knew its powers, good and bad, and how it could make you lose control of yourself. So when I quit the Jedi, I resolved not to use it at all. I was stubborn about it. I held the Force back for years and years. Decades. Do you know what made me go back to it? Anya shook her head. Torn Station, Marin said, instantly evoking memories of that awful day. When I saw Fast Start get ripped apart, I opened myself to the Force. It came back easier than I thought it would. I tried to search the wreckage and feel for you or your father. She lowered her head as if ashamed. I couldn't. I didn't even know what you two would feel like in the Force. I'd been pushing it away that much. And for all these years I've thought if I had let myself use the Force, even a little, things would have gone differently at Torn Station. And now I know they would have. Anya let that sink in. Her mother seemed halfway buried by different layers of regret, past events she wished she could undo but couldn't. It was everything Anya was deadly afraid of becoming, and even as part of her felt sympathy for this woman, she revolted even harder. What lay ahead in Greespace with Skywalker and the Empress would be another kind of trial, but even that felt preferable to staying with her mother. It was a cruel thing, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. Instead, she tried to make Marin understand in another way. I don't know how much longer you'll be able to keep using the Force, she said. Marin looked at her, confused. What do you mean? They're all losing contact with it. The Jedi and Imperial Knights. Apparently the Sith too. My friend Jael says it's gone silent for him. I don't know what that means, not really, but I bet you do. Marin's eyes went distant. Anya wondered if she hadn't made a mistake in revealing that Jael no longer had his special powers. It would make it that much easier for the Mandos to keep him here. But her mother had larger concerns. How? She asked hoarsely. How are they all losing the Force? I don't know. I've heard of some disease. Some manufactured virus. Made by whom? I don't know. I really don't. I just found out minutes ago. But you and your friends are going to do something to help. Marin sounded like she couldn't believe it. Anya didn't quite believe it either. Yeah? Well, we'll try. The old woman reached out and cupped her daughter's face with one hand. This time, Anya didn't flinch. Morning light caught the tears in Marin's eyes, but she said, You should get going, then. Anya reached up and touched her mother's hand. It was the first time she'd done that. Thank you. Marin lowered her hand from Ania's face. I think some things make more sense now. What do you mean? My people were working with the Triumvirate to track one of Ock's lieutenants. Thorm Ryle and his team had been caught kidnapping Jedi and Imperial Knights. It sounds like this has something to do with it. Anya hadn't expected that. Did you find the Ryle guy? On Ord Mantell. He escaped. There was a firefight and Tez's brother was wounded. Marin's expression went hard. It seems he was tipped off. The Triumvirate's people are furious with us. They think there may be a leak in our organization. It's something I'm going to have to deal with. The look in her eyes was lethal, and Anya was reminded what a harsh woman her mother had become. That reminder didn't repulse her as it had before. After all, Anya was a killer too. If you want, I can let you know how this works out. Marin reached into her pocket, then placed a small data card in Anya's palm. This has my comm frequency. It will reach me anywhere. Okay. Anya folded her hand around it and withdrew from her mother's touch. She didn't know if she'd use it. She didn't know if she wanted to, but she'd keep it. Despite everything, she couldn't just throw her mother away. They said nothing else before walking back into the carriage. When they entered, every head was turned toward them. Anya walked straight for her friends without looking back. Behind her, Marin announced, they're free to go. They have something important they need to take care of. Though their faces were hidden behind masked helmets, Anya guessed the other Mandos weren't too happy about her announcement. Yet none of them complained. They seemed to trust her mother that far. Jael, Salk, and Kyra were rising from their seats with expressions of restrained disbelief. None of them had expected it to be that easy. Frankly, neither had Anya. So that's it then? Kyra asked. We're just free to go. That's right. We're all going. Anya stuffed her hand in her pocket but didn't release the data chip held tight by her fist. Come on. We don't want to keep our friends waiting. Once Circus was far behind them, it was over a day's journey to Greespace. They'd contacted AG-37 after liftoff, received coordinates for a rendezvous point, and plotted the jumps that would get them there. Once the trip was underway, all they had to do was wait. Kyra hated it. On the way to Circus, she'd been tense and worried, but Jael's training session had introduced her to wonder like she'd never known. It had shown her that she was more than what she thought she was, and might accomplish things she'd never dared imagine. Yet just as that great window had opened, it had slammed shut in her face. She was glad to have rescued Anya, and glad she'd be reunited with C-3PO and the others soon, but none of that could calm her. She'd been presented with a gift, then had it snatched away. Even stuck under Rav's heel, the universe hadn't seemed this cruel. Salk handled the piloting of the ship, the preparing of food, and all the other necessary tasks that would see them to their destination. The Moncal mechanic, who on first meeting had struck Kyra as dour, had become the most dependable one aboard Free Agent. Everyone else was lost in private worries and avoided the company of others. At one point, deep in the ship's night cycle, Kyra wandered into the ship's galley to reheat some of the bean paste she'd started eating hours before. It wasn't particularly good, and she wasn't particularly hungry, but she couldn't sleep and needed to do something to distract herself from unhappy questions. She wasn't the only one. 5 minutes after she started chewing the tasteless mush, Anya showed up. "You're up late." The older woman smiled, but Kyra saw it took effort. Kyra swallowed her mouthful. "I never went to sleep. I kind of slept. For a little bit." Anya peeked into the refrigeration unit and took out a bottle of green bloom fruit juice. She twisted off the cap, sat down at the table opposite Kyra, and drank. Kyra chewed another mouthful. Anya drank a little more. Things had never felt this awkward between them. Kyra wanted to break things open somehow, but couldn't see a way. Instead, Anya leaned forward and said, "I should thank you for coming to get me. I already thanked you all as a group, but not you, personally. So thanks." It had never occurred to Kyra to do otherwise. "Thanks. Jo and Salk and we've been through a lot together. You and me, though, we barely know each other, so I appreciate it all the same." Kyra didn't feel like she barely knew Anya. The older woman had opened up to her early, in a way she sensed Anya rarely opened up to anybody. She knew their backgrounds were the same, and that Anya saw a lot of herself in Kyra. Jo had taken interest of a different kind, benevolent in his own way. It was strange having people who cared about you. Kyra hadn't known how badly she needed them. She wasn't comfortable putting all that into words yet, so she said, "What's going to happen with your mother?" Anya blinked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, are you going back to her?" I hadn't planned on it. The simplicity with which Anya said it surprised her. Then she remembered Ania's reaction to C-3PO and AG-37's revelations on Essels. Anya had stalked out of the room as fast as she could, like she was fleeing new knowledge. What she'd done at Circus hadn't been that different. "You don't plan on seeing your mother again? Ever?" "Maybe. I don't know." Anya's voice wavered. She took another drink and looked at the tabletop. That woman on Circus was nothing like I remembered of my mother. Granted, it's been 10 years, and I didn't even have a holo to keep her imagined alive. But the image of her in my heart, that doesn't match the woman on Circus. But it's still her. Maybe. She'd done things a long time ago. I think she's trying to rectify those things, because she sees them as mistakes, but she didn't always see them as mistakes. If you get what I'm saying. Not really, Kyra admitted. On your side? Her eyes darted up and held Kyra's. There was a probing intensity about them, but Kyra didn't look away. Eventually, Anya said, "You heard me mention I'd been in a prison once, right?" Kyra remembered Ania's angry outburst to AG-37 back on Essels. And everything that had followed, she'd nearly forgotten that detail. "You said it was an Imperial camp, right? On Drash, so." She paused again and looked down at her hands. "They sent me there because I killed a guy." "Oh," Kyra said. She couldn't think of anything else. "After I lost my parents, I drifted a lot, kind of like you. I ended up on Enter for a while. I tried to make a living doing odd jobs and ended up working for this imp official. He was some third-tier undersecretary for the local mob who made a nice side business peddling spice and taking kickbacks from local crime bosses. He was a total sleemo, but he acted like he was lord of all he carking saw, and he was good at manipulating people and keeping them under his heel. Especially people who were young and kind of desperate." Kyra saw where this was going. Now things truly made sense. "Like Rav," she said. "Basically." Anya seemed to sink deeper into herself. "He drew me in close. Used me to traffic his spice. He wanted to use me for other stuff I really didn't want to do." She stopped. Kyra said, "I get it. You don't have to explain." Anya laughed once, weakly. "You know, I'm not really the kind of person who plans things, like Jo keeps reminding me." We were in his office. He had his service pistol holstered at his hip, with the safety latch off. I saw that, and 2 seconds later he tried to put his hands on me. And I just grabbed it and squeezed the trigger. His staff outside heard the shot and came charging in. I guess I'm lucky they didn't blast me in the spot. She laughed one more time. I don't think any of them liked the Slimo either. Kyra tried to decide what to say. Anya didn't seem sorry for what she'd done, but she wasn't proud either. It was something she went through most of her days trying to forget ever happened. And that, Kyra realized, had been the point of her revelation. You want to get beyond all that, she said. Anya nodded. I don't want my life to end up defined by one thing I did a long time ago. Right thing, wrong thing, it doesn't matter. I don't want to be trapped by the past. And your mother is? Yeah, she is. And I don't think there's anything I can do for her. Except leave, Kyra thought. She saw how it would help Anya, but not how it might help her mother. Anya might not see either, but she'd made her choice to leave Circus. Right choice, wrong choice, it didn't matter. Anya didn't like looking back. Kyra quietly sealed the lid on her container of cool bean paste. Anya took a long gulp of blonde fruit juice and added, You should be thinking about what you'll do next. I don't know anything about this force-stealing virus, or whatever's going on, but you've got to look at your options. In case I never get the force back. Or if you do? Kyra nodded. Anya pushed off from the table, stuck the half-drunk bottle of juice back inside the refrigerator, and held out a hand for Kyra's container. The younger woman handed it off, and once that was done they both left the galley and turned off the light behind them. Before entering their cabins, Anya said, Just think about what you'll do either way. And remember, it's your choice, not J.O.'s and not mine. I know. Ania's smile was faint. It's good somebody does. Good night. Good night, Kyra echoed, and watched Anya disappear into her room. She walked back to her own. It was more a closet than proper quarters, but it was neat and clean, and better than any other sleeping place Kyra could remember. As she sat down on the bed, she decided that, force or no force, she wanted to stay with J.O. and Anya both. She needed to be with people who cared about her. The talk with Anya had calmed her somehow, but she still wasn't ready to sleep. After sitting in the dark for a few minutes, she felt out and found her old tool bag hanging off the wall. She groped inside and felt the hard angles of the black pyramids she'd recovered on Socorro. Before, her touch had sparked light from its edges and the light had resolved into the ghostly image of a woman. Now her fingertips traced circles on its glass-smooth surface, and nothing happened. It seemed final proof that the magic had gone out of her life. Though it had only been with her for a few short days, Kyra wanted the magic back. With this power, she could have all the freedom she'd ever craved. But she also knew that the Force was much greater than her. It might return, it might not. That fate was out of her hands. Feeling melancholy but calm, Kyra put that black pyramid inside her bag, laid down on the bed, and finally slept. Chapter 26. One moment Mynock was floating beside the captured Sith shuttle, both ships surrounded in all directions by parsecs of pure nothing, with only faint stars lit against the interstellar black. The next moment, hyperspace streaks collapsed into wedge-shaped metal hulls of Imperial Star Destroyers and attack frigates. Soon the great warships had surrounded them on all sides, dwarfing the two smaller vessels. You know, Delia observed as she peered through the cockpit viewport, I have not missed this. You and me both, Cade agreed. Dead ahead was a great white destroyer with big black Imperial roundels on either flank, presumably the jagged Fel. He felt like a flitton about to splatter against a windshield, but that was the way he generally felt when around the galaxy's great and mighty. Empress Marasiah was a step up from her daddy, to say nothing of Darth Krayt, but she still had the self-important reek of someone used to commanding ranks and armies. Authority had a way of twisting a person up inside and making them less a person than a symbol for others. He'd seen it happen to his father. When Cole had been head of the Jedi Order, he'd withered beneath the weight of defeated dreams and others' expectations, only recovering his inner strength at the very end. Cade didn't know how the Empress would sustain this crisis, and he sure as every hell didn't envy her. A voice crackled over Mynock's comm, stiff and imperial. Attention arriving vessels. A docking space has been prepared for you aboard the Jagged Fel. Please follow our beacon and prepare to land. Cade checked the sensor board and marked the small, waiting hangar bay near the jagged Fel's bow. Hands on the control yoke, he gently edged Minot forward. Looks like she set us up with someplace private to roost. How considerate of her. And they even said please. Delia smiled, mock sweet. Think we can get out of this without everyone in the galaxy knowing we're still kicking? Stranger things have happened, Cade said, though he wasn't expecting it. Where's Jerry's ship? Delia checked the sensor board. On our right shoulder, flying smooth. Glad that Sith Buki didn't give him trouble. Without the Force he ain't Sith, just a Buki, Cade said. He hoped it was true. The jagged Fel's great bulk filled the viewport. Soon as landing tractor beam took hold and pulled them into the private hangar. Cade cut engines to zero, put on repulsors, and was ready when it came time to lower Minot gently onto the landing deck. Once the craft set down, he rose from his seat and told Delia, run final checks and lower the landing ramp, but don't go outside until I've brought Talon. Bring the droids out too. Sure. We'll let 3PO handle negotiations. Pity the imps. Cade made his way back to the crew lounge, where the Scarlet and Black Twi'lek sat on the same sofa she'd been planted on as they'd left the Vaxel system. If she slept during the intervening time, Cade hadn't noticed. She sat back stiff with hands bound behind her and greeted him with a blank face and blue-eyed stare. He still wasn't used to that. Not even bothering to wave a weapon at her, Cade said, "Journey's over, Chica. On your feet. It's time to meet the Empress." Talon remained seated. Cade looked sideways at the her keeper. Even without the Force, she was a danger, and AG-37 had been the best choice to keep watch. It wasn't like you could wait for an assassin droid to get tired. How was she? He asked. Give you any trouble? None whatsoever, the droid said. Great. I could get used to a galaxy without Sith. A galaxy without Sith is a galaxy without Jedi, Talon said. One demands the other. He didn't reward her with a response. The worst of it was, she was probably right. With a flick of the wrist and a tug of the Force, he stood Talon to her feet. She staggered, rebalanced, and stood up straight, all without losing her impassive mask. Despite that, Cade could read her emotions in the Force better than he'd ever been able before. She raged at her helplessness, but it wasn't the kind of rage Sith drew strength from. Rather, it was a sullen, stewing anger, mixed with self-pity he hadn't expected from her. He gave her another Force shove, lighter than before. Get marching, darling. You first. Mustering as much dignity as she could, Talon marched out of the cabin and down the hall. Delia, blaster drawn, was waiting to shepherd her the rest of the way. Cade followed behind them and fell in with R2-D2 and C-3PO. I must say, this is quite fascinating, the protocol droid said. R2 has been filling me in on the development of the Empire since my untimely accident all those years ago. It sounds quite evolved from the organization I knew. They don't blow up planets anymore, if that's what you mean. Indeed, that was a most regrettable period of history. However, I am quite interested in meeting Empress Marasiah. Did you know I once used to read bedtime stories to her great-grandmother? The little lost bantha cub was Jaina's favorite, as I recall. R2-D2 made a rude blurting noise. Me, self-important. Really, R2, you're one to talk. Cade ignored them and followed Talon and Delia down the landing ramp. The inside of the hangar bay was all black deck and sleek gray walls, clean and blunt and oh so imperial. The other ship had set down as well, and he looked across the deck to see Jerry and Gunnar walking toward them, a bound Eli Horn leading the way. Cade was about to ask if the prisoner had behaved when the door on the far side of the hangar opened. The welcoming party was impressive. 2 squadrons of stormtroopers, 6 Imperial Knights in ceremonial reds, 1 officer in an admiral's uniform, and 1 empress in pretty white robes and gold medal crown. As they got closer, he marked familiar faces. He wasn't surprised to see Antares Draco at the Empress side, nor Admiral Ruff Yage, though by Gunnar's intake of breath she hadn't expected her father. What really got his attention was the woman in modified red armor with short red hair and slanted scars across her face. As the group's closed distance, Aslan's eyes never left Cade, and her face never lost its expression of slattered amazement. There was a lot to say, and a lot of different ways to start the conversation. It was Gunner who snapped a crisp salute and said, "Commander Gunner Yage reporting. Sirs, I'd like to offer my apology for allowing Agent Core to escape my surveillance." At ease, Commander. You managed to bring quite an interesting set of guests aboard. The Empress eyes shifted to Cade. Thank you for coming, Master Skywalker. Your appearance is most appreciated. No problem. My stake in this is personal. With the prod of the Force, he nudged Talon and Eli forward. You're welcome for the gifts. Indeed. Marasiah looked the captives up and down, and though she kept it from her face, Cade could tell that she was quite pleased to have two Sith helpless in front of her. We have much to discuss. I've arranged a private place for us to talk. Guards, take these two prisoners to the brig and place them under constant in-person surveillance. No, Talon said, loud and firm. Marasiah raised a brow. No. You presume to command me. Your discussion would be incomplete without us. You need a plan to approach Darth Maladi. As fellow Sith, we know her better than anyone. From what I could tell, Kay said, not even her Sith buddies really knew Maladi that well. Still, Talon said, eyes on the Empress, we are your best source of information in this. Marasiah regarded her coolly. I'm glad you didn't try and say we're allies now. I'm not that foolish. Good. Then we'll all go together. Guards, take these prisoners to the conference room. We'll follow. A set of stormtroopers broke formation and surrounded the two Sith. Talon and Eli stumbled forward, prodded by Marasiah. Cade realized and began marching for the hangar exit. As everyone else started to fall out, a G-37 said, with the Emperor's permission, I would like to stay with the ship. Marasiah regarded the droid. You're Anya Solo's companion, aren't you? I'm surprised to see you with this company. There had been recent association between Skywalker's company and mine. In fact, Anya and J.O.S.M. are on their way here now. I would like to stay with Mynock in case they tried to hail it. Very well. Marasiah gave Cade an appraising look but said nothing. Instead, she turned and headed for the exit, and the rest of her party joined her. Gunner fell in beside her father, while the two other droids shuffled forward eagerly. Cade and Jariah started ahead, but Delia grabbed Cade by the hook of his arm. I'm staying with Mynock too, she said. Don't want the imp scraggers messing with my ship, and especially not Rav's loot. With everything else, Cade almost forgot the fact that he was now stinking rich. You think they'll mess with AG? Just trying to be sure. Besides, I'd rather do that than chat with her mightiness. Sure thing. He leaned in, kissed her cheek, and pulled away. Cade joined Jariah in walking through the crisp, clean, also imperial halls of the Star Destroyer. The Sith traveled at the front of the train of people, the Imperial Knights in the middle, Marasiah, and the Yages in the rear. As the party moved along, C-3PO shuffled past R2-D2 and said, Greetings, Empress Fel. If I may be so bold, I am C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations. It appears I have quite a history with your illustrious family. In fact, another time, 3PO, Cade said. Marasiah gave the protocol droid a curious look. Is this a new addition to your party, Skywalker? R2-D2 responded with a series of hoots and whistles. Cade shrugged. Let's just say it's a long story. When they arrived at the conference room, the stormtroopers spread out down the adjoining hallway, allowing Draco and Aslan to usher the Sith through first. Cade, Jariah, the Yages, and the two droids followed them into a chamber with one long window looking out on a nearby Star Destroyer and an oval table in the center. Cade was surprised to see more familiar faces, one gray-bearded knighty marked as Tree Sand and one dark-skinned, short-haired woman in civvy clothes. Jariah vectored for the latter with a big grin on his face. Cade remembered he squeezed in some good times with Anjdal towards the end of the war with Krayt. His own attention fixed on the two big, furry figures in Jedi robes. He wasn't surprised to see two of the Order's most senior masters, given the stakes. Kruk didn't look surprised to see him. The old Wifid greeted Cade with a silent nod. Lobaka, more excited, released a happy trilling roar which struck Cade as unusual because he'd never known the Wookiee well. That was when the golden protocol droid shuffled around from behind Cade and raised his canted arms as high as his frame would allow. My goodness, Master Lobaka. I must say, you are looking very well. Lobaka's furry bulk shook with laughter as he draped a long arm over C-3PO's shoulders. He barked gratitude again, and C-3PO said, Master Lobaka is quite grateful to you for recovering me. He's quite interested in learning where I have been for all these years. Unfortunately, my memory engrams still have some blank spots. Cade shook his head in disbelief. You used to read him bedtime stories too. Oh no, Master Cade. However, I once provided the template for Master Lobaka's own personal translator droid. In fact, this is a fascinating reunion, but we have other things to discuss, the Empress said. Her controlled voice commanded attention from the entire room. This didn't fill the occasion for sitting, so everyone formed a standing circle around the table. Talon and Eli Horn were kept on opposite ends of the oval. Cade and Marasiah faces each other across the narrow midsection, the former flanked by the two Jedi, and the latter by her Scarlet Knights. The Empress placed hands on the tabletop and said, Please state your intentions, Master Skywalker. You know my intentions. I'm going to go to Maladi's hideout on Tassa and get my mother back. Why did Maladi ask for you? Say it, so everyone can know. Cade took a breath and looked around the table. She knows I can still touch the Force. At first I thought I was just lucky and not infected yet, but we heard JOSM's gone Force blind, and if he's got Maladi's bug I should too, since we've been together for a week. He let his eyes rest on Marasiah again. Apparently it has something to do with our oh-so-special genes. Indeed. But she asked for you? Why? I don't know, Cade said honestly. She and Mom had a rivalry going back a long time. And me and Maladi, last time I saw her was on Wayland, where she set a trap for me and my crew. Didn't end well for her. Maybe she wants to get back at me. And yet you plan on going into her lair? Asked Trisende. She's got my mom. I don't really have a choice, do I? Did Agent Core specify how you should arrive? Asked Admiral Yage. Gree worlds are supposed to repel any foreign ship. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Maladi knows I still have the Minot. She'll probably tell her Gree buddies to let that ship through, and only that one. So you probably won't be able to sneak your whole invasion fleet in with my... Sorry. This is not an invasion fleet, Marasiah said. This is a show of force. I'm prepared to use it, but I plan on negotiating official access to Tassa first. Lobaka roared and C-3PO translated. Master Lobaka reminds us that all foreigners who wish to speak to the Gree officially must announce themselves at Assation. Ships near any other world are considered hostile and fired upon. If it does come to a fight, what kind of fight are we looking at? Gunnar looked at her father. Unknown, the Admiral admitted. Traditional Gree weapons supposedly use concentrated gravity pulses instead of projectiles or plasma. Our shields are untested against those. All the more reason to avoid a fight, Marasiah said. We'll take this fleet to Assation and compel the Gree authorities. You and Master Skywalker will go to Tassa. You're to stall Maladi and disable her if possible. As soon as we can, we'll send a ship full of troopers to secure her facility. If that is the case, Empress, C-3PO said, I would like to volunteer my services. R2-D2 whistled curiously, and Marasiah asked, For what purpose? Are you fluent in Gree, droid? Oh, indeed. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, including the Gree language, which as I'm sure you know is extremely nuanced and notoriously difficult to translate, even for computer systems lacking my specialized protocol directives. Have you conversed with the Gree before, droid? Asked the skeptical Admiral Yage. Why, no sir, I've never had the opportunity. Gree are never seen outside their enclave, as you know. I've always wanted to encounter one, and am quite eager for the chance to do so. Marasiah's face twisted halfway between amused and befuddled. Her eyes darted to Cade, who shrugged as if to say, "Your call." "I could appreciate your services," she told C-3PO. The golden droid seemed to tremble with excitement. "Thank you for selecting me, Your Majesty. I promise I won't disappoint." Darth Talon, who'd been like a statue until now, asked, "Do we know if Lady Maladi can access the Force?" "Mom said she couldn't," said Cade. "I'll trust that. If even Maladi can't use it, does that mean there's no antidote?" Eli asked. "We can't assume nothing, young Horn," K-Crux said. The young human flinched at his own name. Cade wondered how deep his and K-Crux relationship had gone. "Here's what we should assume," Gunnar said. "Even if we do get clearance to land troops on Tassa, Maladi will probably get word they're coming." "Agreed," her father sighed. "The woman has ears everywhere." It was a good point, and it left the room in consternation for a few moments. Then Jeriah said, "There might be a way around it. If we modify Minix comm systems, put the transceiver into a feedback loop with itself, then set it to broadcast. It'll send out white noise and totally scuzz up any other comm units close by. We do that and we can keep Maladi from getting word from the outside." Kay stared at him. "We can?" "I think so." He shrugged. Heard Blue talk about how she'd done it once on another ship. And it worked. Kept the ships close by from using their comms. Mynock won't be able to send or receive either, though. And as soon as Maladi realizes what we're doing, she'll probably try and turn it off. "Then someone should stay aboard Mynock and guard it," Talon said. "That begs the question, who accompanies Skywalker into Maladi's lair?" "No way it's you, Shutta," Jeriah scoffed. Talon ignored him and looked between Cade and Marasiah. "Do either of you understand a Sith mind?" "No." "Could either of you anticipate what traps Maladi might have placed inside?" "Of course not." "I'll take my chances," Cade snorted. "As your mother did. She had him there." Cade swallowed his rebuke and said, "There's another problem. If we've got the comms all jammed up, how am I supposed to know when backup's on the way?" "There are other ways to communicate," the Empress said. Without a word, Marasiah's mind reached out to touch his. He'd never been close to the woman. Her presence felt unfamiliar and cold, but he didn't fall back from it. He'd not felt this firm a connection with another Force user in a long time, and he realized with the start that he'd never feel anyone else's. It sunk in then finally. Unless Anya Solo had some buried talent still to be uncovered, Cade and Marasiah were the last two Force users left in the galaxy. Maybe they were the last ones there'd ever be. Understanding chilled him. He found no comfort in the Empress's touch. Through their Force connection, she let show how terrified she was, and how badly she was trying to hide it for the sake of everyone else. His memory fell back to when they first met. It felt like forever ago, and she told him she understood him like no one else, because they'd both been born to shoulder a great legacy. Cade had rejected that, like he'd rejected everything and everybody in those days. He saw how right she'd been in the end. Cade realized the rest of the room was staring, and he gently pushed Marasiah's mind away. "Okay, I get your point. Guess that'll work as good as anything." Before Cade could say anything, the comlink in his pocket vibrated. He heard muted buzzing from a few other comms and pulled out his own. "It's me," he said. "What's going on?" "Free agent has exited hyperspace and is on an approach vector with this Star Destroyer," a G-37 said. "Please make sure the Empress doesn't blow up my ship." "You got it." Cade flicked off the comm. "Looks like we've got more joining the party." That was. "I've already granted Anya Solo clearance to land," the Empress said as Sin pocketed his own comm. "We'll table this conversation until they've joined us." Cade would rather get the talking over with and start acting, but he acquiesced. Sind and Draco left the room, probably to fetch the newcomers. Admiral Yage made his way to the Empress and started talking to her about fleet preparations. Jeriah cracked a tension-breaking joke and made Ange laugh. The two Sith stayed on either end of the table, silent and stoic. C-3PO decided now would be a good time to catch up with Lobaka, and he peeled the Wookiee a few steps back from the table. With that ginger-furred wall removed, Cade found himself looking right at Azlyn Rae. She looked back. Something bawled in his chest in it to speak. He managed to say, "So, looks like you're still an Imp Knight." "I'm not sure I'm anything anymore," she said. Her voice was guarded. Even with the Force, her emotions were hard to read. He sensed she was repressing her own feelings toward Cade, and he knew they'd be mixed at best. He deserved that. When he'd used his Force healing powers to keep her alive after had Abaddon, he'd known she felt satisfied and ready to die, but he'd done it anyway. He condemned her to a life she hadn't wanted, not for her sake, but for his own. He'd never been good at apologies. He couldn't get one out now either. If there's a way to mess up your midichlorians and take the Force away, there's got to be a way to fix him. And Marasiah would know. And if she doesn't, then we'll make her figure it out. Azlyn smiled sadly. "You know, in some ways you're still the same Cade you've ever been." In that marked face he could still see the girl she'd been on Ossus. Unscarred physically or emotionally, she'd been more earnest than Cade and more exuberant than Shadow. On discovering new Force talents or honing her skills, her infectious joy was spread to her two companions through the bond they shared, lifting them all up. But that was all long ago. You heard from Shadow since this started. Her expression fell. He was with Anya and me. The Triumvirate sent us to find the Mandalorians who'd helped spread the virus. We tracked them to the second wheel at Ord Mantell, but he could feel her deep sorrow. Dead. No, but badly injured. We had to leave him on the wheel. Staying. When this is all over, and he's recovered, you should talk to him. I guess I should. After a sullen pause, she asked, "Why did you let everyone think you were dead?" "Not everybody. I let Mom know." He knew that sounded weak. "But why did you play dead? There were a lot of people who'd wished you were alive. Listen, half the damn galaxy knew me by then, and I never wanted to be famous. I did my job. The Force kept hammering it into me that I needed to kill Krayt, that it was my destiny. Well, I did it. I put in my service, and after that destiny could cark off." He shrugged weakly. "That's how it was supposed to work. You may have gotten your wish after all." "No. Everybody else got my wish. The Force just won't leave me alone. Honestly, Cade, I'd give anything to trade places right now. I'd let you if I could." The door to the conference room opened. Sind and Draco escorted two more attendees to the meeting, Anya Solo and Jo Assam, which meant Salk and Kyra had stayed with the ship. Everyone fell into their previous positions around the table, and Lobaka's bulk form eclipsed Azlyn. Nothing had been resolved in that conversation, nothing solved. The news about Shadow cast everything in a deeper pall. The two newcomers joined the circle, wedging between the Empress and rough Yates. Anya looked over the other woman, her cousin, and said, "I've got to admit, I was hoping I'd never see you again." The Empress Knight stiffened in offense. Cade bent across the table and tried for levity. "Don't take it hard. People tell me that all the time." "I'm sure they do," Marasiah deadpanned. "Admiral Yates, please summarize the situation thus far." Yates did just that, outlining the plan with military efficiency. The man gave no outward sign of it, but Cade could tell the man was concerned about this ex-wife, just like beneath her scowls gun was concerned about her mother. Despite all Morgan Court and Nina Calixte had done to them, they still wanted to help her. But Cade already knew she had that effect on people. When Yates was done, Anya said, "Okay, excuse me if this is a stupid question, but how does this work? You just get a flu and lose the Force." Cade snorted, amused at her honesty, and Jerry muttered, "Kinda been wondering that myself." The disease was tailored by Darth Maladi specifically to disable Force users, Sin explained. She developed it in the laboratory on Tassa and kidnapped multiple Jedi and Imperial Knights to use as live test subjects. When she perfected it, she sent infected subjects to us and to the Sith before those subjects started showing symptoms. By the time we knew what was happening, the contagion had spread too far to stop. I still don't get how this thing takes away your Force powers. Cade said. It was designed specifically to mutate our midichlorians and cut off our connection to the Force. Mutate your what? Midichlorians? Jo said. They're organisms without our cells. They are part of every living being, and the more someone has inside them, the more easily they can touch the Force. And this disease cripples everybody's midi-whatevers. Anya pointed 2 fingers, one at Cade, one at Marasiah. Except for you two? Because you're. We don't know the reason, Marasiah said. But I'd be very interested to look at yours, Anya solo. Anya didn't like the sound of that. She hugged herself tight. I don't have enough of your midi-whatevers to use the Force. I couldn't open up that Sith holocron thing. That raised, worried looks across the room? Cade said, don't worry. I took care of it. The gist is, without working midichlorians, nobody can touch the Force. It's that simple. That's not true, Eli said. Heads turned to his end of the table. He flinched a little at all those eyes and didn't seem very Sith at all. Just a confused, overwhelmed young man. Cade exhaled. Young Horn is correct. There is at least one being in this galaxy who was born with no midichlorians at all, but can use the Force. Cade's memory stirred. Wait, I get who you're talking about. It was that Vong. What was his name? Katla, Horn said. That was it. Cade barely remembered the U.S. Vong. He'd been a young warrior, 2 meters tall, big and strong but not scary like even Jedi-friendly Vong could be. Partially it was because he lacked the tattoos and scars common among his kind, but there's also been something thoughtful about his demeanor. He recalled Katla spending time with his grandmother Jade before her death midway through the Sith Imperial War. Cade had last seen the warrior shortly before the massacre at Ossus, and to his amazement, he'd been able to sense the Vong clearly in the Force. The Sith had come hours later. There hadn't been time for questions, and Cade had barely thought about Katla since. What happened to that Vong after Ossus? Cade asked. Could he really use the Force? Indeed, Cade said. He and I escaped together along with many Padawans, including Eli Horn. He tilted his tusks toward the young Sith, who didn't reply. For several years, I trained him. The Force at him, and he learned much in a short time. How is it possible a U.S. Vong could use the Force? Marasiah was perplexed. It was clearly the first she'd heard of this. It was never entirely clear. Partly, it was a boon granted by Zanima II. The living world's ancestor U.S. hitter stripped the U.S. Vong of the Force eons ago. Katla was the first it decided to return the gift to. That was only the start, Eli said. Katla said he had to unlock the Force within himself through struggle and revelation. Perhaps he did, though not in the way a Sith would imagine, young Horn. So what happened to him? Cade pressed. Cade said, almost 4 years ago, before the war against Krayt reached its peak, Katla went off on his own. He hoped to spread the Force to more of his people and sought to learn more about the ancient Jedi. I told him where he could search and warned him to avoid the Sith. I have not heard from him since. So he could be dead. Aslan's voice was tinged with disappointment. Katla was a survivor, Eli said, and a warrior. I'm sure he's out there somewhere. More subdued, Talon said, if he fell, it was not to a Sith. I would have heard. Lobaka released a roar, and C-3PO said, Master Lobaka brings a valid point. We can't do nothing about Katla now. We must concern ourselves with Lady Maladi. Agreed, said Marasiah. Skywalker, you'll be getting backup, and you also won't be going alone. Cade bristled instinctively. My ship, my rules, sweetheart. I came here out of courtesy. He's right, Skywalker, Gunner said. Even you aren't dumb enough to walk into a secret Sith hideout by yourself. It's still my ship. Jerriad. His friend nodded seriously. If you want me in blue by your side, you've got it. Good. I'll need somebody to protect my knock and make sure that jamming field stays up. If you're going to confront one Sith, Talon said, it would be smart to have another on your side. You're not on our side, Gunner sneered. At the moment we are, Talon said, just as hard. She recovered a little of her old poise. Every one of us wants an antidote to Milady's disease. We won't allow the Sith to get a monopoly on it, Sin warned. Talon turned those new blue eyes on Cade, imploring him without words. He found himself considering, for the reasons she suggested and others. He didn't need to trust her, he knew he couldn't, and with the Force that meant he already had an advantage. My ship, my rules, he decided. Talon comes with me. I'll send her in first so she can point out Milady's traps. Our spring elm, the Sith Buki has to stay. He watched Eli carefully. The young man looked straight at Talon, imploring, hoping she'd try and get him to come with her. The Twi'lek caught his eyes, held them, then looked to Cade. I'll accept that. In the Force he faintly felt acceptance tainted by regret. She felt a duty to her apprentice, and shame for letting him down. That might help him or it might not, but it was good to know. Skywalker, I strongly advise against that, Marasiah said in her best Empress voice. Even without the Force she is dangerous, Cade added. Old Jedi didn't faze Cade much, royals even less. My ship, my rules, he repeated, then looked to his half-sister. That means you get an invitation. Figured you'd want one. Gunnar nodded immediately. I accept. I need to come too? J.O. spoke up. Cade regarded him. Need. I already came a long way to be here. I'm not just sitting on the sidelines. Anya looked at him anxiously, like she was willing him to back down, but he wouldn't. The man radiated conviction and, yes, need. Cade hadn't been much impressed by the guy before, but now he saw a man who'd be useful in the fight ahead. You got your invitation? Cade nodded. But I'm drawing the line there. Milady ain't gonna like any uninvited guests, let alone 3 of them. At least this way we're well-rounded. 1 Jedi, 1 Imp Knight, 1 Sith, and 1 soldier to keep us in line. You're a Jedi. Gunnar looked incredulous and revolted at once. I am, Cade said, and meant it. I'm the last damn Jedi in the universe. And believe me, I'm not happy about it either. I'm not really an Imperial Knight, added J.O. I wasn't even before I lost the Force. You're close enough for me. He looked at Marasiah. That fine by you, Empress. She considered him carefully, and he felt a grudging respect. He was happy with that. It was the most he'd ever get. It's acceptable, she said. Good. Cade pounded fist into palm. Enough chat. Let's get this thing moving. Cade was on the way. Morrigan told herself that over and over to keep from going mad. She didn't know when he'd show up or who he'd bring with him. When she'd called him using Milady's comm system, she'd spoken only to him and asked nothing about Gunnar. But Cade had dropped enough subtle clues that he'd retrieved his half-sister and would take all this information to the Empress. What they could do for her, Morrigan didn't know, but help was coming and they'd find a way to overcome Milady's schemes. She had to believe that. After the call, Milady had shot her full of some other clear liquid, supposedly the delaying agent for the poison she'd been infected with. While waiting for that injection, Morrigan had begun to feel nausea, but she couldn't say for sure if that had been because of the poison or if she was just psychosomatic. Milady was a genius with lethal concoctions, but she was also good at mind games. Morrigan had settled in for a long wait. Milady left her chained to the operations table, and Morrigan had spent several hours vainly trying to slip, wriggle, or break free. Hours drained away after that. For a while she crawled back on the table and tried to sleep. Several times the door above opened, and one of the Milady's gree slithered down the spiral walkway on those writhing tentacles, bearing either food or another injection to suppress Milady's poison. The first time she'd been visited, Morrigan had asked the gree, "Do you know who your master is?" What she's been doing to the rest of the galaxy. She hadn't expected to arouse or convert the alien. She simply wanted to know. After injecting the solution into her arm, the gree had withdrawn the arm tentacle into his robe and stared at her with those huge all-black eyes. Finally, it responded with a series of high-pitched squeals and sporadic clicks. A translation came through the breathing apparatus attached to the lower half of his face. The gods began to leave this galaxy long ago, the crisp metallic voice had said. Lady Malady is complete in their departure. Morgan had absolutely no idea what that meant. She didn't even know if the Gree's translator was working properly. She tried asking more what gods, how did they leave, but the Gree had refrained from answering and retreated up the spiral walkway. When she was visited next, it was, best she could tell, the same alien, and she didn't bother trying to converse. However, after her uncomfortable nap, Darth Malady returned to the chamber. At first she ignored her prisoner totally, coming all the way to the bottom of the spiral to retrieve a handful of unpleasant-looking tools. As she stared back for the walkway, Morgan called, "Any news from Cade?" Malady stopped, turned, and looked at her. Morgan still wasn't used to those dark brown eyes. "No," Malady said, "but I will give him time. I'll keep you alive a while longer." "How charitable. Can I ask a question?" "What question?" "I tried to talk to one of your Gree. He didn't tell me much, but he did say that his guys had left a long time ago, and you're finishing the job. Does that actually mean anything, or is everyone here as crazy as you?" She regretted the snide remark as soon as it came out. There was no telling what might make this new Darth Malady snap. The Deveronian clasped the tools to her chest and took a few steps closer to Morgan, but stayed outside of kicking range. "Yes, I know you talked to Cavant. It told me. Gree do not have sexes as humanoids do. Or rather, they have 8. Reproduction is complicated. They only do it every few centuries." Malady spun long hair around her finger. "What was your question?" "Was there any truth to what he said?" "There is much truth here. There's a chamber in this place filled with ancient Gree texts from 50,000 years ago. Cavant and Rakatl have been translating them for 3 centuries. The secrets in them opened my eyes." "Opened them to what?" Malady's look turned curious. "Why do you care?" Calic's cord. "I know you. You treasure knowledge, yes, but only knowledge that you can use for your own ends." That had certainly been true for Nina Calic's day, and maybe the first Morgan cord that Calic's day had replaced. The Morgan who replaced Calic's day understood there was more to this galaxy than she could ever know or use. Deluding herself otherwise had caused untold pain to herself and others. "If I'm going to die here," she said plainly, "shouldn't I at least know what it's all about?" "Yes. Perhaps you should," Malady allowed. She took one step closer, still safe from Morgan's legs. The Force was not what it once was. For the Gree, 50,000 years ago, every single one of them could touch it. Feeling it was as natural as sight and smell, and with training they could use it. It was like that for the Qua, the Rakata, the ancient Kiliks. All life was in harmony with the Force. All of it. It sounded like what Cole had told her of the Zanima Second, itself a descendant of the original Yuuzhanvong homeworld. According to the extragalactic race's legends, they'd once lived in perfect communion with each other and their gods. Cole had hypothesized that these legends recalled a time where their species had been deeply connected to the Force. "What changed?" Morgan asked. "The Force withdrew. The ancient races had once served masters. They're called many names. You've heard of Celestials. Myths and legends. The sort of knowledge she'd always dismissed as irrelevant, because she couldn't use it. Even the Gree never understood them. 100,000 years ago they were ancient. They moved planets and summoned stars. To wield power like they did, they must have been soaked in the Force. The Gree worshipped them like gods, until they left. For where? Did they go to another galaxy? I cannot say. The Gree archives are unclear. Uncertain. After the Celestials left, the new races and younger civilizations took to the stars human, Deveronian, others, but for them the Force only spoke to rare peoples. The Gree archives document this. And in time, the Force withdrew itself even from the ancients it once favored. The Rakata powered their infinite empire with the dark side, literally fueled it, but the Force left them suddenly. They were blind and deaf to it. Their brutal empire collapsed within 2 generations. They didn't know the cause. They blamed a plague. I think, perhaps, it was this that gave Darth Acheron the idea to develop a new virus targeting midichlorians, one that would affect all species. Perhaps. I won't speak for the dead. But listen, Corcalixed. The Force withdrew, went silent, and I asked myself why. Why? She looked at Morgan as though imploring an answer. She admitted, I have no idea. Neither do I, Mady sighed, like she'd been defeated. The Force is a mystery. The mystery? We analyze it, dissect it, try to calculate it. The Sith tried to draw their desires from it. So do the Jedi, but they drape their greed in noble platitudes. In the end, we won't understand it. We can't even control it. Is that why you try to shut it down? You're mad because you can't control it. No. Mady shook her head. I'm not that petty. Then why? Mady half turned away. She looked at Morgan sideways, cautiously. I did this for us all. Jedi, Sith, Imperial Knight. I did it to liberate us. From the Force. From ourselves. Her free hand made a fist and tapped her chest. Your son would understand. I doubt that. He will. I know he will. He was in my mind, and I was in his. Mady bowed her head, hiding her face with a curtain of hair. Draped in black with the fist still clutched to her heart, she looked to Morgan like a woman in mourning. Be patient, Mady muttered. You'll understand before the end. Understanding is important to you, isn't it? Morgan looked at the shackle on her wrist. After all her scheming, all her questing for knowledge as a means of control, she'd ended up here, chained to a table in a long-dead Sith Lord's laboratory, pawned in some mad, cataclysmic scheme to remake the galaxy in ways she'd never dreamed. All the while poison pumped through her veins, waiting to make dust of all her vain ambitions. Mady was right. Understanding was all she had left. That, and protecting her son. The woman in black did not wait for an answer. Without lifting her head or looking at Morgan, Mady walked up the corkscrew walkway and out of the chamber, leaving silence behind. Chapter 27. Anya Solo had seen a lot of tucked-off corners of the galaxy, but she never thought she'd go to Greespace. She'd heard spacers talk about their sealed-off enclave, mostly swapping second- or third-hand rumors about strange technology so ancient even the cephalopod aliens had forgotten how to use it. Anya was on the bridge when the jagged Fel reverted from hyperspace over their gateway world of oscillation. Through the viewport, the planet was just a blue-green sphere sitting dead ahead, no different from countless other worlds. Right now, the Empress flagship approached the planet alone, though the plan was that the fleet they'd brought with them would deacon from hyperspace at the edge of the star system, not close enough to threaten the planet but visible enough to get their point across. That assumed the gree would read the Empress' actions as intended. Even though their enclave abutted the Empire's historic territory, the jagged Fel shipboard encyclopedia had only limited information on their politics and less about their culture and customs. The Empress had an interesting conversation ahead of her. For her part, Anya was just a spectator. Her past help to Marasiah was the only reason she was allowed on the bridge now. Salk, Kyra, and AG-37 were down in the landing bay with Free Agent. It was hard to keep her thoughts off jail. Mynock would be arriving at Tassa soon, and would enter a place filled with uncertain danger. He'd insisted on going anyway, and she hadn't even tried to talk him out of it. Jail was headstrong in his own way, and never so much as when he thought the Force was telling him what to do. Anya had never understood what Jedi and Imperial Knights meant when they said the Force was moving them. Deep down, she'd always suspected they were just doing what they wanted and invoked the will of the Force to rationalize it to themselves. J.O. didn't have that justification anymore, but he was charging it anyway, and it was still all about the Force. Apparently, he'd rather risk death than live without it. Anya almost envied him for having something he prized so strongly. The jagged Fel lurched forward, and steadily oscillation swelled to fill the viewport. The Empress waited patiently at the rear of the bridge, silent and regal in her white robes. 2 red-armored guards stood behind her, along with 1 gold protocol droid. After what seemed like forever, Admiral Yates reported, Majesty, the spacecraft has rounded the planet's ecliptic and is vectoring toward us. It's quite large. I estimate it's 6 times our mass. That stirred a lot of tense looks between the crew. Marasiah let nothing show. Send a hail on all frequencies. Tell that I've arrived on behalf of the Galactic Federation Triumvirate, and that I respectfully request an audience. As the message was sent, Anya stepped around the edge of the bridge, closer to the viewport. She spotted something moving against Asation's blue face, tiny at this distance but steadily growing larger. It seemed to be disc-shaped and thickest in the center, with layers of superstructure piled atop one another. "We've gotten a response, Empress," Cade said from the comm station. Marasiah remained where she was.
Go ahead.
Cade bent close to Red from the console. They extend their greetings and request the purpose of this visit. Tell them we seek passage in their space to apprehend a criminal who has attacked the Galactic Federation. This fugitive has been operating from Tassa for the past 2 years. Tell them we will not hold their government responsible for harboring this criminal, so long as they comply with our request. Cade relayed the message. Anya watched as the huge gree ship swelled closer and closer. She couldn't make out any weapons on it. She couldn't make out any traditional propulsion either, or any command towers or communications arrays. That thing really was like nothing she'd seen before. Eventually, Cade reported, "The Gree will consider your request for extradition when given full account of the criminal's offenses." A bureaucratic logjam was exactly what they didn't need right now. Marasiah said, "We do not request extradition. We request permission to go to Tassa now and apprehend the criminal ourselves." Cade relayed the message. A tense minute later, he said, "That is unacceptable. The Gree will not permit foreigners to enter their space. Remind the Gree that they have permitted a foreigner to live and work on Tassa for at least 2 standard years." Anger was finally creeping to Marasiah's voice. After another minute, Cade said, "They insist we provide details on the criminal's actions and her current whereabouts." Then they deny knowing about Mady. "It appears so, Empress. This conversation could go on forever." Marasiah said, "Request a face-to-face discussion with one of their delegates. That delegate must be empowered to grant us access to their space." 2 tense minutes after the message was sent, Cade reported, "The Gree accept this request. They will launch a small vessel momentarily. Your presence will be accepted there." Cade's frown deepened. "Empress, they request you come without armed guards." Anya expected the Empress to balk, but Marasiah said, "Agreed. Masters Draco and Sin will come with me, unarmed. So will C-3PO. Prepare my shuttle for immediate launch. We'll be down there shortly." Cade looked like he wanted to argue more, but he said, "Yes, Majesty." Anya glanced out the viewport again. She spotted a piece of that great disk superstructure detached from the rest. A small solar sail unfolded behind it and the oval-shaped object pushed outward, toward the jagged Fel. There was something organic and elegant about that ship, and Ania's attention clung to it for a few seconds. When she looked back down the bridge, she caught last glimpses of red, white, and gold as the Empress party left the bridge. Whatever happened next to decide the fate of Jo and the Force, and it had nothing to do with her. When Mynock dropped out of hyperspace and Jo got his first look at Tassa, his first thought was how incredible it was that everything had changed at a place like this. It was an unlovely world, with no oceans or forests to break up unending stretches of arid desert, rocky plain, and occasional mountain spines. Only a few clouds, themselves streaks of pale methane yellow, blurred the planet's day-side face. "You see the satellites?" Cade asked. He was on his feet, leaning over the pilot's chair as Delia guided them toward the planet. Jerry manned the co-pilot seat and Jo craned to look from the chair behind him. R2-D2 huddled in the rear of the cockpit, where he plugged into the ship's main computer. Mynock's other passengers were back in the crew lounge, where Gunner Cade kept 2 eyes and a blaster rifle trained on Darth Talon. Jerry checked his sensor board. "Yeah, they're around." "Armed?" asked Jo. He squinted but couldn't see anything glinting in Tassa's orbit. "I don't even know what a gree weapon looks like," the other man muttered. "Well, they're not shooting yet." Delia looked back at Cade. "What happens now, Mishku? There's a whole planet down there. Where do we find Mady and your mom?" They weren't really clear on that part. slow down, and drop into steady orbit. Delia gripped the control yoke. How close you want me to get to those satellites? No closer than you have to. Mady wouldn't have set this all up just to blast you out of the sky, right? Jeria asked. Right? Kark, if I could ever figure that which, Cade muttered. That was hardly reassuring. As Mynock reoriented to circle around the planet's outer orbit, Jael asked, what's your history with Mady? You said she might want payback for what you did to her on Wayland. Delia made a low grunt, like someone struck by unhappy memory. Cade said, couple years back, Mady paid Raph to send us off to a trap on Wayland. She wanted to test her latest poison and tried it on Blue. Why did she need you? Because I've got this, I guess you can call it a gift. Cade looked down at his gloved hand. I can heal people. Only it ain't the pretty kind of healing those temple Jedi like to do. Someone's on the brink of death, and I can pull them back. But I gotta go to the dark side to do it. I've gotta find the anger inside me, and make the Force do something it doesn't want to do. Mady knew that. It was what Krayt was after me in the first place. So she wanted to see if she had a poison so good even I couldn't heal it. But you did? Jael glanced at Delia, who stared resolutely ahead like she was trying to ignore the conversation. Cade, though, placed a hand on her head and stroked Blue hair. Only did it cause I learned to draw on the light side to heal. Turns out I had love inside me, not just rage. This was a side of Skywalker Jael hadn't seen before. He was surprised how it didn't jar with the size he had. So Mady wants you because you beat her poison. From what I'd heard, she wasn't the type to keep grudges. She wants me cause I've got Skywalker blood, whatever good that's supposed to do me. But back on Wayland, she also tried to reach into my mind, feed me all my fears and push me to the limit. Well, she stirred up my dark side real strong, so I got into her mind too. I saw all she feared and messed with her head. I could tell she didn't like what I showed her. Kay stopped, like that was all. I don't understand, Jael said. Most people don't like seeing how they are deep inside. Stang, I don't. Mady plays all cold, controlling Sith mastermind of everything, but deep down she's a big tangled up, paranoid mess that goes around making poisons and plots just to convince herself she's smarter than anybody else. He sighed. Kind of pathetic, really. Jael wanted to ask more, but a beeping on the comm board interrupted them. Jeria said, we've got a hail from one of the satellites. Tell me they're not going to start shooting, said Cade. No. They're landing coordinates. I guess Mady's invitation was real. Delia gripped the control yoke. Do we head in? Cade squeezed her shoulder. Yeah, take us down. Marasiah's red royal shuttle sailed through the hangar mouth of the gree vessel. Metal doors swung shut in their wake, and she felt like they were being swallowed. The gree apparently did not use atmospheric containment fields like the rest of the galaxy. Once the heavy doors closed, the hangar roared with pumped-in air as the chamber repressurized. What kind of atmosphere are they using? Sind asked the shuttle's co-pilot. The woman checked her sensors. Oxygen-methane compound. It appears to be their native atmosphere. They're not going out of their way to be hospitable, and Terry said. That's a sign. Marasiah agreed. She knew a negotiating tactic when she saw one. Her request had clearly touched the gree the wrong way. Too bad, she thought, she was going to take Tassa with their approval or without. Marasiah, and Terry's, and Sind affixed breath filter masks to their faces before going down the landing ramp. C-3PO shuffled behind them, and though the droid's face was unmoving metal, he somehow seemed to emanate wonder as his head swung back and forth, taking in the alien ship. A round doorway on the other side reezed open. A trio of gree moved into the room, propelled across the slick floor by their writhing tentacles. The rest of their bodies were draped in long robes, and their massive heads seemed to droop halfway down their backs. They had no mouths to speak of, only folds of layered tissue at the bottom of their faces, and large all-black eyes in which she could see her curved reflection. Marasiah ruled a federation of 1 million species, and her father had trained her from a young age to avoid prejudice against non-humans. Nonetheless, these gree struck her as fundamentally strange. They were relics from an era eons past, when force mighty celestials had constructed great and terrible wonders beyond modern sentient's ability to comprehend. That such relics should survive in the modern galaxy, her galaxy disturbed her. I am Empress Marasiah Fel of the Galactic Federation, she told the gree. As you requested, my companions have come unarmed. The nearest gree, dressed in violet robes instead of the other's blue, raised two tentacles like arms and vocalized a series of squeals, hisses, and clicks. A metallic voice chirped basic from the translator device attached to his robe. I am Administrator General Ordak. Are you authorized to grant us access to Tassa? The gree vocalized again, and the translator said simply, foreigners are not permitted access to Tassa. Marasiah glanced sideways at C-3PO, who tittered anxiously but had nothing to add. She told Ordak, foreigners are already on Tassa. I'm sure you know at least some of what's transpired in the larger galaxy over the past few years. The Sith cult that once ruled the galaxy is nearly vanquished, but one of their leaders, Lady Malady, has found shelter in the Gree enclave. The gree hissed and squealed, and its tentacles writhed. The translator simply repeated, foreigners are not permitted access to Tassa. Foreigners have access to Tassa. I am not faulting your government. The triumvirate has no argument with you so long as you give us access to Darth Malady immediately. I came here to avoid a conflict between our peoples, not start one. Next, Ordak's translator said, foreigners are not permitted access to Tassa. In suggesting otherwise, you affront the veracity and competency of the Administrative Council. I meant no such thing. She decided to let mounting anger show. As you can see, I have the force to conquer Tassa in an hour. Instead, I chose to negotiate. I'm showing respect for your sovereignty. There are no foreigners on Tassa, Ordak said. You will not be permitted. Marasiah heard Antares growl beside her. C-3PO edged closer and said, excuse me, Majesty, but I believe the Administrator General's translator device is not entirely accurate. She looked to the droid and lowered her voice. What do you mean? The Administrator's device told you there are no foreigners on Tassa. However, according to my translation matrix, a more accurate basic representative of Ordak's words are we do not know of foreigners on Tassa. That seemed to her a big difference. Are you sure? Oh, yes, Majesty. As you know, the Gree language operated a complex system of metaphors regarding color and geometry. Ordak said. She hadn't known that. Are you certain? She pressed. Oh, quite. It was an admission of ignorance and potentially embarrassing. Perhaps his translator is programmed to project assurance. That was something Marasiah could use. She turned back to the gree. I accept that you are neither know or are responsible for Darth Malady's presence on Tassa. However, I can assure you she is present. Therefore, I propose a joint mission to find her, together. Our people will be supervised by yours at all times. The suggestion seemed to take Ordak aback. The gree's tentacles twisted anxiously, and his translator said, you have offered statements. We do not trust foreigners' words. Marasiah glanced at C-3PO. The droid provided, Ordak expressed the need for more tangible proof. She thought as much. She told the gree, a ship launched from my destroyer has already arrived at Tassa. It breached the orbital defenses without being fired upon, or bothered in any way. Darth Malady requested that ship come to her and she clearly arranged for it to have permission to land. Someone in authority on Tassa must be aligned with a foreign agent without your knowledge. She raised an eyebrow. I imagine that would displease your Administrative Council. The gree hissed again and the translator said, we require more than statement. Thankfully, she was prepared for this. Antares, she said, please show the Administrator General the tracking data from the homing device we placed on Mynock. Antares took a slim datapad from the pouch at his waist, turned it on, and held it out. One of Ordak's tentacles cautiously reached to take it. With wide unblinking eyes, the gree took on the data on its screen, which contained full telemetry of Mynock's descent through Tassa's orbit and into its atmosphere, terminating only when the ship activated its jamming field after touchdown. From this information, she said, we can pinpoint exactly where Darth Mady is on Tassa's surface. All we need to do now is go there and apprehend her. We will work together, as a sign of mutual respect between our governments. Still clutching the datapad in his tentacle, Audiobook hissed and clicked. The translator said, foreigners are not permitted access to Tassa. This infraction will end immediately. Then we will go together. Foreigners are not permitted access to Tassa. We will remove foreigners alone. Marasiah saw many ways that could go wrong. Darth Mady is a Sith Lord, an extremely dangerous enemy. We have experience battling Sith Lords. You do not. I am offering to help you remove the foreigners. After that you have my word, as Empress, that we will leave your space, and never bother you again. Audiobook made softer hissing sounds, which his device did not translate. She looked to C-3PO, who said, I believe Audiobook is deep in thought. It needs to understand that we have to go apprehend Mady together. Indeed, I believe it does understand. However, the gree concept of face runs quite deep. In the interest of expediency, Majesty, may I say a few words? She regarded the droid carefully. For what purpose? I would like to remind him, in language I'm sure he'd understand, that we are not his enemy. The Sith are, and we've come offering help on a mutual problem. And you think you can say that better than I can? With all due respect, Majesty, you can't say anything in gree at all. C-3PO had a point. She sensed Atari's disapproval but said, a few words, 3PO. The droid seemed proud as he shuffled forward, lifted his head, and began making noise. It was surreal hearing those hisses, squeals, and click coming out of 3PO's human-sounding face, but Audiobook did not seem taken aback. The gree's tentacles uncurled, and it began replying in turn. Marasiah watched in quiet amazement as the conversation bounced back and forth between them. She could pick up nothing in that incomprehensible noise, no hint of how the conversation was going, but she could dimly sense Audiobook in the Force, and his reluctance from a minute ago seemed to be waning. Finally, the conversation ended. C-3PO turned around and said, I believe we have obtained permission to land one shuttle on Tassa. You believe? Marasiah said. Administrator General, can you please confirm that? Audiobook squealed and raised an armed tentacle. The translator on his collar said, foreigners will be permitted limited access to Tassa. One transport vessel. Marasiah felt relief fill her. We understand. Thank you, Administrator General. We are grateful for your permission and eager to help. One transport vessel, the gree repeated. And there's one to accompany. Marasiah understood. Thank you. We will return to my flagship and prepare a shuttle as quickly as possible. This one is waiting. The conversation seemed over. Marasiah spun and went back to her ship. Her knights hurried ahead and she lagged slightly to stay with C-3PO. The droid could only move so fast. I'm grateful for your help, she admitted, and wondered what the full story of his old, strange machine was. You're a very capable protocol droid. Thank you, Majesty. Did you know? Your ancestor, Mistress Leia, thought very highly of my diplomatic skills. She once told me I could talk an angry Gundark to sleep. I was quite flattered. Marasiah allowed an amused smile as she ascended the ramp into her shuttle. The galaxy was full of strange wonders and ancient mysteries, and it was not always a bad thing. Mady's lair sat on a stretch of Tassa newly turned to daylight, and a crisp morning glow brought out the colors in the landscape. Vast bleds of yellow sand, orange ridges, bright red outcroppings of bare rock jutting up as buttes and hoodoos. It was an alien landscape on an alien world, and Cade would have never come here if it weren't for his mother. He'd have left the Empress to sort out all this Force deafness and gone along this way, to hell with his Skywalker legacy. He was here to get Morgan and get out. That was what he had told himself all this while. But as mining neared the designated landing coordinates, he admitted that he did care whether the Jedi went extinct. As much as it could be a pain in his butt, The Force was not something that deserved to be kept locked away into vessels. It was a conduit to wisdom and power and grace and all the other nice things the Jedi went on about. And it was wrong that conduit had been stolen by some paranoid, overcompensating Sith. Without it, the galaxy would suffer. So here he was, fulfilling his destiny again, or something. Delia guided Mynock into a deep gash of a canyon carved by some long-dried river. She decelerated to maneuver through its mild turns until they spotted the gray jut of a landing pad attached to the red canyon wall. "I guess that's our spot," she said, decreasing altitude and cutting thrusters. "Can't believe there's any other hidden hideouts close by." Cade moved his hands to his waist and felt the reassuring weight of his lightsaber and blaster pistol. "Any welcoming party?" "Not that I can see," Jerry said. Cade didn't see any either. The platform was easily big enough for 3 ships Mynock's size, and Delia placed them down so their backup would have plenty of room to land. Mynock came to rest with his cockpit facing a round metal portal, maybe 2 meters high and 2 across. There was a larger door on the other end of the land pad, probably for cargo transfer. No droids were waiting for them, no tentacle cephalopods either. "So what now?" asked J.O. "Do we just walk in?" "From here on, I don't know any more than you. Let's go back and get ready. Blue, Jerry, R2, get that jamming filled up and keep it up." R2-D2 whistled affirmative, and Cade and J.O. stalked out of the cockpit, back to the crew lawn. Talon and Gunner were right where he'd left them, seated across the table from one another, the former with her wrists and feet bound, the latter with the rifle in her lap. "Are we there?" asked Gunner. "That's right. Got instructions right where to go." "How considerate." "Yeah. I don't expect Milady's graces last long once she realizes who I've brought with me." "Seriously," he said, "there's no telling what we're gonna find inside. If you want to stay here, help Blue and Jerry guard the ship." "You know why I came?" Gunner got to her feet. "Let's go get her." Cade had figured she'd say that. He slapped the breath mask dangling from his belt. "Okay." Grabbed one of these from the compartment by the airlock. "There's no telling how much breathable air we're gonna have outside." "What about her?" Gunner waved her rifle at Talon, still sitting stoic. "Grab another. I guess she'll need to breath too. I mean, are we really taking her with us?" "Well, I didn't take her this far just to leave her in the ship." To Talon he called, "Okay, stand up." Talon rose without a word. With a touch from the Force, Cade released the shackles around her ankles, allowing her to take 2 long steps forward. She held up her bound wrists, wordlessly imploring. Cade wagged a finger. "If I need you free, I'll set you free? But not yet." Talon knew better than to argue. Cade waved her forward and she went first in line to the door, then took the ramp to Mynock's broad main hold, where J.O. was waiting. He'd brought his lightsaber and blaster both, plus a small assortment of other tools hooked along his belt. Imperial Knights were supposed to be trained like soldiers, as good in a firefight as your best stormtrooper. Cade hoped that held true. Cade tapped the controls that lowered Mynock's landing ramp. As it groaned downward, he tapped on the ship's internal comm and hailed the cockpit. "How's it going?" "We jamming." "We jamming," Jerry replied, and R2-D2 whistled in the background. "Good. We're heading out now. Close that ramp when we're gone, and don't open it again until we come out." "Really? I was gonna invite some gree in for a party." "You're hilarious, Tassa," Cade said, and shut off the comm. He hoped a lame joke wouldn't be the last thing he shared with his friends. Gunner and Talon went down the ramp first. J.O. followed, then Cade. Everyone with free hands gripped a blaster as they surveyed the landing pad. There wasn't much to see, just flat horizontal space held out over a deep chasm drop. It was still early in the morning, and midday shadows hadn't fallen inside the canyon itself. When Cade stepped to the platform edge and peered over, he saw red stone walls fall down into black. "This place is clear," Gunner called. She'd walked Talon closer to the round entry portal. As Cade and J.O. went to join them, the door slid open. The alien that came through could have only been a gree. It glided smoothly on the aggregate motion of its tentacles across the platform, and its huge black eyes surveyed the newcomers. There was no expression on his face that Cade could read, and he wasn't getting much through the Force either. It made a series of squealing noises and waved two-armed tentacles in circles. Then a voice emanated from the translation device hooked to the collar of his robe, saying, to many visitors, "You have brought more than the lady proscribed." "Since when did Mady turn down lip test subjects?" Cade replied, hands on hips. "Tell her I've brought all she could want an Imp Knight, a Sith, and me." The gree squealed again. "What of the other gold human?" "She's here to keep us all in line, and to get Morgan Court out of here. This is a prisoner exchange, right? 3 Force users, or X-Force users, for 1 woman. That's not a bad deal, right?" The gree made a lower gurgling sound, and his translator relayed nothing. Trying to keep patient, Cade muttered under his breath, "I can't believe it, but I really wish 3PO was here." Then, without another word, the alien slithered back through the door, and it closed shut behind him. Gunner scowled. "Great. Do you have a contingency plan in case she won't let us in?" "Yeah, let's call the lightsaber. Don't worry. Malad'll be willing to negotiate. They haven't shot at us yet," Jo said. "He is right," Talon said, reluctantly. "Lady Mady will see the value of exchanging 3 prisoners for 1. She was always most practical." "Well, if she does take the bait, what happens then?" asked Jo. Gunner said, "I take our mother back to Minok, then sit tight and hope backup arrives. Not that I expect that Sith to keep her word." "It is unlikely," Talon admitted. The portal opened once more. The gree emerged and said, "Your offer has been approved. Please follow." Jo looked surprised. Gunner looked cautious. Talon stepped straight ahead, hands still clasped in front of her, and followed the gree into the facility. Cade followed her into the hallway. Gunner and Jo fell in behind him. The gree led them down a long corridor with walls of rough-hewn stone. As they walked, Cade unhooked his breath mask and inhaled. It smelled like sweet standard oxygen, probably sustained for Darth Mady's benefit. They continued through the hallway and passed through a door into a room where tall glass containers lined the walls. Some were cracked open, some intact but empty, and a few contained twisted bodies floating in sickly greenish liquid. Cade couldn't tell what life forms they'd been originally, but he couldn't bring himself to look closely either. Through their muffled Force presence, he felt sickened revulsion from Jo and Gunner, even from Talon. The next chamber immediately made Cade sorry he'd taken off the mask. The air reeked of chemical preservatives vainly fighting physical decay. Glass-walled cages gave him an excellent view of what remained of long-dead prisoners. Some of the bodies, variously animal and sentient, looked absolutely desiccated in their containers. Mady might have been hiding out here for the past 2 years, but someone had been doing experiments for way longer than that. The gree let them into the chamber beyond. The stench dulled without going away as Cade and his companion stepped onto the top of what seemed to be a corkscrewing walkway, running down the sides of a tall, cylindrical stone-walled chamber. He went to the railing, peered down 15 meters to the bottom, and saw his mother seated atop a rectangular operating table. Her blonde head was tilted up, and across the distance their eyes met. The gree positioned itself to block their descent. Cade growled, "Let me down so I can see her." "You pass." The gree rolled a tentacle at him. "The others stay." Gunner growled and gripped her weapon tighter. Cade held out a hand. "Fine. They can watch from up here. Let me pass." The gree shifted aside, allowing Cade space to descend. He stalked down the corkscrew without looking back, keeping one hand on his blaster and the other on the hilt of his lightsaber. He circled all the way to the bottom of the chamber and found his mother still seated on the table, held there by a metal cuff around her hand. He instinctively reached out with the Force to unlock it. "Stop," a voice said, right in his ear. Cade jerked sideways and spun on Mady. She was like the woman he'd known, but different. Her hair was down in messy curtains on either side of her face, and her eyes were dark brown. She wore the same black, sleeveless dress, though, and kept her hands politely folded in front of her. Very good, Rakaddle, Mady called upward. Keep them there while Skywalker and I converse. Cade edged toward Morgan. Let my mother go. Mady shook her head. Not yet. What? Are we gonna wait until you cut me open, soak up my midi-chlorians? Oh, K. Skywalker, you never understood. Mady shook her head, but she smiled. It was a wide, toothy smile, unlike anything he'd seen from her, and it sent shivers down his spine. What don't I understand? I've brought you here to thank you, Cade. You inspired me to give my gift to the galaxy. And soon, I'll share it with you too. Chapter 28. When she'd first seen them peering at her from the top of the chamber, Morgan had thought them a hallucination. She'd been expecting to see Cade, but then Gunner's face had joined his in looking down from above. They'd been joined, impossibly, by Darth Talons, and then a dark male face she didn't recognize. Even when Cade came down the walkway and stood on the grated floor in front of her, she wasn't sure if this was real. That solution Mady injected her with hadn't been a placebo. Morgan had been fighting nausea for hours, and a retching pain had been building in her stomach. Her skin burned, her eyes itched in their sockets. The room seemed to spin around her, and it took effort to sit upright. Smiling, sounding almost giddy, Darth Mady told her son, I've brought you here to thank you, Cade. You inspired me to give my gift to the galaxy. And soon, I'll share it with you too. Cade, and it was really, truly her son stood firm where he was. One hand was on his holster blaster, the other on his lightsaber, but he didn't use them. Keeping cautious eyes on Mady, he asked, You okay, Mom? Morgan opened her dry mouth and rasped no. I injected her with the poison. Mady idly twirled hair around her forefinger. She still has a few hours left, but they won't be pleasant. I can't give her a delaying agent that will last her, 12 more hours. Suddenly Cade's lightsaber was in his hand, his arm was stretched out, and a green-white blade tip buzzed an inch from Malady's neck. Give it to her, Cade said, quiet and firm. Mady didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Kill me, and you kill your mother. You know that. Besides, I'm not afraid of death. I can do a lot worse than kill you. True, Mady admitted. Carefully she reached up with one hand and tugged the collar of her dress low. Though her vision was starting to lose focus, Morgan saw the glint of metal above her breast in the slow pulse of a single light. What the hell is that? Cade grunted. The tip of his lightsaber edged back. A heart rate monitor, Mady said, then stamped the grate beneath her feet. I've installed a beradium bomb 50 meters below. If my heartbeat stops, or stays too fast for too long, it will trigger detonation. Everything and everyone in this facility will be atomized. Cade's face twisted in frustration. He asked his mother, is she for real? Weakly Morgan said, I don't know. It seemed like something Mady would do. Cade had brought 3 unexpected allies with him, and likely had more on the way, but the Sith which had made sure she was firmly in control of the situation. Cade realized that too. He lowered his lightsaber without shutting it off, and Mady smiled in satisfaction. Pulling her collar back up, she asked, do you understand why I brought you here? No. And I'm not gonna let you enlighten me until you give her the delaying agent. Mady opened her mouth to argue, but no sound came. Her jaw hung open and her throat strained for air. Morgan didn't see her son's other hand clenched to squeeze, but she knew what he was doing. On his face there was no killing anger, just grim intent. Cade, don't. Morgan panted. From higher above, Gunner shouted, damn it, Skywalker. I ain't gonna break her throat, Cade told them, but I can keep squeezing. How long's it gonna take for your head to start swimming? Mady choked, the bomb, you fool. We can go back to the safe zone anytime you want, Chica. Please, I will do it. That's better. Cade released her throat. Give it to her now. Mady bent at the waist and reached for air. A minute ago she'd seemed in total control, now Cade seemed to have taken it back. In reality, Malady's beradium bomb was the final card any of them could play, but Cade had at least succeeded in scaring her confidence away. Panting, stroking her throat, Mady said, "I'd forgotten what kind of man you are." Cade spared her a snide reply. Mady stepped to one of her side tables, plucked a syringe from a tray, and walked it over to Morgan. The liquid inside was colorless and translucent like the previous injections of delaying agent. That didn't mean Morgan was safe, but without the injection she'd be delirious in minutes. She barely felt the needle enter her arm. When Mady stepped back, she exhaled, slumped, and closed her eyes. After 10 or 20 heartbeats, the nausea that had gripped her started to recede. She still felt sick, but no longer on the point of vomiting. "Mom," Cade asked. "Mom, are you okay?" His earnest worry touched her heart. "I'm okay. Is Gun up there?" "Yeah. We brought Talon too. I figured, why not?" Cade stepped purposely to Mady, lifting his blade close to her neck. "Now, Chica, I'll let you do your rant." A compact cluster of bright ion engines slipped out from beneath the jagged Fel's white hull and accelerated toward the Tessa's distant, tiny disk. At the same time, the ovoid gree vessel, about the same size the departing Imperial assault shuttle, took up the same vector. Its solar sail folded elegantly as its mast reeled it in, and both craft prepared for a lightspeed micro jump into the planet's orbit. Soon the translucent material vanished from sight. The assault shuttle flared and disappeared into hyperspace, and a moment later, without any flash or visible show of propulsion, the strange gree vessel winked out of existence as well. Marasiah had watched it all from the bridge of the jagged Fel. The plan was simple. The two small ships would decant from hyperspace over Tassa and dive into the planet's atmosphere, where they'd land at the site of Darth Mady's laboratory. The Star Destroyer itself would keep a respectful distance from the planet, edging only close enough for Marasiah to reach out to her distant cousin in the Force and alert Cade Skywalker that help was imminent. She ached to go with them on the assault shuttle, but Antares and Tris had both insisted that she remain here. There were no telling what traps or dangers were inside Mady's lair. As Empress and fulcrum of the galaxy's unified government, her life was too important to risk. If the worst happened, the last two certain Force users could be lost forever. They were right about everything, and she hated it, but she couldn't deny their logic. In her stead, Antares and Tris had piled into the assault shuttle along with her most elite stormtrooper unit. Both of the old Jedi had joined, and they'd taken the Sith apprentice with them. Apparently, Cade thought he'd be able to keep the young man under control. Most surprisingly, Anya Solo had insisted on coming. She shone at the last minute, flippantly claiming that she was getting bored waiting around. Marasiah thought she understood the real reason. And now all of them were gone. Standing at the fore of the bridge, Marasiah held herself straight. A leader had to be seen to be strong. That was one piece of her father's advice she'd never doubted. Even as she projected sureness, she felt helpless and alone. For all her authority and the Force power she still wielded, what happened next was out of her hands. It was a terrible feeling. She heard the shuffle of metal feet and the creaking of servos as C-3PO came up from behind her. Not looking away from the viewport, she asked, "Is something the matter, C-3PO?" "Not at this time, Majesty." She droid stopped beside her. He stared ahead, seemingly watching the stars with the same longing as her. "However, you needn't worry. I'm quite certain the mission will be successful." It wasn't like a droid to offer unsolicited assurance. "Are you?" "Oh, yes. It has been placed in very capable hands." After a pause, C-3PO added, "R2-D2 is a most exemplary automaton in many ways. His skill set far exceeds that of other astromech droids, and he is most resourceful." After another pause, he said, "Please don't tell him I said so. For all his virtues, R2's ego can be a frightful thing." Marasiah smiled faintly. "I'll keep your secret." "Thank you, Majesty. However, I believe our greatest asset Tassa will be Ordak." That took her by surprise. The alien administrator was inscrutable, and she'd never trusted what she couldn't understand. "In what way?" "Did I not explain? During our conversation, It explained that under gree law, unauthorized association with foreigners is punishable by up to 5 centuries if a burst of unintelligible gree noises escaped his vocoder. This is a most unpleasant form of torture. Audiobook plans to offer clemency to Lady Malady's associates as long as they cooperate. It believes they will surrender quickly to avoid he made the same untranslatable noises, then added, Audiobook is quite a reasonable fellow, actually. That's good to know, she said honestly, but it didn't soothe her. Nothing could, when the fate of everything was out of her hands. Though Cade held his blade close to her neck, Malady seemed unfazed. Given the beradium bomb she had armed and prepped under their feet, she had every reason to be. The witch had made certain she would be in control of this situation, and despite Cade's threats and bluster he couldn't change that fact. Malady tilted her head back, allowing glow from the buzzing saber to paint the underside of her chin green-white. The former Sith stared at the rising spiral of the walkway above them and whispered, "Do you know what this place is, Cade?" "Some Sith house of horrors," he grunted. "But it's been here longer than you." 300 years, she nodded eagerly. This was Darth Acheron's place. That name's supposed to mean something. Acheron was master to Tenebris, who was master to Plagueis, who was master to Sidious. Cade's eyes narrowed at the last one. And what's that got to do with anything? Acheron was brilliant. He made allies of the gree, allies who passed their allegiance through generations, onto me. He developed a virus that targeted midichlorians, destroyed them, and in doing it rent the bodies of the host. Sounds like the perfect Jedi killing bug. No, because it targeted all midichlorians. Jedi, Sith, everyone. So it was never deployed. What, you fixed it up, tweaked it so it's non-lethal, and turned it into your force-killing plague. I get the how. I still don't get the why. The why is you, Cade. You opened my eyes. He'd been afraid somehow this would all end up being his fault. He tried to shield the sting with sarcasm. They looked different from the last time I saw him. Yes. On Wayland. You reached into my mind and showed me my fear. You showed me myself. Always I told myself I was working for Lord Krayt's design and the good of the one Sith, to bring order and justice to the galaxy, but that was wrong. The Jedi were never my enemy. Not the Alliance, not Roan Fel, not your mother. My enemy was the Force. You lost me. I spent a lifetime trying to be controller of all. I mastered spies and bred diseases. I despoiled your father's Assa's project. As my last service to Lord Krayt, I corrupted Roan Fel from within and drowned him in his inner darkness. She tapped a fist against her breast. But always the Force outwitted me. No matter what I did, the Force would not give me what I wanted. Never, never, never. It was always ahead of me, and I tangled my soul trying to fight a battle I couldn't win. So 'cause you got all tangled inside, you took the Force away from everyone. It was for all of us, Cade. Sith, Jedi, Imperial Knights, we are all tortured by the Force. It whispers fragments of truth in our ears, promising enlightenment that will never come. It leads us on to promised destinies, then forces us to shoulder unbearable burdens. It taunts us with the illusion of being all-powerful, only to bring death and ruin on our heads. Even those who obey it selflessly are crushed by its demands. You know I'm right. Her litany of complaints echoed the ones he'd nursed in his heart for many years. There was still truth in them. He only had to think of his father to feel bitterness that would never go away. The Force is more than that, Cade said. A lot more? Exactly, Malady hissed. It's truth that will never be revealed. Power that will never share. Promises that are never kept. It taunts us, teases us, and uses toward ends that always defy our own. We twist ourselves trying to appease it. We enslave ourselves by serving or fighting its phantom will. All the while we become addicted to it. We let ourselves be lost in pursuit of its power. I have liberated us all. With the Force gone, all of us Jedi, Sith, everyone can discover who we are truly meant to be. This was striking close to home. Cade shielded again. That's a lot of projecting you're doing, Chica. We are all the Force's pawns, and I am sick of being a pawn. Malady's hands balled to fists. So you decided to do something about it. It has been done before, and not be me. Your mother knows. I told her. Cade glanced sidelong at his mother. Morrigan's face was still pale, her eyes still haggard, but there was new alertness in them. She told me about the past. The Gree, the Rakata, the other ancient races. Confused, he looked back to Mady. What's that got to do with anything? Once, eons ago, all the sentience in his galaxy could touch the Force. Gradually, it has withdrawn to fewer and fewer beings. Now there are only 2 left, thanks to me. At least 3, Cade hoped. What do you mean everyone could touch the Force? Where do you get that? The Gree archives. It is all there. For the past 3 centuries, Darth Acheron's servants have been translating them into basic. In the level above here, there's an entire archive of knowledge, tens of millennia old. Legends, he muttered. No, I know they're true. In my heart, it was a plague like mine that stripped the Rakata of the Force. The Gree also lost their powers. The Force has been withdrawing itself for a long, long time, and I finished the job. No, you didn't, Cade snarled. Malady's crazy rantings were really starting to rile him now. The woman had robbed thousands of their powers and twisted the fate of the galaxy, all because she was mad at the Force. Cade had felt all those things and sulked for 7 years. Malady had done something far grander and far worse. I didn't get infected by your damn virus. Neither does the Empress, by the way, but I'm the one you called here. Exactly, Malady clapped her hands together. I knew deep down it would come to this. Not because my virus had a flaw. I tested it on dozens of live subjects, making sure it would sever but not kill, that it would lie dormant inside hosts long enough for it to spread widely. I knew it would work, that I could spread it as planned, that I could liberate the Jedi, Sith, Imperial Knights, but not the Skywalkers. How do you know that? Because the Force defeats are certainties, she growled, every time. Malady took a deep breath, unclenched her hands, and composed herself. Cade was sick of her rantings but intrigued against himself. She was mad, but she was also a genius, and if these Gree archives she was talking about had any trustworthy information, it could predate even the Jedi's history of the Force. More importantly, he had to keep her talking, keep stalling until Marasiah's backup arrived and captured the facility. An ancient Sith hideout would have more for security than the one Gree he'd seen so far. Not that I ain't flattered, he told her, but what made you think Skywalkers would spoil your grandeur plan? She looked at him with those strange dark eyes and asked, calmly now, do you know what you are, Cade? He went for flippant again. Jedi, son, lover, fighter. Take your pick. You are a virgin in the Force, the descendant of the Chosen One himself. I've heard that story. Anakin Skywalker might have been the Chosen One, but his life was nobody's idea of a good time. Besides, he's been dead for over 100 years. But you carry his legacy inside you. You have a piece of him. So does the Empress. He was a special guy, but he was still just a man. No, Malady shook her head adamantly. He was born by the Force, conceived by his will in the belly of a slave woman. Cade fought a grimace. He'd heard stories, passed down through generations, and blurred by time. His father had told him that, supposedly, Anakin Skywalker had been born from no father. Cade had never believed it, but then, there was a lot of things he'd refused to believe about the Force that ended up true. Millennia ago, Malady went on, the Jedi started a prophecy of a Chosen One who'd rise in time of darkness and rebalance the Force. The time of darkness began with Darth Acheron himself. I found the histories here, in this very room. Through blood and toil, Acheron affected the Force, darkening it, making it easier for the Sith to bend it to their will. His apprentice's apprentice, Plagueis, sought to take things deeper. He dreamed of controlling midichlorians themselves, and with them controlling life and death. He and Sidious tipped the Force further to darkness. So far, Plagueis could snuff out live midichlorians with his will alone. Next, he tried to compel the midichlorians to multiply and create life itself from nothing. Her voice had gone lusty, but she stopped for breath. Plagueis and Sidious overplayed. The Force sensed their manipulations and denied them their Sith-made life. Instead, it created a life of its own. Anakin Skywalker. Sick laughter rattled in her throat. The most powerful Sith goaded the Force into making their worst enemy. Its power can never be beaten, never. Is it any wonder I freed us from it? It sounded like madness, but like most of what Mady had been telling him, it left Cade unsettled the way only hard truths could. Doesn't sound like the Force made a good move to me. Anakin spent half his life being Darth Vader, Sidious's top stooge. Exactly, Mady hissed. The Force made a weapon it could not control. Yet that is how it chose to intercede on our mortal plane. The will of the Force is confounding. You know that. We both know that. Sidious realized what Anakin was early on and manipulated him, groomed him for over a decade, stole him from the Force, and bent him to the darkness. But in the end, the Force chose right. Vader regained Anakin and Anakin killed Sidious, ending Bane's Sith forever and healing the darkness their kind had inflicted on the Force. And more, Skywalker sows seeds. Down the generations, all the way to you and the Empress, the Skywalkers have carried the power of your progenitor locked inside. The power to do what? To keep the Force in balance. To work His will. To touch and feel it, maybe even command it, in a way others can only envy. The Force created you, Skywalker, to make you it reached into the mortal plane in a way it never has, not in all the recorded history of the Jedi or Sith. That is how I knew it would define me. Even now you're the Force's instrument, fighting back as I tried to liberate us all. After listening to it all, Cade thought he understood best he could ever understand. So that's why you need me. You're gonna take slices off me and fiddle with my midichlorians until you figure out how to shut out all the Force forever. Exactly, Mady's head bobbed. Only then can we all be free. From the Force, from ourselves. Is that what you are? Free. She drew herself straight, gathered dignity, and said, I am very near. Okay? And once you figure out how to silence my midichlorians, make me and the Empress deaf as the rest, then what? What happens to you without the Force? What happens to any of us? Her face relaxed into a fond, sly smile. What happens to the others, the countless trillions who've always lived with silence? One moment after the next, they choose their own paths. Chica, I've seen a lot of the galaxy. Most people are always answering to somebody, and even when they're free to choose their paths, they usually pick the wrong one. But it will be their choice, and they will always be masters of their deepest selves. She tapped her heart again. You know this is true? For all the years you ran from your destiny, all the time I chased you, you wanted freedom. I can't give that to you, permanently. With the agony of silence comes the joy of rebirth. I can't give that to you, Cade. He'd wanted that once, but even in his darkest days he'd never have accepted Mady's offer. Though he'd buried it beneath layers of anger and cynicism, he'd never fully rejected his father's vision of a righteous galaxy, harmonized with the Force. It had been a lonely jewel too precious to break or throw away. Cade opened his mouth for another frank reply, but he realized someone was faintly touching him in the Force. It could only be Marasiah, announcing that help was coming soon. He'd have to be ready to disable Mady when the moment arrived. The beradium bomb connected to her heart rate monitor threw everything into uncertain danger. A simple stun bolt might take her down, but it might trigger the bomb. He might be able to pin her limbs with the Force and restrain her until Marasiah's techs arrived and figured how to defuse the warhead, but she might still have a way to trigger the explosion. He had no doubt Mady would rather die than let anyone undo the black miracle of her virus. There was no good choice, but he'd have to make one fast. It wasn't the first time Anya had been packed in with a ship full of Imperial stormtroopers, and while things had worked out pretty well at the Battle of the Floating World, it wasn't an experience she enjoyed. She'd insisted Salk, Kyra, and a G-37 stay on the Star Destroyer, but as the shuttle trembled through atmospheric entry, and she got halfway crushed between big white armored bodies, she wished she'd at least brought the assassin droid along. Strapped tight back in the shuttle's troop section, Anya couldn't see anything of what was going on outside, but she felt their flight level out, then dip low again, felt them move from side to side as though maneuvering through a tight space. Finally, she heard the sound of engines soften, and repulsors hummed to life. The soldiers packed into the ship noticed too, and they began to stir in anticipation. Anya leaned forward in her crash webbing and glanced toward the aft of the shuttle and the blast doors through which they deploy. The 2 Jedi and 1 Sith were closest, and she was surprised to see the young man's hands weren't bound. She didn't know what good any of them would be here, but then, she didn't know how much good she could do either. She only knew that she needed to be here, to help jail however she could. Metal scraped beneath them, signifying that they'd come in to land. Though the troopers were clearly ready to go, none unstrapped from their restraints, and a voice said over the intercom, "All troops, prepare to deploy when doors open. Do not enter the facility unless given go-ahead by the gree. Secure the landing pad only." When the rear blast doors opened, the 3 X-Force users went out first. The Stormies popped out of their crash webbing quickly and surged for the exit. Anya gripped her blaster rifle tight and allowed herself to be pulled with their flow. The white armored soldiers had breathing filters built into their masks, but Anya had to strap one to the bottom of her face as she was pushed out into the methane-rich atmosphere. The landing pad was a broad, flat disc jutting out from the side of a great, red-walled canyon. It was packed tight with ships and swarming with people. The Imperial assault shuttle had dropped down in the center, with an ovoid gree ship on one side and Minnick's familiar red body on the other. A small herd of aliens were congregated around a semicircular portal built into the cliff wall. They looked like clusters of tentacles half covered in robes, topped by heads that seemed to spill off their shoulders. Gree, no doubt, and they seemed to be announcing their presence in their incomprehensible language. The stormtroopers formed ranks behind the friendly gree and the former Force users Jedi, Sith, Imperial Knights anxiously gathered on the platform. Anya spotted Jiraiya and Delia standing at Minnock's base and rushed toward them. "Glad you could make it," Jiraiya called as she trotted up to them. He and Delia both cradled rifles and watched the front door anxiously. "Any word from inside?" asked Anya. "Not yet," Delia shook her head. The Zeltran's face was pinched into a tight, concerned scowl. Anya could tell she didn't give a damn about anything else inside that secret Sith base except for Cade. The gree continued to hiss, squeal, gargle, and click their demands. They didn't seem to be getting anywhere until the portal opened and a trio of new gree slid outside on writhing tentacles. They started talking back, and while Anya had absolutely no idea what was being said, each had raised a pair of tentacles like arms above its head, which looked to her like the universal sign of surrender. Anya didn't pick up any official signal to move in, but the stormtroopers started for the door, and the gree let them pass. "Guess that's our go sign," she muttered and jogged in to join them, Jiraiya and Delia right behind her. Cade stood, tense with indecision, a blaster in one hand and humming lightsaber held low in the other. Mady watched him with dark, careful eyes and asked, "Well, Skywalker, do you want to be free?" He glanced at his mother, then at the audience who watched it all from the top of the chamber. He had 2 choices: stall her until Marasiah's people were on her doorstep, or try and disable her now and risk the beradium bomb explosion before more people got within blast range. Both were suicidally risky. He could try and give the others a head start. He told Mady, "Sure, go ahead. Take my midichlorians. Just let Morgan Cord go." Mady looked sidelong at Cade's mother. "He cares for you." "Why is that?" Cord calyxed. "You schemer, all twisted inside. You who only care for power and knowledge. Why should he care for you?" Morgan was still dazed from the poison inside her, and Malady's question seemed to have honestly struck her. She said, "I don't know. But maybe it's because I can change without wrecking the whole galaxy in the process." "Then you're free of yourself?" Calyxed. Mady sounded like she really wanted to know. Morgan swallowed. Cade watched her every motion. At that moment, he cared about nothing else. Very weakly, she said, "I hope so." "Very well," Mady said. "Cut her loose." Cade sidestepped. With the flick of his lightsaber, he sliced the cuff binding Morgan to the table. Then he tilted the blade back toward Mady. "Give us the antidote." There is no antidote. The delaying agent. Every bit of it you've got. It will not save her. Shut up and get it. Mady sighed, as though all this had gotten tiresome. As she stepped across the grate to a stout refrigeration unit in the corner of the lab, Cade called on the Force to gently lift his mother off the table and place her on her feet. He stepped close and asked, "You okay?" Unsteady, Morgan gripped his arm with both hands. "Cade, this won't work." "It's working okay so far. Better than he'd expected, actually. You can't let Mady analyze your midichlorians. She might be able to." From above, the gree guarding J.O., Talon, and Gunner released a series of frantic noises. Cade didn't have a clue what they meant, but he could guess from the slack shock of Mady's face. Standing in front of the open refrigeration unit, Mady stared upward and said, "What?" "They're inside. Why aren't you stopping them?" The gree responded with more incompressible sounds. Suddenly the door at the top of the chamber opened. White armored stormtroopers surged into the room, pushing the gree to the side as it flailed its tentacles up in surrender. Gunner joined them in running down the corkscrew. Talon disappeared from view, and Anya, Jiraiya, and Delia all appeared around J.O. at the top of the spiral. It all happened at once, and shock delayed Cade's reaction for the critical second. He swung his attention back to Mady and reached out with the Force to seize her limbs, but he was too late. Her old lightsaber had appeared in her hand, emitter nozzle placed against her sternum. Before he could freeze, her thumb had pressed down on the button, and she speared her body through with fatal light. Chapter 29. There was no telling how large the inside of this underground laboratory was, and the stormtroopers of the Empress Elite Division spread through its corridors as they saw Darth Mady. Without the Force to guide them, there was no telling where their quarry lay, and Eli and the Jedi found themselves pulled with the flow down one branch in the hallways. Neither gree nor automated defenses arose to stop them, and Eli was surprised they were progressing so easily. The stormtroopers guided them down a passage walled by bare red rock, then through a door into a chamber filled with large glass capsules, some broken, others intact and filled with sickly fluid and twisted flesh. The troopers pressed through the nearest door to their right. Eli immediately recognized it as a library. High walls were lined with shelves, themselves littered with folded parchments, bound books, scrolls, and storage devices he didn't recognize. It took the troopers only a few seconds to determine this room was both a dead end and free of hostiles. They quickly spun around and exited to continue the search for Mady, but Eli, Cade and Lobacca lingered among the volumes. "What is this place?" Eli asked, though he already had some idea. Some of the piled tomes looked absolutely ancient. These documents could contain knowledge from the earliest history of the Sith or older, if they were of gree origin. Cade looked over the nearest set of parchments and nodded confirmation. "These are written in no language I recognize. I believe it is an old gree tongue." Eli did not understand Lobacca's roar, but the Wookiee sounded impressed. Eli was too. He spun on one heel, taking in the centuries or millennia of knowledge piled up in this room. His head swam to think of the power they might unlock. "Is it all in gree?" he asked. "There have to be translations somewhere." Lobacca roared again and waved a shaggy arm at one shelf. Eli saw a seal contained an arm long, went to it, and opened the lid. Data cards, hundreds of them, all lined up in tight rows. He pulled out the first and saw an alphanumeric indexing label slapped on one side. "Translations," he said, and cradled the box against his chest. The wisdom here might contain anything, even the secret to regaining the Force. Before either of the Jedi could step in and pry it from his untrustworthy hands, a stormtrooper darted back inside the room. "Master's Jedi," the soldier announced. "We found her. Follow me." The stormtroopers followed. Lobacca and Cade hurried in his wake. Eli stood there for a second in the empty room, cradling treasures beyond his imagining. Once Mady was captured or killed, the Jedi would surely come back looking for this knowledge. Eli put the box back on the shelf but grabbed fists of data cards. He stuffed them into the pockets of his trousers, as many as he could fit, then went back into the laboratory. Milady's lightsaber plunged into her chest just inches from its center. Her face wrenched in pain as the blade angled through her back. As she tried to nudge it upward, cleave through her heart and trigger the beradium bomb lodged beneath them, Cade grabbed both her hands in a firm, invisible force grip. Her face strained as she realized what was happening, and her eyes met his from across the room. Her rictus of pain turned into a smile. She knew that she'd already won. Milady was seconds away from dying. Her lightsaber shut down and rolled from hands too weak to grip, and then legs too weak to stand collapsed beneath her. Cade bounded toward her as she pitched onto the floor. He lunged, caught her with both arms as she fell, and they hit the grate together. He tried to lift her up, and their heads tilted close enough to kiss. "You never have my knowledge," Milady creaked through bare teeth. "Never undo what I've done." People were crowding around them, maybe Gunner and their mother, maybe stormtroopers or someone else. Cade didn't pay attention. He was already reaching into himself and calling on the power of dark healing he'd sworn never to use again. It was frighteningly easy to summon. If Milady died here, the beradium bomb would kill him, his mother and half-sister, Jariah and Delia, and other people he cared about. Even worse, it would vaporize Milady's research, without which it could be impossible to undo the damage she'd wrought. All because Cade had been a second too slow in stopping her. If he failed now, it would be the end of everything. Cade used the frustration boiling inside him to pull the power outward. Blue lightning sparked from his palms and dances across Milady's wilting body. But even as he tried to mend the tears in her flesh, he knew he simply didn't have the power. The tissue of her lungs was torn, the very walls of her heart scorched. It was all he could do to command the blood to pump through her veins. There had always been limits to his healing. When he saved Delia on Wayland, that had been different. He'd cured her poisoned body on a molecular level by drawing on the light side of the Force, fueled by his love for her. He had none of that for Milady, and he could only use the dark side. Cade looked up through blue corona enveloping their bodies. Gunner and Morgan were there, staring down at him in shock. Stormtroopers stood behind him, half filling the floor. He shouted, "Go! Get out of here!" "No, damn it!" Gunner didn't freeze under pressure. She spun on the stormtroopers and shouted, "Do it! Evacuate the facility. That's an order." "I don't know how long I can keep her alive." Cade ground his teeth. "Mom, go." "No," she kneeled in front of him. Her green eyes pierced him as she said, "If this lab blows, I'll die in 12 hours anyway. We need to disarm the bomb." He wished they'd stop talking, wished they'd let him concentrate. "How in the hell do you plan to do that?" She said, "It's beneath us." Gunner stamped the grate. "Skywalker, your lightsaber." "I'm busy now." "I'll get it." Morgan reached forward and pulled it from his belt. Still cradling Milady, still desperately trying to keep her alive, Cade watched his mother scan the room, run to one side, and shove aside a cabinet to reveal the top of a ladder leading down beneath the grate. Gripping the lightsaber in two hands, Morgan turned it on and cut a hole through the grate big enough to fit through. She shut it off, leaned over, and powered down. "I think I see it," Morgan called. "It's 20, 30 meters down." "I'll go with you," Gunner said. Morgan shook her head and threw the lightsaber at her daughter. Gunner caught it against her chest. "I told you to go, and this time you're going," Morgan insisted. They stared at each other across 2 meters distance. Then Gunner tossed something back to her mother, a small comlink. Then spun on the closest stormtrooper and said, "Where's your demo man? Get him down here and send him after Agent Cord. Do it." As the stormtroopers relayed orders, Morgan began to clamber down the ladder. Before her head ducked out of sight, Cade called, "Mom, wait." She froze there, and her face softened. "Take her out of here, Cade. Go." Then she was gone. Cade wanted to climb down the ladder with her, wanted to tell her one last thing, he didn't know what, but he felt Milady's heart start to tear, and renewed his desperate healing. Around him, the last of the stormtroopers were charging up the corkscrew walkway and out of the chamber, all except the one who was running to help Morgan. A few figures lingered at the walkway's base, watching him: Gunner, Jariah, Delia, even Anya, and jail. With that kind of audience, he couldn't just tell them to leave him behind. Mady whispered in his ear, too soft for the others to hear. It's too late, Skywalker, in this, together. Not on your life, Cade growled, and as he poured savage will into Mady, he pushed to his feet. Cradling her in his arms, he staggered for the path that spiraled upward. Morgan descended the long ladder as fast as she could, all the while knowing the bomb beneath might blow at any second. She told herself she wouldn't even feel it if it went off. There'd be just a split second of atom rending white, then nothing. The red-walled shaft plunged even deeper beneath her, hundreds of meters. One slip of foot or hand, and she was done. Each movement required concentration. Though Mady's delaying agent had calmed the poison in her blood, the symptoms still threatened her with nausea. Sometimes the world seemed to spin and she had to slow down, but she never stopped, not until she reached the bottom of the ladder and the grated platform that jutted out over the long drop. She'd seen beradium warheads before, and this looked standard. The cylindrical capsule was about as long as her arm and wide in diameter as her head. Morgan lay on her stomach, examined the weapon, and tried to remember how to disarm the damn thing. She marked the transmitter that corresponded to Mady's pulse monitor and the battery capsule, but cutting off either of those would almost certainly combust the warhead. Two booted feet slammed hard on the grating, jarring her. A white-armored stormtrooper crouched beside her and said, "Please, Agent Cord, let me take a look." Morgan rolled to one side and watched him take out a utility knife and pry the bomb's casing apart. She'd brought no knife herself, hadn't thought to. She charged down here heroically and stupidly because she'd wanted to give her children a chance to survive. Not something Nina Calixte would have done. Not at all. This thing is wired to blow if we cut power to the transmitter, but I think I see a way around this. She could hear the stormtrooper chewing his lip as he talked. He sounded painfully young. "What way?" she asked. "Can you hold this, miss?" He handed her the knife and took something out of his equipment pouch. "I'm going to try and detach the battery without triggering the release." "How?" He pried apart a second layer of casing, revealing a tangle of wires connecting the bomb's beradium core to its charge device. Prying the tangle apart with both hands, he said, "Miss, you're going to have to listen carefully and cut exactly where I say." When chaos broke loose in Mady's lab, Talon knew exactly what she needed to do. She'd listened to everything Mady and Cade had said in their long exchange. Some of it had shocked her. Some of it had explained what she'd always wondered, namely why Skywalker was so important and how he'd managed to defeat both Talon herself and Lord Krayt time and again. When the stormtroopers had burst into the laboratory, she'd known in an instant what Mady would do and how Skywalker would react. The spymaster and poisoner whom Talon had known in Krayt's service would die before allowing her most grandiose scheme to be undone, her new madness, induced by whatever Skywalker had done to her on Wayland, did nothing to change that. Despite Mady's claims, losing the Force had not liberated her. Indeed, she seemed to have become twisted inside than ever. Because she knew that Mady would kill herself and trigger the bomb, and Skywalker would desperately try to keep her alive, Talon didn't wait to watch. When the stormtroopers charged in, shouting and waving their rifles Mady's pet gree, Talon used the confusion to reach low and pluck JOSM's lightsaber from his belt without his noticing. Then she ducked low and scampered through the open door, into the passage full of glass cages and decaying dead. She heard feet approaching and ducked through the next door just as a half-dozen stormtroopers scampered past. She got lucky. None turned and tried to arrest her, though she knew more were coming. Still clutching the lightsaber with her bound-together hands, Talon hurried through the chamber filled with broken and intact glass tanks. She caught the flail of brown Jedi robes just in time to duck behind one tank and watched through his pale green liquid as Lobaka and K-Kruk both marched past. She waited until they were gone and the room was empty to shift the lightsaber in her grip, tap the button for just a second, and use his pure white blade to sever the bind holding her shackles together. It had been 20, 30 seconds since she'd left Mady's laboratory. Each one was precious. There was no telling how long Skywalker would be able to keep Mady alive for. Talon darted into the open and ran ahead, ready to cut down anyone who got her in her way. Even without the Force, she could kill with a lightsaber. Right as she got to the chamber's exit, a side door hissed open. Talon pivoted, flicked the blade on, and raised it to strike, but froze when she saw Eli in front of her, shackled hands raised as though to ward off a blow. With an elegant flick of the wrist, Talon cut Eli's hands free as well. "Hurry, apprentice," she said. "We must go. Now." "What happened?" he gasped. There was no time to explain. Talon dashed through the exit and Eli followed her down a long straight hall walled by red stone. Stormtroopers and a few gree clogged the hall on the far end, but when they saw the two Sith sprinting toward them, the soldiers froze, confused. Some instinctively pressed against the wall, others the two Sith had to skirt around. Eli tripped and nearly fell on one trailing gree tentacle but resumed his charge after Talon. No one raised a blaster to stop them. Talon knew they'd been lucky, and luck wouldn't last. She counted 45 seconds when they breached the hallway and went out onto the landing platform. Tassa's natural methane stench assailed them, but they kept running fast across the mostly empty pad. Talon aimed for the Imperial shuttle in the center, and again no one moved to stop them, not until Talon and Eli rounded to the entrance portal in the rear. The stormtrooper guarding the closed portal jerked on side of them and brought up his rifle. Talon lunged at the guard from the side, wedging the emitter end of the lightsaber in his flank. She tapped the trigger, spearing through his side, and as his body went limp, Eli pulled the blaster from his hands. That had drawn attention, and Talon could hear more troopers coming around to investigate. 60 seconds, she thought, and reached into the trooper's belt pouch where she knew his authorization card would be. More stormtroopers came from the right. Eli gunned down two in a volley of laser fire. Talon swiped the fifth trooper's card in the reader by the door. The portal to the assault shuttle opened. Talon charged inside. Eli followed, pumping fire from the blaster with one hand while his other groped for the interior door controls. There were still 4 troopers inside the shuttle, but they were stunned and trapped in a confined space. Slow to react, with no place to run, the first 2 fell quickly to Talon's blade. The other 2 retreated down the cockpit as she advanced through the cabin, but Eli fired over her shoulder and dropped them both with smoking helmets. They clambered into the cockpit together. More stormtroopers had surrounded the shuttle, trying to force their way inside, but the kick of its repulsors and a wash of heat drove them back. With a jerk and shudder, the shuttle began to rise off the platform, leaving the troopers and the 2 remaining ships to shrink below. 95 seconds, Talon thought as she kicked the engines on and pushed the shuttle toward the sky. Inertia pinned her to the back of her seat, and for a second blackness clouded the edge of her vision. Then they were pushing clear through clouds, leaving Tassa's surface behind them. Eli, panting in the co-pilot seat, turned wide eyes on Talon and asked what just happened. She ignored him and began preparing a jump to hyperspace. There would be plenty of time to explain on the long trip back to Seijo. Back to their comrades, who'd once been Sith. Damn, the stormtrooper snapped. Morrigan's heart stopped, then beat again. She still wasn't dead. What? It's not going to work. Fear made the young man's voice tremble. The failsafes are too redundant. We can't detach the battery without triggering the bomb. Well, what can we do? I don't know. If we had the right equipment, I'd try freezing the triggering mechanism. I don't have it, though. I don't have it. The man was about to have a breakdown as the inevitability of death crushed down on him. Morrigan, strangely, felt calm inside. She tried. She'd done what she could hear, and her greatest misstep seemed far away. Being arrogant enough to walk into Malady's trap still stung, but the worst ones felt distant. Thinking she could manipulate Mady as she'd done Veed and Ruff, plotting and scheming to prove her greatness to herself, callously using loyal Imperial soldiers like this one. Believing the only worthwhile knowledge was the kind that gave power. Giving up Cade and Cole, of course. That had been the start of everything wrong. And maybe we can try something else. The stormtrooper was stuttering in his panic. The comm unit. We can't try detaching. No, that won't work. Morgan softly asked, "What's your name?" "Trooper." The soldier froze. 2 heartbeats later, he said, "Corporal Pritkiss, 2nd Company, 89th Regiment." "Your name?" Another heartbeat. "Damien, miss." "Of course it would be. That was my father's name," she said. "Another loyal soldier of the Empire, undone by the Sith." The stormtrooper didn't have anything to say. She didn't mind. Morgan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and savored it. Only a few of those left. She was amazed Cade had lasted as long as he could. They raced down the red stone corridor for the landing pad as quickly as they could. Gunner was up ahead, bellowing orders to anyone who'd hear, telling them to get out and board the assault shuttle. But the troopers were talking back, telling her the shuttle was gone, and they only had 2 ships left, and one of them was Gree. Anya barely got that much. She had Milady's knees digging into her armpits and feet sticking out ahead of her, and as she ran she kept looking back at Skywalker and J.O., who held the rest of Sith's weight between them. As he held onto Milady's shoulders and face, Skywalker's face was twisted in ferocious concentration. His eyes had turned a terrifying red gold, and sparks of lightning danced from his palms across Milady's clothes. The Sith woman's face had gone slack, and the only reason Anya knew she wasn't dead already was that they weren't all dead too. J.O., body twisted as he held Milady up by the waist, kept muttering, "He can't do it much longer. She's almost gone." Anya trudged ahead as fast as she could, half dragging all 3 of them behind her. With Milady's weight split, the worst hindrance was Skywalker, who half shambled as he struggled to keep the Sith alive. When they finally breached the portal and went outside, Ania's first breath of Tessa's noxious atmosphere made her dizzy. Then she realized the chatter she'd heard was right. There was a gaping open spot on the platform where their shuttle had landed, and dozens of stormtroopers stood under the sun, confused as to what to do. Thankfully, Jiraiya and Delia had hurried ahead and were already lowering Minok's entry ramp. They stood on either side, indiscriminately waving people inside. Some Imperials were even funneling into the Gree ship, and no one tried to stop them. Anya, Cade, and J.O. hauled Milady toward Minok. As they neared the ramp, Gunner appeared, and she helped J.O. hold up the Sith's midsection as they hauled her into the freighter's hold. The space was already filling up with troopers, but they found a place in the corner to lay Milady down. Cade went down with her, all the while still pumping dark healing energy across her body. "We need to take off," Anya panted. "We need to." Gunner clamped a hand on her shoulder. "They're on it." Distantly, she heard the hum of warming engines and realized Jiraiya and Delia must have hurried up to the cockpit. Gunner pulled away and plucked a comlink from her pocket. Anya couldn't hear it over the din, but Gunner immediately lowered it, slapped J.O. on the chest. "Tell them to take off." "Take off now." "Got it," J.O. announced, and dashed out of sight. Anya watched, dazed by it all, as Gunner knelt down beside Cade and Milady, held out the comlink, and said with sad eyes, "It's her." Though the audio on her comlink scratched and background noise blurred her daughter's words, Morgan could make out Gunner say, "We're aboard Minok now. Getting ready to leave." Weakly, head swimming with panic and the resurgence of Milady's lethal poison, she asked, "Cade." "He's right here. We've got Milady. She doesn't look like she'll make it." "Cade, can you hear me?" "Cade." 2 heartbeats. Then she heard his voice, as pained as she'd ever known it. "I hear you, Mom. We can't disable the bomb. We don't have the equipment. Just go. Get clear now." He didn't seem to have heard her. His voice strained, "Mom, Milady, she can't hold on." "Just go," she said as the link drowned in static. As the connection dissolved to nothing she thought to say, "I love you both." She said it. She'd never know if they'd heard. Likely they hadn't, which was fitting in a way. It was something she should have said far more early, and often than she had. Morgan squeezed the dead comlink in her hand and looked at the young man with her father's name. He'd taken his helmet off, revealing a smooth, clean-shaven face. His eyes were dark and afraid, and she reached across the grating to take his rough, warm hand. Then she closed her eyes and breathed deep. It was the simple things that mattered most, not the ambition and scheming. She'd taken too long to learn that, but at least she learned it. Late was better than never after all. In the final moments, as the last spark of her life dimmed to nothing, Cade saw deep into Mady. He saw the girl she'd once been, Melintia, daughter of a Jedi, who watched her father fall before Darth Krayt's blade and buried grief deep within herself until she thought it gone. With the dark side as her tool, she dedicated herself to seeking perfection, perfect knowledge, perfect control, perfect schemes and plots and poisons. At every step the Force had confounded her genius, always denying what she desired. In the end, with Cade's help, she'd realized that, broken, and sought to deny what she could not control. Unable to dominate the universe, she'd worked to escape it. Mady had called the Force's silence liberation, but in seeking it, she'd been seeking the cold, empty freedom of death. Cade saw and felt it all through a connection beyond love or hate, deepened by resonance. He understood all the drives Mady had buried deep inside, but unlike her, he'd unearthed them, faced them, and come to terms. When death's void swallowed her last spark, all his dark and desperate anger followed. An aching empathy replaced them, and when his senses returned, Cade stayed where he was, exhausted, Malady's cooling body clasped against his. He became aware that he was on Mynock, and that Mynock was trembling as it climbed through the atmosphere. He lifted his head and looked around. Stormtroopers, lots of them, all packed in his ship. Why weren't they in their own? He couldn't remember. He marked 2 brown Jedi robes among them, and a few Imperial Knights in their scarlet. Nobody he wanted to see. Cade stayed where he was. He remembered what they'd left his mother behind down there, and that she hadn't been able to defuse the bomb. He'd rather have her body in his arms than Malady's, but the two had been alike in their fashion. All their scheming, their ambitions, their dueling plots, and secret lives had led both women to the same place in the end. For a while, Cade stared at nothing and felt Mynock breach atmosphere and soar smoothly into space. As the ship stopped trembling, his half-sister crouched in front of them. The usual sour sneer was gone from Gunner's face. She more tired and vulnerable than he'd ever seen her. The beradium bomb went off, she explained. Her eyes were tilted toward the floor, staring into nothing too. The Gree say they'll send down a recovery team to check the site, but we're pretty sure the explosion destroyed the entire facility. What wasn't destroyed got crushed beneath thousands of tons of rock. Okay, Kay said. Agent Cord, our mother, Gunner trailed off. I know. We didn't get any of her data. Malady's. None of her research, none of those translated histories she was talking about. I get it, Cade grunted, but that was a lie. He didn't get it. Nobody did. Starting from scratch, it could take years to find an antidote to Malady's virus, assuming there was one at all. The Jedi, Sith, and Imperial Knights had all gone functionally extinct. No one could predict what this would mean for the galaxy. At the moment, hollowed by personal grief, Cade found it hard to care. He pulled his body out beneath Malady's and lay hers flat on the deck. Gunner held out a hand. Cade stared at it for a moment, then grabbed it tight and allowed her to pull him up. A handful of people had gathered to watch. He counted Kakruk, Aslan, Lobaka. No Sith, he realized dully. Probably explained the missing ship. The wiffed Grandmaster shuffled close and lowered his shaggy head. So this, he said, is the author of our fates. She said she was gonna set us all free. Kay's voice cracked. Damn Sith chica. She got her wish, didn't she? Lobaka gave a low roar and removed his brown robe. The Wookiee lowered it over Malady's body, hiding it from view. Something welled in Kay's throat. It felt like a shroud for them all. Chapter 30. Bacta was a miracle liquid, but it couldn't heal every wound. After removing Shadow Vale from the tank aboard the second wheel, they placed him on a shuttle and ferried him to Coruscant. He had the entire inbound flight to review a written summary of the events at Tassa. The report was heavily redacted and much of it failed to make sense. He had no idea why Darth Malady had permitted a single delegation to land at her secret base, and the specifics of the Sith Lord's death were unclear. It was said that her dying triggered a beradium bomb that vaporized the contents of the laboratory, and with it all her research, but nearly all of the second landing team sent to secure the facility escaped the explosion unharmed. Apparently they'd even brought Malady's body with them. The only thing clear from the report was that attempts to procure an antidote to her disease had failed utterly. More became clear once his shuttle set down inside the palace complex in Galactic City. Shadow's welcoming party consisted solely of Azlyn Rae, who greeted him with a weak smile and quick embrace. "You look like you're coming along," she told him after pulling back. He wanted to tell her he wasn't, not at all. He still remembered the grim conviction that overtook him on Ord Mantell as the Mandalorian's laser blast tore through his flesh. Death would be better than life without the Force. Nothing to have happened to him since gave argument. Still, when he looked at Azlyn, he saw her scarred face, and the breathing apparatus plugged into the husk of her lungs. At Had Abaddon, she'd been damaged far worse than he had, physically and mentally. So instead he squeezed her arm with his one hand and said, "I'm trying to manage. It's been difficult wrapping my head around everything." She glanced at his other arm, terminated at the elbow. "You didn't ask the techs at Ord Mantell for a replacement. Or didn't you trust them to make a good one?" "I'm undecided if I'll get a new one." She didn't argue, didn't ask questions. Something in her face suggested she was remembering Master Sazin, who'd lost his arm at Ossus and his life 8 years later, during the final battle with Krayt. Sazin, at least, had been able to dissolve into the Force when he died. There'd be no such relief for them whenever that day came. "You've read the report from Tassa?" she asked. He nodded. "There's a lot I still don't understand. Let me give you the full story." She held to his forearm and tugged him along. Shadow followed her down the palace halls without question. His injuries and the Force's silence had cast everything in a pall of futility, but curiosity was the one thing that still moved him. Azlyn pulled him into a lift that took them down 20 stories, then directed him down another hall until they finally reached their destination. It was a simple room, with windows looking out on Galactic City and walls framed by sofas and chairs. And standing in the center, meeting Shadow's stare with an abashed look, was Cade Skywalker. It couldn't be a Force vision. Shadow thought he was going mad. He looked at Azlyn, and she gave him a nod. "You're really Cade?" Shadow said, stepping forward, close enough to touch but afraid to. "Staying? What did you think I was?" He gave a rude grin. "Definitely Cade. I thought you were dead. I thought I'd lay low after dumping Krayt's body in the sun. But you know how my plans work out." Shadow reached out and clasped Cade's shoulder. The firmness of muscle and bone convinced him he wasn't mad after all. The dark pall around him seemed to lift, and it took him a moment to find the right words. "I needed this, Cade. I really needed this." "Yeah, no problem." Cade squeezed his shoulder back. He was doing a good job not looking at Shadow's missing arm. Azlyn must have told him everything beforehand. Shadow, Cade, and Azlyn. They regarded each other warmly in the center of the room, and for a second Shadow thought he'd recaptured some of the brightness of their shared youth, when anything seemed possible through the Force. Then their faces and memory clashed with the reality before him. Azlyn's was scarred, her body broken. Cade's was worn and weighted by too many sorrows, and even now couldn't quite escape his habitual sneer. In a way, Shadow has escaped the damage like they've been dealt, at least until now. The cleavage between past and present stole the reunion's brief cheer. They regarded each other from steps apart, faces sober. Then Cade said simply, "I've still got the Force." It should have been shocking, but it wasn't. Shadow recalled that the Empress, too, had retained her abilities, and then started falling into place. "You went to Tassa?" "That's right," Cade said grimly. "Malady wanted to experiment on you and see why her virus didn't work." "Yeah? But why did you go? Did you think you could get an antidote out of her?" "My mother. She was there." More pieces locked together. There was a deep sorrow in Cade's eyes, and Shadow asked, "Dad?" Cade nodded. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "Yeah, everybody's sorry," Cade sighed, looked away. We'd never have found Mady if it wasn't for her. I don't know if that's even a good thing, given how it all turned out. But she did her part, you know. Shadow couldn't read Cade's emotions through the Force, but in his eyes and face, his trembling voice, Shadow sensed none of the bottled up, simmering anger Cade had long held toward his mother. Shadow had never blamed his friend for that. Morrigan Cord and Nina Calixte had done many things that were hard to forgive. He saw now that Cade had forgiven her and was grateful, at least, that his friend wouldn't have to carry the burden of hate. He had enough to bear already, now that he was one of 2 Force users left in the galaxy. So what happens to you now? He asked Cade. The other man shrugged. I was gonna ask you the same question. I don't know. This situation is unprecedented. Yeah, I know. You guys might all have to get real jobs. Cade tried to smile, but nothing could make that joke funny. Aslan said, the Empress is supposed to make a statement soon about all of this. But what will she do? Asked Shadow. The Jedi Order makes up 1/3 of the Triumvirate. The Order, I don't know what it is now. Cade sighed. Back on Tassa, Mady said she did what she did to free everybody from the Force. She said without it you'd have to discover what you really were. Experience, what did she call it? The agony of silence and the joy of rebirth. He shook his head. But Mady was out of her damn mind. They thought on that grimly, Aslan said. I don't know what will happen to the Imperial Knights, but I want to keep being one, whatever that means now. Shadow was surprised. He'd known all about her conflicted loyalties. You're certain? I think so. Even after all that's happened, I still have obligations. Well, what about you, Shadow? I don't know. He avoided her eyes. Shadow, listen to me for a second. She stepped close and grasped the bicep of his severed arm. I always thought you were a true Jedi. When I thought what one should become, brave, selfless, I always thought of you. He wasn't in a condition to be flattered. I really don't think. She's right, you know, Kay said. Aslan, well, she's had her problems, and you know about me. But you always kept on the straight path. Pure Jedi you are. Were, he said. Maybe. But if Aslan's gonna try to still be an Imp Knight, you should keep trying to be a Jedi. You were good at it, Shadow. Way better than either of us could hope to be. Their eyes were intense, and he shifted uncomfortably. After Ord Mantell, it was hard to imagine he could feel like a Jedi again, but he didn't know what else he could do. They were right. Unlike Aslan and Cade, being a Jedi was all he'd ever known. He never even imagined another fate. You never said what you do now, he told Cade. Now it was the other man's turn to look down. Not sure yet, but I got some ideas. Everybody's got something to carry. Especially me. In the end, there was no choice but to come out with the truth. The obliteration of Malady's lab on Tassa meant that all attempts to counteract her disease would have to start from scratch. The technicians at the palace were already working with the Jedi's best healers and scientists to evaluate the disease, comparing blood and tissue samples from every infected patient and comparing them to samples taken from the Empress, as well as recent donations from Cade, Skywalker, and Anya Solo. Their goal, in theory, was straightforward. Discover why the midichlorians of those outliers were not damaged and use that knowledge to design a counteragent. It was, of course, far more difficult than that. The virus had been engineered to attach itself to midichlorians, deform them, then die after accomplishing its task, thus limiting the chance of the virus mutation beyond Malady's carefully constructed parameters. There was no guarantee that damage could be undone. Indeed, preliminary diagnosis was that the midichlorians had been irreparably damaged. To fully search for a scientific solution to this problem, they were going to have to bring in outside help from the galaxy's best medical centers. That wasn't Marasiah's only reason for making a public, official announcement. Rumors had been spreading across the news nets since the Jedi and Imperial Knights had been placed in seclusion in the Palace Med Center, and her father had taught her that the longer she tried to cover problems up, the wilder the rumors would become, and the less likely people would be to believe the truth when it came out. Therefore, she went before the assembled reporters in the palace's main audience chamber, accompanied by Admiral Stasi and Cade, as well as a set of Imperial knights in full scarlet armor. For the press, she outlined the disease that had attacked the Imperial Knights and Jedi both. She said that the disease had been manufactured by Darth Maladi, one of the last renegade Sith. She explained how, despite the gracious assistance of the Gree Enclave, they had been unable to capture Maladi or secure her laboratory on Tassa. She insisted that a solution for this illness would be found, and that the triumvirate government had unanimously agreed to devote all funds necessary to researching a cure. In the coming weeks, the best geneticists and disease experts in the galaxy would be sought and hired for their services. That was the relatively simple part of the speech. Next came the hard one. Gesturing to the triumvirate standing on either shoulder, Marasiah said, "After extensive consultation with my fellow members of the Galactic Federation Triumvirate, we have agreed that the current arrangement is not sustainable in light of recent events. Grandmaster Cade has volunteered to withdraw the Jedi Order from executive decisions affected the Triumvirate until the time comes when the Jedi can confidently state they are working the will of the Force. I'll let him say a few words." Tense, confused whispers rippled through the audience in the 5 seconds it took for Marasiah to step off the podium and for Cade to replace her. Folding clawed hands in front of him, the old Wifid said, "The Jedi have always sought to serve the greater galaxy. In nearly 2 centuries of life, I have seen the Jedi Order take many forms. Sometimes it has served the government on Coruscant. Sometimes it has sought independence. In dark times, it was an active enemy of Sith emperors. The Jedi are keepers of the peace. We are not rulers, and we joined this triumvirate reluctantly, for the sake of ensuring stability in the aftermath of Darth Krayt's terror. Empress Fel and Admiral Stasi convinced me that our insights into the Force were invaluable. We no longer have that insight. Until the day comes when the Force speaks to us again, the Jedi will recuse ourselves from government. We will still work with the Federation in every way and place ourselves at its disposal." "Thank you for listening," Cade said, and when he stepped off the podium, the audience welled up with questions. There were many ones they could ask: whether there would still be a Jedi Council, whether the new academy on Coruscant would remain open, whether all the knights and masters who'd been slowly rebuilding their order after Krayt's purges would even stay together, or scatter across the stars. They were all valid questions, and Marasiah cut them off before they could begin. Neither she nor Cade had good answers for them. Raising her voice to drown out the chatter, she said, "In light of these events, I have another important announcement. Admiral Stasi and I have agreed to move up the timetable for elections of a new galactic parliament. We project that its inaugural session will take place within 6 months. We have also agreed that many former Alliance officials currently jailed or blacklisted will be released and free to run for office if they so choose. In this way, we will create a government which all citizens can proudly claim as their own." She said it with a smile, but it had been a hard argument, and she lost. She's told Stasi that, in light of the breakup of the Triumvirate, it was all the more important that government on Coruscant be strong and centralized, and that suspected dissidents should be banned from seeking office. The Admiral hadn't fought Krayt with his renegade fleet by being merciful to his opponent. He said that current events threatened confidence in the central government itself, and that the only way to salvage this unwieldy federation was to appoint an empowered parliament where every vote could be seen to count, and every citizen could feel they had a say, the collective enterprise. She'd argued such was a gateway to chaos. He said chaos was already coming, and this was the best way to forestall it. In the end, she'd given in. The Force gave her no guidance one way or the other, and she was too tired to fight. After letting another round of murmurs subside, Marasiah said, "The Imperial Knights have served my family for half a century. They have been guardians of the noble spirit of the Empire, as remade by my great-grandfather Jagged Fel. They fought the Sith with unparalleled bravery, and for that every citizen in the galaxy owes them respect. In their vows they swear loyalty both to myself, as monarch, and to the light side of the Force. Like the Jedi, the Force no longer speaks to them, but the Force speaks to me, and I will continue to lead them." I accept that some knights may not feel comfortable serving, now that they are deaf to the Force. Those who wish to follow another path, or those new recruits who have not completed their training, will be allowed to resign. Those who wish to remain knights, and I believe the vast majority will, shall continue to serve as my guards, agents, elite soldiers, and valued counselors. Looking across the gallery, projecting strength like her parents had taught since she was old enough to stand, Marasiah said, "We face a challenge unlike anything we have faced before, but it is my firm belief we will overcome it. One day soon his voice will return to the rest of the Jedi and Imperial Knights. Until that day comes, we will wait. The Force still speaks to me, I hear his voice, and I will guide this galactic federation justly. The progress we've made in rebuilding the galaxy since the fall of Darth Krayt will not be undone. I will safeguard the peace of all with my life, as my father and grandfathers before me. Thank you for your time." When she was done, Marasiah stepped off the stage without acknowledging the reporters baying questions at her wake. Cade, Tassa, and her knights fell in behind her, and when they stepped into the dark, hidden space behind the stage, every one of them bled relief. "I must admit," a weary Tassa said, "that went better than expected." "We've only told them what they needed to know," said Cade. "The real difficulties will be in days to come. I wish we could do more to help." "It was brave of the Jedi to know when to step back," Tassa said. "Brave and wise." The Wifid nodded his long face. Tassa's demeanor was respectful, on his face, and in the Force, but he and Marasiah both knew that the entire governing structure of the Galactic Federation had been upended. Without Cade as a moderating influence, the differences between herself and Tassa would magnify. The bulk of the Federation's collective military was still Imperial, with Imperial admirals, Imperial ships, and Imperial soldiers, while Admiral Tassa's Alliance troops were segregated into their own units answerable only to a triumvirate that no longer existed. Yet the promise in it would skew in Alliance favor. The Duro was a bold being, and Marasiah knew that if Alliance partisans became truly unhappy with her rule, he'd have a ready-made and very loyal war machine waiting in the wings. She'd have to appease him. Allowing Alliance extremists into Parliament was only the first step. Tassa would press when he saw his advantage, and she would press back, and somehow they'd have to refrain from breaking each other for the sake of this fragile peace. She looked into the Admiral's blunt green face and blank red eyes. He understood all the same things she did, and she forced a polite smile. "It will be difficult, losing Master Cade's wisdom. We should still seek his counsel regularly." "I'm sure we'll have need of it," Tassa agreed politely. It felt strange that, after all she'd been through the past several weeks, Aslan should return to the place where it all started. After the Empress' public statement, she went to the palace complex's medical wing, where every nurse and doctor she passed watched with questioning eyes. She walked quickly, ignoring them all, until she found the observation room where Ganner was staying. She was surprised to find him not in a bed but a soft chair angled to look out the window. It was one of the rare days when Coruscant weather control conjured rain over Galactic City, creating a suitably dreary backdrop. When she stepped cautiously across the tile, his head turned. "Aslan," he said, "they didn't tell me you'd be coming." "I didn't think I needed an appointment." "You don't? I'm glad you're here." His smile was weak, but seemed honest. She'd heard about what he'd done, or tried to do. He'd been kept in the medical center for observation since. He'd gotten paler, his face looked gaunt. Still, there was a light in his eyes as she came close and dropped into the seat next to his. Both chairs faced the window, and she looked out at the rain-faded skyline. It would be easier than starting straight at him when they talked. "I heard you went to Tassa," Ganner said. Despite his weak appearance, his voice was strong. "I wasn't much good there." "I'm sure you did all you could." She considered asking how much he knew, if he'd gotten the redacted version like Shadow or if he knew the rest. Now wasn't the time to bring up Cade. Instead, she asked, "Did you hear the Empress broadcast?" "No, but Antares came here this morning and told me everything she'd say." "Did he ask you what you plan to do next?" "Is that what you came here to ask, Aslan?" She looked at his face's profile. I wanted to see if you're okay, and if I could help. You helped me so much after Had Abaddon. I'll do anything I can to help you recover. Just ask. You shouldn't do something because you feel you have to. I'm doing it because I want to, Ganner. Because I care about you. He continued to stare at the rainy city. Eventually he asked, what are you doing now? I still want to be an Imperial Knight, whatever that is now. I don't know what all this is going to mean for the galaxy, but I want to help with whatever comes next. Being a knight, working for the Empress, I think that's the best way to do it. You sound confident. I'm not. I'm confused and terrified, just like everybody else. But I have to keep doing something. She wanted to tell him that sitting around just made your worst feelings well up and consume you, but it was too harsh a thing to say. Besides, she imagined he knew already. Ganner stared at the city for a little while longer, then said, okay, I agree. You agree? His hand lifted off the armrest, reached across the gap between chairs, and clasped hers. We can't keep being knights. Whatever that means. He squeezed her hand softly. She squeezed back. She would have felt encouraged by that, but Ganner still stared out at the gray city, as though unwilling to meet her eyes. Cade Skywalker had spent a good part of his life running from what needed to be done. At various points he denied it, raged at it, tried to cheat it and tried to hide, until he'd finally turned around, faced the dragon at his back, and done what he had to. The compulsion this time wasn't so strong. He didn't have force ghosts of his ancestors hounding him to be a proper Jedi. He didn't need them. The Force wasn't nudging him along at all, not really. It was the knowledge that his mother had left some things undone, and he needed to finish the job for her. Therefore, Cade went to Coruscant's Jedi Academy looking to talk with the Jedi Council, or whatever was left of it nowadays. The academy was housed in the old Jedi consulate he'd spent time in as a boy. The place had gotten a big ugly makeover from its Sith occupiers, and over the past 2 years the Jedi and Federation credits had gone a long way to restoring the place to its former good looks. Despite having been prettied up, the place radiated quiet misery. Cade felt it in the Force as he walked down its grand, near empty halls. The collective desolation of all the Jedi was oppressive, like the misery shadow had emanated on a vaster scale. It took a lot of effort for Cade to shut it out. He knew how easy it was to get sucked into a black hole of destructive self-pity, and right now it felt like the entire Jedi Order was getting swallowed by that singularity. When he stepped into the council chamber, he immediately sensed that these masters were controlling their feelings better. Ancient K. Kruk and old sober Lobaka contained their despair with many decades of experience. Little Tilly Kwa, the Chandra fan who'd overseen the Padawans back during Cade's training days, reached for unlikely optimism. The younger Zabrak woman, Sat Leonard, gave off an impression of enforced tranquility. She was pulling hard on Jedi meditative traditions to calm her Force-starved mind. Rassi Tuum, Aslan's old master, emanated concentration fitting of a predatory Cather. We're pleasantly surprised you asked to see us, Jedi Skywalker, Tuum began. Yeah, well, I figured you'd all drag me in here for a chat sooner or later, Cade said. Nobody disagreed. I'll get to the point. I've got something none of you have got. I've let your doctors suck my blood so they can analyze my midichlorians and try and find a fix for Milady's virus. I figure whatever's in my blood's the same as what's in the Empress, so if they want a fresh supply to test, they can get it from her. That means I've got no reason to stick around. Where is it you intend to go, Cade? Cade Kruk sounded like he already had an idea. Even without the Force, these Jedi could be too perceptive. We talked about Katla. Somehow, that Yuuzhan Vong found a way to use the Force even though he doesn't have a drop of midichlorians inside him. I bet your scientists did all kinds of tests on him, right? As much as we could, Cade Kruk said. Nay Ren found nothing biological that explained how he could touch the Force. But he did. You're absolutely sure? I am. There's never been an indication that the Yuuzhan Vong, or their life forms, have ever possessed midichlorians. Katla suspected that their entire race could once touch the Force directly without the need for midichlorians. Their connection might have been deeper, more natural than ours, but they lost it when they were stripped of the Force. Mady said that she'd been going over lots of gree archives on Tassa, Cade said. Those things were way older than the Jedi or the Sith, and there's no telling how accurate they were. But she said that the gree and the Rakata, the Killiks, and all those other old civilizations used to use the Force freely, until they began to lose touch with it. Gotta say, that reminded me of the Vong. Speaking of which, what's happened to Zanima II? We've been in regular contact with the planet, Cade said. Zanima has been isolated since before Mady's disease spread. Our people there report none of the anomalies happening elsewhere in the galaxy. Then there's still Jedi left there? Cade said with a little relief. Yes, Cade said, but for his own sake, the planet and everyone on it must be trapped in quarantine. No ship will be allowed to land. Those who leave can never come back, not until we found a cure for Mady's poison. The Whiffet shook his shaggy head. As for her archives, we saw them on Tassa. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to save them. It was a grave loss, maybe as bad as losing Mady's research. What do you suppose they contain? Chirped Tilly-Qua. Me? Cade shrugged. Hells if I know. I'm not a historian, but I do think it could be relevant. Mady was full scotcha loca by the end, but that doesn't mean she wasn't on to something. Lobacca held a query, and Sotlener said, Jedi Skywalker, what do you plan to do? He planted hands on his hips and took a breath. Katla's out there somewhere. Maybe he can show you how to reach the Force without midichlorians. Maybe not, but someone's gotta go looking for him. The Masters eyed him thoughtfully. Tulum asked, why do you think you should look for Katla? Cade knew Jedi better than to expect a thank you. I've talked this over with my crew. My brother Jerry, he used to crew with a Vong. Learned about all kinds of rare, weird weapons from that guy. There aren't a lot of Vong wandering off Zanima II, and Jerry thinks his friend could point us in a direction nobody else could. And frankly, I've been around this galaxy and can work my way into places your average Jedi couldn't. There was more, obviously. His mother had risked everything trying to track down Mady, and lost her life trying to save her laboratory and his data. Looking back, he could see Morrigan Cord had made mistakes that had probably cost her her life. She'd refused Cade and Gunner's help because she didn't want to endanger her children, and she'd fallen into Mady's trap because she'd gotten too confident or driven and let her guard down. Nina Calixte would never have made those mistakes. They'd been made purely by Morrigan Cord, and Cade felt bound to correct them. His father had left him a legacy to be shouldered, so now had his mother. He hoped this one would be easier to bear. At least now he didn't have a horde of crazy Sith breathing down his neck. We recognize your expertise in the galaxy's darker corners, said Cade, but what do you know of Katla himself? Me? Not well. He was close to my grandmother. That's got to count for something. Did you train him as your student? Did you learn his wants and anxieties? Cade swallowed. Well, no. Did you spend hours discussing arcane facets of Jedi lore in an attempt to riddle out the truth of his people's Force blindness? Obviously not. And did you give him a list of worlds rich in Jedi history where he might search for some secret that, however unlikely, has evaded similar truth seekers for countless millennia? No. But listen, Cade heaved a sigh. Cade, I wish I could search for Katla myself. However, I am Grand Master of the Jedi, and I cannot leave them in our time of need. The Empress and Admiral Stasi will also need help in the days ahead. I can't abandon them now. Master, I get it. That's why I was offering. But if you can't come. Lobacca released a trilling roar. Cade said, I have already briefed Master Lobacca on all these things. He will go with you. He has Nayrin's current location and suggests you start by speaking with her. It's possible the Master Shaper has been in contact with Katla. The Wookiee bore fangs. He looked fierce, but Cade was pretty sure it was an imitation grin. Wait a minute, what do you mean you already briefed him? We were expecting to have to ask you, Leonard said, smiling faintly. Thank you for volunteering your services, Jedi Skywalker. Cade looked around the group. Even without the Force, these masters were too damned smart. What would you have done if I just got into my knock and flew off who knows where? Then we'd have put together a team on our own, Cade said. However, consider. One who can still feel the Force. One who once knew his voice, but no longer can. A mission to find Katla and unearth his secrets should have at least one of each, correct? You got a point, Cade admitted, and refrained from saying he'd had someone else in mind for the second part. He wouldn't turn down help from someone who was old and wise but also strong enough to rip arms off a Gundark. Tilliqua asked, "When are you planning to depart, Jedi Skywalker?" He shrugged. "Dunno. Couple days. I got a thing or two to take care of first. We will make sure you have all the information you need before you go, and inform Nayren we'll need her help." Cade said, "Our scientists will continue to work here, but a feeling tells me your search may be the most important one. May the Force be with you, Cade Skywalker. Once again, our fates rest with you." Cade nodded solemnly and refrained from telling the Jedi how much he hated them saying things like that. The worst part was, they usually ended up true. Prostrate on his hands and knees beside Darth Talon, Eli tilted his neck up to watch Darth Nil's black boots pacing the line in front of them. Beyond Nil's feet he saw another pair, Darth Havoc's, and beyond that the gray Farrakreet wall of Nil's bunker. One short, wide window looked out on a gentle valley slope covered in green grass and lit by a clear blue sky, but that view was the only escape from the oppressive menace in the chamber itself. "Without Maladi we have nothing," Nil growled. "Lady Talon, you were in Maladi's laboratory when she died. Couldn't you do anything to keep her from killing herself?" Head low, Luku sprawled on the Farrakreet floor in front of her. Talon said, "My hands were bound, and I was separated from her by 15 meters height. I'm sorry, Lord Nil, but there was truly nothing I could do." Nil made a snarling noise and paced faster. Begrudgingly he said, "You were good to return to us. Even without the Force you could do that much. But we need more. The Empress is doing everything she can to find a cure for Maladi's disease. If she's successful, the Jedi and Imperial Knights could regain the Force, and we would still be blind to it. That is unacceptable. We must insert an agent on Coruscant who can track their progress," Talon said. "I know that," snapped Nil. "I've already tasked Darth Havoc with that. The question is what to do with you, Lady Talon. You were Krayt's most trusted hand. Now I wonder if you're worth anything without the Force." Glancing sideways, Eli saw his master tense. Pacing once more, boots slapping pavement inches from their fingers, Nil said, "Until we recover the Force, we must all reevaluate our skills and redirect our priorities. The government on Coruscant will be weaker now than ever. We'll destabilize it further. There are Nagai here who would join us in battle, and I've been looking farther afield for more allies. But what place you will have in it, Lady Talon, I'm still trying to decide." The pounding of feet just past his head had driven down Eli's nerves. He picked his head up again and said, "Lord Nil, may I speak?" Nil stopped and glared. His eyes had red natural irises, almost like a molten dark side mark. "Go ahead, apprentice." "Our mission was a failure, but not a total failure." Quietly, angrily, Nil asked, "In what way?" "May I rise, Lord?" After glaring for a moment more, then the guy said, "On your feet." "Both of you?" Eli and Talon rose as one. Nil and Havoc faced them imposingly, and Eli fought down anxiety, and he stuffed hands into his pockets and drew out the data cards he'd grabbed from Darth Maladi's laboratory. Havoc's eyes went wide. "Is that Maladi's research?" "No," Eli admitted, and both their faces went hard again. "There are translations of the ancient Gree archives on Tassa. They contain histories and lore that predate Jedi or Sith by millennia." Nil's face twisted. "That's what you salvaged from Maladi's lab? Stories? Myths?" "My lord, Maladi thought they were important. So did Darth Acheron. He commissioned these translations centuries ago. He didn't know whether the name of long-dead Banite Sith would provoke admiration or scorn. Instead, Nil went thoughtful. There may be some value in them, or it may be impossible to pick out truth from the lies. I know, Lord, but it is something. Not enough. He is right, Havoc said in a more measured tone. It is worth reviewing. Then we'll review them, but it doesn't answer what we should do with Lady Talon and her student. Nil fixed red eyes on the Twi'lek. Do you have a suggestion? Eli watched Talon's throat tighten. His master was struggling to bring words to the fore. Finally she got out. There is one more thing we can do. Nil raised a black brow. What is that? We can't find Katla. Havoc frowned. Who or what is Katla? Talon's blue eyes shifted to Eli. Perhaps you should tell them, apprentice. Eli had yearned to broach the subject of Katla, but he'd been too intimidated. Nil and Havoc might still think him a liar, but he launched into an explanation of the U.S. Hinvong who'd become a Jedi. He omitted everything personal, the debt Katla had owed Eli's father, and the way he'd been captivated by the strange warrior as a youngling. He explained that the U.S. Hinvong had somehow managed to connect with the Force despite having no midichlorians inside him. Zana Maseket itself had chosen to restore Katla's link to the Force, but apparently it was also related to the death of Jade Skywalker on Mustafar in the middle of the Sith Imperial War. On mention of that, both Nil and Havoc looked deeply interested. When he finished his tale, he stood before Havoc and Nil, awaiting judgment. Less angry and more thoughtful than before, Nil asked, "Do you know where this U.S. Hinvong went?" "No, but I recall some conversations he had with Mast, with Cade before he left us." Nil did not let the slip pass. The Nagai stepped close enough to snort hot air in Eli's face. "You have embraced the Sith teachings. You've accepted your liberation from the arcane straits of the Jedi. Even without the Force, you are still one of us, apprentice. Say it. Say it now." "I am Sith," Eli snapped. "You and Darth Talon have opened my eyes, Lord Nil. You've shown me strength the Jedi could never touch. You've let me unlock the power of my anger. I will always follow your path, Lord, and I will do whatever you say." Nil still glared down on him. "Do you wish to find Katla?" "Lord," he was already unlocking powers beyond anything the Jedi knew. That was years ago. What he can accomplish now, I can't imagine. Nil took a long step back, allowing Eli to see him in full. The Nagai said, "You will find Katla for us. Your aim is not to convert him to the dark, though if that can be accomplished it would be a great feature, and you need to learn how he can connect to the Force without midichlorians. We need that knowledge, desperately, and we cannot allow the Jedi or Imperial Knights to have it. Do you understand?" Eli's heart lifted. He tried to keep joy from his voice as he said, "Yes, Lord. Absolutely." "Good." Red eyes swung to Talon. "You will go with your apprentice. Find Katla, capture him, and bring him to us. And make sure this young human does not stray from the path we've made for him." Talon said, "By your will, Lord Nil." "Yes, by my will." The Dark Lord clasped hands behind his back. "Always by my will." Anya had no love for Coruscant. Too many people, too much money, too many rules, too many people who thought their money made the rules. The planet still had some uses though, and while everybody was trying to make sense of the Empress' stunning revelations, Salk and AG-37 located a bank that would be quite willing to transfer the crates of hard bullion they'd been hauling around into liquid assets. Anya felt very strange walking into the slick, shining headquarters of a major financial conglomerate, wearing a formal suit she'd bought just for the occasional. Stranger still was walking out of the place holding a data card with access information to an account with over 5 million credits. Being rich beyond her wildest dreams should have made her feel better. As they took their rented landspeeder back to the platform where Free Agent was docked, Salk sounded completely different from his usual dour self, and there was something ineffably upbeat in AG-37's precise speech. Anya couldn't share their happiness. Losing the Force had wrought unhappy changes in Kyra and Jao, which was bad enough, but her thoughts kept going further back, to the woman she'd left behind on Circus. No, best to put it plainly, the woman she'd run from. J.O. had been spending a lot of time in the government palace lately, probably seeking counsel from old teachers and friends in the Imperial Knights. Anya hadn't talked to him much since coming to Coruscant. Kyra was busying herself with doing repair and replacement work in free agent systems, though she'd expressed frustration that without the Force she no longer possessed the seemingly natural knack for repair work she'd once had. She'd borrowed Skywalker's astromech to help with the operations, and when Anya returned from the bank she saw another land speeder already parked at the landing pad. This she spotted Delia Blue's bright pink form standing with Kyra and C-3PO beneath free agent's engine block, and she figured Skywalker had come to finish the job and take his droid home. Kyra spotted Anya, Salk, and AG-37 after they docked their speeder and started across the platform. As they got close she asked, "How did it go?" "Congratulations," AG-37 said. "We are all very rich." Delia smirked. "We've been rich since Socorro." "Yes," said Salk, "but now that it's in the bank it feels more official." "Made progress?" Anya asked Kyra. The younger woman shrugged. "Some. Delia's been helping." "We're almost good, actually," Delia smiled encouragingly. "Force or no force, the girl knows her way around a ship." Kyra smiled awkwardly, like she wasn't sure if it was true. Anya asked, "Where's R2?" "Inside free agent with Cade and your Mishku." Delia jabbed a thumb at the lower landing ramp. "My what?" "Mishku," C-3PO supplied. A Huttese term of affection frequently used to denote it. "All right, I get it. Except he's not." Anya wagged a finger at Delia, then jogged to the ramp. Coming up as she nearly ran into R2-D2, who tootled as he rolled down onto the platform. Anya kept going into the ship, and she followed the sound of voices to find Cade and Jerria in the cockpit, on their feet with backs against opposite bulkheads, facing each other with guarded postures. The moment she stepped inside, they stopped talking and stared. Anya blinked. "Sorry. Am I interrupting?" "No. Not really," J.O. said. "Cade was just telling me about what he's doing next." "Cade," she noted, "not Skywalker." Leaning against the doorframe, Anya asked, "What's that?" "We're going looking for Katla," Skywalker said with a tone-inviting comment. It took Anya a second to come up with one. "Where are you even going to start?" "We've got a couple ideas. There's a few more Vong floating around the galaxy we can check with. Might be a long, long search, but let's be honest. Somebody's got to do it. There's no telling if all those scientists they're bringing in are going to do the job, so the Jedi Council figured we've got to explore all options." "So the Jedi gave you this mission?" "I suggested it to them, actually." Cade sounded slightly embarrassed. "They're sending Master Lobacalon. You know, really tall and really hairy." "That describes a couple Jedi Masters I've met, but yeah, I know which one." "So you're going with Delia and Jerria?" "That's the plan," Cade said, but looked at J.O. Anya looked at him too. He avoided their eyes, and he had the expression of somebody who was thinking hard and didn't want to be bothered. Anya had seen that one on him before. It meant he'd already decided what he was going to do and was trying to justify it to himself. "He invited you to go with him." Cade said, "I did, believe it or not. Figured we should have another X-Force user or two aboard and he'd cramp my style less than most." He shrugged. "Then I went to a couple old friends who turned me down. Not that I blame him. They usually get in trouble when I'm around." "It seems like everyone gets in trouble when you're around." He wagged a finger. "Hey, Chica, you dragged us into your poodoo on Mon Gaza, and we got you rich out of it, so don't complain." Cade was right. She really had no grounds to. If she hadn't run into him and his crew, she'd be in prison again or fugitive in the backest of backwaters. Instead, she was in the bright center, but she wasn't exactly pleased to be here. "J.O., are you really thinking about this?" Still avoiding her eyes, he nodded. "What's happened to us all, I can't just sit on the side and do nothing." No, J.O. had never been one for that. Because it was the right thing to do, he defied his Imperial masters and joined Anya on the quest for Darth Krayt. This was no different, but for some reason she felt personally slighted. "Listen," I came here to make my offer and pick up my droid. Cade spread his arms. Consider the offer made. I'm gonna go check on R2. You can't hash this out. He made for the exit, and Anya stepped aside so he could pass. Once he was gone, she took up the spot he'd just been in, facing Jo across the width of the cockpit. You're going with Skywalker, aren't you? Anya, I don't know what else I would do. I get it. Really. This Force thing has always been what guides you, right? It has, he said firmly. Even when you're roaming around the galaxy with me, chasing rogue Sith Lord and ripping off pirates. Maybe. One side of his mouth tugged wryly. You know what I think? What? I don't think it was the Force leading you on. Not after we took care of Darth Krayt, anyway. His eyes came up. He watched her very closely. What was after, then? She stretched her arms. Excitement. I think you knew you'd get bored hanging out with your imp pals. He smiled, incredulous. Really? She smiled back. Oh yeah. There's way more excitement on this boat. You have a point? Jo chuckled. Of course I do. Though from what I've seen of Skywalker, there's probably even more excitement on his ship. I'm not going with Skywalker for excitement. This time is really about the Force. About getting it back. I know. Her smile wilted and something clenched in her chest. So you're leaving. I have to think about it a little more. Damn it, Jo, I know you. I know when you've made up your mind. You know, she tried to get it out but couldn't. The whole crew's going to miss you. Ajee, Salk, Kyra. The last name caused another tightening in her chest. Softly, Jo said, she deserves to know. And make her own choice. This was too much. She didn't want to lose them both. On Essos, she'd been thrown into a rage at the thought of losing Kyra, the Kyra who existed in her head as a replica of herself who could still get through life without making some of Ania's mistakes. It had unlocked a possessive streak Anya hadn't known she'd had, and she felt shame in retrospect. So even though her heart wrenched at the thought of losing them both, she said, "You're right. You should explain it to her." Me? You do it better than I could. Besides, I've got to think about my own course. What do you mean? She'd been considering her own fates, her own goodbyes. Because she'd been bracing herself for them, she was able to take the loss of Jo and Kyra better than she otherwise could. Anya pushed off the bulkhead, gave Jo a soft smile, and said, "I'll tell you later." She stalked out of the cockpit, hands clenched tight, legs pumping fast. When she neared the exit, light from outside blurred over the wetness in her eyes. She stopped at the top of the ramp, wiped them dry with her sleeve, and took a few deep breaths to compose herself. Then she walked outside. Thankfully, Skywalker wasn't gone yet. He was with everyone else beneath the engine section, gathered around Delia, who was using R2-D2 as a stepladder while firing a welding torch inside an open-access hatch. As Anya approached the big, happy group, she forced a smile. "How's it going? Are we good to fly?" "You've been good to fly." Delia glanced down from her work. "I think I've just upped your fuel efficiency by a couple percentage points." "Are we getting charged for this?" "Think of it as a favor." Delia glanced down at Kyra. "And a free lesson." The younger woman smirked. It was an earnest smile, a nice change from the disappointment she'd had on display lately. That was something else Anya was about to lose, and her heart twisted again. She tapped Cade's arm and said, "Can I get a word?" He was still watching Delia, admiring. "Sure. What do you want?" "Privately." "Okay, fine." Cade turned away and followed her to the edge of the landing pad. "Hey, if this is about me stealing your Mishku." "Don't start." She put hands on her hips. "This is about something else." "Like what?" Anya took a breath. "I'm sorry about your mom." Cade looked out at the city, uncomfortable. "Yeah, me too. From all I've heard, she got herself killed trying to stop Mlady. And I was wondering if you weren't taking on this new mission as a way of, well, finishing what she started. Making peace with her memory?" Cade rankled. "That's a damn personal question." "I know. But we are family." "I thought you weren't big on family." I'm not. Wasn't. It's complicated. She sighed and joined him in looking out at the endless spires, the endless speeder traffic. Eventually, Cade said, maybe I am. I'm also doing it because I want the Jedi back. They're a pain in the butt sometimes and way too serious, but the galaxy'd be worse off without him. And because I've got friends Jedi and Imp Knights who need the Force back too. But if weren't for your mother, would the rest be enough? Cade stared at the skyline, arms crossed. We'll never know, will we? What's with all the questions? Now it was Ania's turn to unburden. She said, I just found out my mom's alive. Cade turned, stared. Huh, he said. That's why I got kidnapped by a bunch of Mandalorians. My mom's their leader, and she wants to oust Yaga Ochus, the guy in charge. Huh, Cade said again. Then, I thought your mom was dead. I thought so too. And she thought I was dead until a year ago. Then she had her people scouring the galaxy, trying to find me. So she had her bucket boys grab you so she could, what? Recruit you for private war. It's not like that, Anya said, but she wasn't even sure. She has a long history with the Ochus family, way longer than I've been alive. She used to be a Jedi, and it goes back to stuff she did then. She blames herself for the Yaga being in power. The way she sees it, she's trying to fix her mistake. Not just by killing him, but destroying everything he stands on. And what about you? I don't know. I don't think she was recruiting me exactly. I'm her daughter. If things had gone another way at the end of the war, things would have been so different for us both. But they weren't. Now you've both got to live with it. Anya knew that already. It didn't provide any answers. Cautiously, Cade asked, your mom, can she use the Force? You mean is she part of the whole Skywalker thing? Yeah, she can. So there's 4, then. 4 Skywalkers left. Or 4 Force users. He thought again. Both. Everyone gets the fancy mind powers except for me, then. Not that I'm complaining. They seem like they bring a lot of trouble. It just feels strange. In a weird way, Anya felt left out. The Force touches everything, even if you can't touch it back, said Cade. Mady went on about how there's something special about Skywalkers, like we were made to the Force to be as instruments of destiny. I thought that was poodoo once. I wish it were, but I think she was right. His voice had gone soft. Anya didn't like the idea of some invisible power using her life, especially if she couldn't use it back. All she'd ever wanted was to keep moving, keep acting, keep being free, and never looking back, not in longing and not in anger. It sounded like a nice life, but she'd never managed to attain it. Maybe it was time to stop trying. I think, said, I need to go back to my mother. Cade asked, to do what? I don't know. That woman on Circus was a stranger to me, but she shouldn't have been. I can't leave it like that. Cade watched the skyline. Wind rustled his hair. Eventually, he said, you shouldn't. I figure I'll regret it if I do. Yeah, his voice cracked. You will. Departure was just before dawn local time. The sky over Galactic City started as violet and fell through red into gold. Spires obscured the horizon and hid the rising sun. Most had turned off their inner lights in anticipation of day, and from a distance they looked like a dark and jagged forest rising out of nighttime black. As their airspeeder docked at the landing platform, it was all Kyra could do not to stare. She had been on Coruscant for almost a week and she still wasn't used to it. She'd heard of this place and seen holos of it, but she'd barely dreamed of seeing this trillion-person wonder for herself. She never allowed herself to hope. Very briefly she touched a power beyond her every dream, then it had been stolen from her. Now, maybe, she was going to get it back. Once Anya locked their speeder into his docking clamp, J.O. was the first one out. Her wore his white armor and carried heavy sack on his shoulder. Kira's bag of supplies was about the same size, and Anya gave her a little help clambering over the rim of the speeder and onto the platform. Finally, all 3 of them helped C-3PO out of the speeder. Mynock waited for them on the platform. Its landing ramp was down and 2 figures approached. They couldn't have been more mismatched. The tall, shaggy Wookiee raised arms and roared, while Squat Dome topped R2-D2 whistled greetings. "Goodness, how pleasant to see you both," C-3PO said. Yes, R2, calm down. Of course I'm coming with you. Mistress Kyra requested me. Besides, I couldn't let you run off on a mission like this by yourself. Someone has to keep you out of trouble." The Astromech made a rude blurting noise. "What do you mean, you have to pull me out of trouble? I don't know what you're talking about. What's that? A droid factory? On Geonosis? I say, R2, I think you're the one who needs his memory recompiled." R2's response sounded almost like a laugh. Lobacca trilled and reached for Kyra and Jao. He plucked the heavy packs of their backs with ease and began carrying them to the ship. R2-D2 and C-3PO followed in his wake, battering back and forth. Kyra was glad to be free of that weight. She flexed her shoulders, then looked at the jagged Coruscant spires and the glorious sky a little closer to dawn. She imaged what new places she'd see on this journey, what fresh wonders, and hoped a few would be half as grand as this. The sound of smacking bodies together interrupted her reverie. She looked to see Jao and Anya joined in tight embrace. They lingered, then pulled away, and then it was Kira's turn. Anya hugged her just as firmly. They talked over their respective choices the night before, and it seemed to Kyra that her decision to go chasing a U.S. Henvong Jedi wasn't half as brave or risky as Ania's decision to go back to her mother. When they released, Anya kept a hand on Kira's shoulder and squeezed it. "Be careful out there," she said. "Don't take risks you don't have to. And follow Jao's lead. He'll watch out for you, and he'll set a good example." "I know. Seriously. He's way more trustworthy than that Skywalker guy. And watch Jao's back like he'll watch yours." "I will." After a second's twinge of reluctance, Anya let go. Another Wookiee yell summoned them to the landing ramp. Kyra looked in that direction and saw Skywalker himself, half hanging from a landing strut, messy hair blowing in the wind as he gestured for them to come. Kyra and Jao walked forward. Lobacca ducked into the ship, while Skywalker waited on the ramp and asked, "Said all your goodbyes." "We are ready to go," Kyra said firmly. Skywalker gave her a hard, evaluating look. Then he smiled. "Yeah, you'll probably do. Not sure about that imp you've got with you, but who knows? He might surprise me." "I look forward to it," Jao said. Skywalker snickered and walked up the ramp. Kyra and Jao turned back in unison for one last look at Anya, standing on the platform's edge next to her speeder. She raised a hand in a wave. They nodded back, then clambered inside the ship. The landing ramp retracted right after they came in, and the engine started to warm. Lobacca, still dangling a heavy bag off each arm like it was nothing, roared and waved toward them. C-3PO, standing in a corner with R2-D2, said, "Master Lobacca wishes to show you the crew cabins you will be staying in. Please come this way." Jao followed, but Kyra allowed herself to be drawn elsewhere. She hurried up the nearest stairwell, through the crew lounge, down the long hallway, and finally to the cockpit. From this elevated angle, the first rays of fresh daylight were stabbing out of the skyscraper forest. The violet in the sky was all gone, and soon red gold would clear to pure cool blue. "Glad you could join us," darling Delia said. The Zeltron was hanging over Cade's pilot seat, while Jerry worked the co-pilot's controls. Kyra pressed herself against the back of Jerry's chair. Holding tight to his edges, staring at the bright day, she asked, "Where do we go first?" "First we're gonna talk to Nayren," said Cade. "She's the best shaper of Zonima II. She was close to Kat La, and my father too. The Jedi say she's on Chasima, trying to undo the Vong-forming damage from a decade ago. Plus we'll check in with my Vong pal Chanayo," Jerry said as he finished pre-flight checks. "And where is he?" Jerry chuckled. "We gotta find him first. Don't worry, I know some places to look." "We're ready to push out," Skywalker said as he wrapped both hands around the control yoke. "You ladies are gonna want to strap into your seats behind you or hold onto something tight." Always looking out for our welfare, Mishku, that's you. Delia mussed his hair, then let herself fall into the nearest chair. Kyra didn't do the same. As Minik pushed off on his repulsor, she stayed standing for the better view. Morning light got too sharp it stabbed her eye. Then Minok pivoted, and for a second she could look down and see the landing platform below, Anya shrinking wide and black mark on its edge. Then the ship angled upward. Skywalker pushed the throttle and Kyra held on tight, still standing, still watching as they soared past the morning sky, into night black space and mysteries unknown.